dobar dan, dobrodošli, ja ću da najavim video. Pa ću malo... Tako je, i onda ću da nastavim dalje da govorim i onda ću, kažem, umesto govora, zamolit ću vas da zajedno pogledamo još jedan video, moj specijalni gost na NATO Viku i onda da pustimo ovu.
Sveta, Bog ti je
Dobar dan, dobrodošli na svečano otvaranje, drugo, sinoć smo imali jedno, 8. Beogradske NATO nedelje, koje ove godine održavamo pod naslovom Ovo smo mi. Ovaj aranžman danas koji vidite nije nikakav korona casual, već naš napor da poštujemo sve mere i preporuke održavanja javnih događaja za vreme pandemije COVID-19. Ja se dodatno zahvaljujem svim našim učesnicima što su pristali da ovim teškim okolnostima bez air conditiona i kad verujem i državni predstavnici imaju mnogo važnih poslova na 100 frontova i od borbe protiv COVID-a i pregovora o Kosovu što su nam se pridružili. Hvala i vama, ambasadore, što ste došli uživo. Celost od svog osnivanja i dakle od početka realizacije ovog projekta uživa podršku NATO odeljenja za javnu diplomatiju. Prošlih par godina smo bili podržani i od ambasade Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, manjim delom i od NATO vojne kancelarije za vezu, ali glavni finansijer i onaj ko nas je podržao ove godine je ambasada Kraljevine Holandije i hvala vam za to. Mi imamo zaista izuzetan spisak govornika. Kažu neki, pa bilo je lako da dobiješ tako velike dobre govornike zato što je COVID, pa mogu da se obrate video linkom. Pa dobro, ajde, nek proba neko drugi. Mi ćemo imati dakle i pomoćnicu, ovu savjetnicu generalnog sekretara NATO, što mislim da je jako dobro i da je gospodin Dačić tu zbog značaja unapređenog političkog dijaloga. Ja sam vrlo ponosna što u ovom teškom periodu vanrednih stanja, vanrednih situacija, ali pregovora o Kosovu, imamo i poseban panel na kome će govoriti naš načelnik generalštaba general Mojsilović i komandant KFOR-a Michele Risi. Imaćemo još visokih gostiju iz samog NATO-a i stručnjaka poput Damona Wilsona, izvršnog predsjednika Atlantskog saveta Srbije, da spomenem samo neke. Ovogodišnja konferencija se održava pod sloganom Ovo smo mi. Mi svake godine u posljednjih par godina već predstavimo nova istraživanja javnog mnjenja koje se tiču odnosa Srbije sa NATO-om i nekih drugih percepcija oko KFOR-a, Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, Evropske unije i sl. Ali mi se učinilo da je ovaj naslov zgodan, ne zato što naravno jedna američka TV serija se tako zove, to svi znaju da uvek tako imena biramo, nego da u posljednjih godinu, dve dana zapadni ugledni mediji, komentatori, jedan deo onih koji formiraju javno mnjenje ili političara ili bivših političara u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, ne izveštavaju o Srbiji na način koji mi vidimo šta se dešava u trendovima koje naše istraživanja javnog mnjenja pokazuju. Pa smo hteli i njima da pokažemo da postoji jedna druga Srbija koja održava redovni dijalog sa NATO-om na visokom političkom nivou, da upravo počinje da realizuje drugi ciklus individualnog akcionog partnerstva, plana partnerstva sa NATO-om, da kako rezultati istraživanja javnog mnjenja pokazuju se spremnija da u bezbednosnom, ekonomskom i odbrambenom aspektu sarađuje i sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama koje su važna članica NATO-a. Jednostavno, eto, da se upoznamo još malo bolje, da bismo mogli eventualno da dođemo do najboljih kompromisnih rješenja i zajedničkih strategija kako dalje. Ja obično imam duže govore na otvaranju izlaganja, što tim gospodina Dačića vrlo dobro zna, ali sam ove godine odlučila da skratim svoje izlaganje i da vas zamolim da prvo pogledamo jedan mali video kako se NATO snalazio i borio sa pandemijom COVID-19. Svi smo gledali mnogo više šta se dešavalo u samoj Evropskoj uniji. Nismo baš možda dovoljno informisani o odličnim transferima i bolesnika i opreme iz jedne u drugu od najugroženijih zemalja članica, pa molim moje fenomenalne kolege iz tehničkog tima, njima svaka čast, ovo nije običan webinar, ovo je prava konferencija u hibridnim uslovima, da nam puste ovaj film.
What comes to mind when you think of NATO? Is it a strong military alliance, a mighty air force, or grand naval protection? Well, yes, all of these are true. But did you know that NATO and its allies are also the people that have built 100 new field hospitals during the COVID-19 crisis? The people who have sent 14,000 military medical professionals to help civilian hospitals and have provided 45,000 new treatment beds. People amongst whom are 6,000 scientists fighting to improve virus detection worldwide. You might be thinking that all of this sounds a lot like humanitarian aid, and you're right. You see, not all fighting uses heavy force. Sometimes to fight means to care for the health of those we protect. To fight means to spend every waking hour making real progress today, while also preparing for the days that lie ahead of us. So, this is who we are, an alliance of strong people who care. People who are always defending the freedom, security, and unity of our nations. We are stronger together. We are NATO.
Imajući u vidu da se taj ovi skup održava kad se na globalnom nivou bori protiv globalnog izazova i pretnje kao što je COVID, kad se borimo da zaštitimo i javno zdravlje i zdravlje građana i funkcionisanje međunarodnih institucija i nacionalnih sistema javnog zdravlja, i kada smo čuli od generalnog sekretara UN-a o velikoj epidemiji dezinformacija koja postoji, Srbija se već par godina suočava sa jednom takvom epidemijom. Ja sam, pošto sam sinoć videla jednu TV emisiju, odlučila da svoj deo izlaganja na ovom uvodnom otvaranju prepustim doktorki Danici Grujičić i molim vas da pogledamo zajedno par minuta njenog izlaganja od juče na televiziji B92 u emisiji Fokus.
Ili ti mesečno sada već, pošto bolest traje već više meseci od COVID-a, a koliko od malignih bolesti?
Pa ja mislim, godišnje sigurno 30.000 ljudi umre od malignih bolesti. Prema tome, sami izračunati 1:100.
Da, jasno. A da li je, kad smo već kod broja obolelih od malignih bolesti, kako neka istraživanja pokazuju kod dece koja su rođena posle NATO agresije, dakle, povećano obolevanje od leukemije. Dakle, da li je to tačno i na kom području je u tom smislu najteža situacija?
Ono što je nažalost izostalo, to je jedna ozbiljna akcija države da se to ispita na naučnoj bazi. Mi imamo registar za rak kojim niko nije zadovoljan. Ni oni koji ga prave u Batutu, niti smo zadovoljni mi kliničari koji vidimo šta se dešava na terenu, jer ako 1300 pacijenata dođe nedeljno u institut samo da primi hemioterapiju, svakog dana se ozrači 350. Moji hirurzi imaju 15 operacija svakoga dana. To su znači novo pridošli oboleli koji imaju indikaciju za operaciju. Znači, jednostavno vi nemate način da kaznite one koji ne prijavljuju maligne bolesti. A to je obaveza svakog centra. To je obaveza još od 1980 i neke, kad sam ja bila mlad lekar i kad sam počinjala. Zato mislim da je najbolji parametar zapravo koliko nas ima bolesnih od malignih bolesti. Ja sam jednom izjavila da ćemo svi biti bolesnici onkološki, samo da dovoljno dugo poživimo. I ja...
Ima još par minuta, do 18. minuta, ako možemo.
Se ne može oprati. Sad, ono što mene
koje operišemo. Da li sada, da li od pre 20 godina, za sve to je potrebno vreme, potreban je novac i potrebno angažovanje ljudi. Takva ispitivanja koja će dokazati ono što tvrdimo mi ili dokazati ono što tvrdi gospodin Radovanović, to može da se uradi samo na naučnoj osnovi. To ne možemo ovako pričati. Ja bih voljela da vidim tog medicinara koji je ikad prošao pored medicinskog fakulteta, koji će da stavi osiromašeni uranijum ili onaj projektil ili penetrator, kako ga mi zovemo, na sto u svojoj dnevnoj sobi da mu služi kao trofej.
S tim u vezi pročitaću, dakle, citat doktora Radovanovića koji tvrdi da je epidemija raka politička izmišljotina. Dakle, on kaže ovako: kolegama koji su pozvani da učestvuju u radu Komisije za ispitivanje posledica NATO bombardovanja po zdravlje građana, rekao sam da se politika menja i za godinu dana Vučić može da kaže, ulazeći u NATO, da su njega obmanuli da je osiromašeni uranijum kriv za rak i da je on kao političar bio žrtva lažnih informacija, a za stručnjaka je to doživotna bruka, mrlja koja se ne može oprati. Sad, ono što mene interesuje, on s tim u vezi navodi, dakle, da su mnoge kolege rekli
bolesnici onkološki, samo da dovoljno dugo poživimo. I ja sam u to duboko ubeđena. Kakva je situacija? Recimo, 2017. godine, vi znate da ima ona platforma IZIS, gde su zapravo upisani svi pacijenti koji su pregledani u sekundarnim i tercijarnim zdravstvenim ustanovama i čijim nalazima mogu da priđu njihovi lekari opšte prakse. 166.000 je pregledano sa dijagnozom C, to je dijagnoza maligne bolesti, 2017. 174.000 2018. 181.000 2019. Sad, šta je paradoks? Vi znate da svaki pacijent bar jednom godišnje onkološki ode na kontrolu. Od tih 166, to je sve prevalenca, to nije incidenca, to nisu novo oboleli. Među njima su i novo oboleli i stari. 166.000 pacijenata iz 2017. U 2019. imate samo tih istih ljudi 90.000. Pa vi sad vidite koliko nas umire od malignih bolesti. Znači, mi smo kao jedna inicijativna grupa koja je apsolutno povezala broj ne samo obolelih od malignih bolesti. Molim vas, autoimune bolesti su u užasnom porastu. Sterilitet kod muškaraca dupliran posle NATO bombardovanja.
Da, govorite dakle o tom vremenu posle bombardovanja.
Tako je. Znači, mi smo tražili kao inicijativna grupa, jedna zaista ozbiljna grupa ljudi, nas nazivaju patriotskim naučnicima pojedinci, ali to je njihovo pravo, da se napravi nacionalni projekat gde će sve oblasti, fizičari, biolozi, molekularni biolozi, lekari, veterinari, jer veterijani su prvi videli da se nešto desilo posle bombardovanja i prvi ukazali da se rađaju nenormalne jedinke životinja. Znači, da se ispita detaljno to. Potpisan je 2018. godine u junu onaj čuveni sporazum 4 ministarstva i mi smo računali da će Ministarstvo za nauku pod pokroviteljstvom vlade raspisati jedan nacionalni projekat da konačno vidimo šta se zaista desilo. Pa ako se ispostavi da je to sve bilo super, možda tražimo od NATO da nas ponovo bombarduje. Ili da predložimo njihovim zemljama da sami sebe bombarduju jer su zdraviji, da bi bili zdraviji kao mi. Znači, to je nažalost izostalo. Sve ostalo su spekulacije. Znači, matematika mora da radi na kraju svakog ispitivanja. Mi smo napravili metodologiju, spremili ko će šta da radi, kako da ispituje, ko da ide na teren. Negde će biti potrebne ekshumacije. Ja sam ubeđena da nije slučajno što na celom Balkanu, baš upravo u Srbiji i Crnoj Gori raste broj obolelih. Šta se to desilo u Srbiji i Crnoj Gori što se nije desilo u ostalima u regionu? Pa upravo NATO bombardovanje. Da li su to, izvinjavam se, da li su to autoimune bolesti? Ja sam ubeđena da su naročito, možda čak osetljiviji od onkoloških bolesnika, upravo ljudi koji imaju u sebi neku vrstu autoimune bolesti i ne znaju često za to i upravo oni imaju najteže ove kliničke slike. I ja jedva čekam da se oni oporave i da ih zaista onda ispitaju kako treba naše kolege u smislu nekakve sistemske bolesti. A to su zapravo autoimune.
Kada smo kod te izloženosti uranijuma i povezanosti sa malignim bolestima, postoje tu različita mišljenja. Dakle, jako velika većina lekara, negde kao i vi, tvrdite dakle, da je upravo osiromašeni uranijum krivac za veliki broj pacijenata posle NATO bombardovanja obolelih od raka. Epidemiolog, na primjer, profesor dr. Zoran Radovanović, tvrdi da ne postoje indicije da je uranijum bio obogaćen ili osiromašen, prirodan, kako god, na bilo koji način povezan sa tumorima.
On može da tvrdi, ali ja ne znam kad je on poslednji put video nekog onkološkog bolesnika. Šta smo mi uradili u institutu za odnosno u klinici za neurohirurgiju? Moja koleginica Ljiljana Vujotić, i kolege sa hemije su objavili rad gde su dokazali 10 puta veću koncentraciju prirodnog uranijuma u krvi dece koje su obolele od malignih tumora na mozgu. Prirodnog uranijuma. A vi ne zaboravite, do 2000. godine, koliko ja znam, mi smo uvozili đubrivo koje nije imalo uranijuma u sebi iz Kine i Rusije. Posle 2000. godine, navodno, ali to sad moraju da potvrde ovi ljudi iz Ministarstva poljoprivrede, uvoženo je đubrivo koje ima u sebi prirodnog uranijuma. Da li je neko hteo nešto da sakrije ili ne, ja to ne znam. Činjenica je jedno, da mi možemo to dokazati ako dokažemo prisustvo osiromašenog uranijuma u tumorima koje operišemo. Da li sada, da li od pre 20 godina, za sve to je potrebno vreme, potreban je novac i potrebno angažovanje ljudi. Takva ispitivanja koja će dokazati ono što tvrdimo mi ili dokazati ono što tvrdi gospodin Radovanović, to može da se uradi samo na naučnoj osnovi. To ne možemo ovako pričati. Ja bih voljela da vidim tog medicinara koji je ikad prošao pored medicinskog fakulteta, koji će da stavi osiromašeni uranijum ili onaj projektil ili penetrator, kako ga mi zovemo, na sto u svojoj dnevnoj sobi da mu služi kao trofej.
S tim u vezi pročitaću, dakle, citat doktora Radovanovića koji tvrdi da je epidemija raka politička izmišljotina. Dakle, on kaže ovako: kolegama koji su pozvani da učestvuju u radu Komisije za ispitivanje posledica NATO bombardovanja po zdravlje građana, rekao sam da se politika menja i za godinu dana Vučić može da kaže, ulazeći u NATO, da su njega obmanuli da je osiromašeni uranijum kriv za rak i da je on kao političar bio žrtva lažnih informacija, a za stručnjaka je to doživotna bruka, mrlja koja se ne može oprati. Sad, ono što mene interesuje, on s tim u vezi navodi, dakle, da su mnoge kolege rekle da su se rukama i nogama borile da ne uđu u tu komisiju, da se ne bi brukali i tako dalje. Pitam vas, doktorka, da li je epidemija raka politička izmišljotina i s obzirom na to da učestvujete u svemu tome, dakle, da li se plašite te mrlje u karijeri, odnosno doživotne bruke, kako tvrdi doktor?
Ne plašim se apsolutno. Evo danas, u toku današnjeg dana, 25 dece se leči od malignih bolesti u Institutu za onkologiju i radiologiju Srbije. Znači, danas je došlo 25 dece da dobije terapiju u Institutu za onkologiju i radiologiju Srbije. Ja mislim da je to dovoljan dokaz. S druge strane, ne bih zaista žela da polemišem sa gospodinom Radovanovićem, on nije prisutan u studiju.
Ja bih vas samo podsjetila da je ovih dana ono što sebe naziva odgovornim, novim, kritičnim, nezavisnim medijima promovisalo spisak od nekih 300, navodno sada 500 lekara koji traže smenu hrabrih doktora iz kriznog štaba koji se bori protiv COVID-a u nemogućim uslovima. Nisam nikad čuo da su se oglasili o ovim netačnostima. Ja bih samo da vas podsjetim da Institut za javno zdravlje Batut, čiji se dakle doktorke herojski bore već mesecima, nikad nije proglasio epidemiju raka u Srbiji. To je jedna stvar, apsolutno nikad. I da te iste hrabre doktorke iz kriznog štaba su bile one koji su na početku epidemije još jednu dezinformaciju doktorke Danice Grujičić zaustavili kada je počelo da tvrdi da je virus najverovatnije izašao iz laboratorija američke vojske i to na nepolitičan i vrlo pametan način. Nikad neću zaboraviti kako je doktorka Darija Kisić-Tepavčević joj rekla niko pri pameti zdravoj ne bi koristio kao biološko oružje virus koji ne može sam da kontroliše. Broj porast slučajeva je u celom svetu veliki, situacija je ozbiljna, bio bi red da se i struka i javnost Srbije i ono što sebe zove progresivni i odgovorni mediji malo uozbilje. Ovaj rant juče nije prenešen na svu sreću ni na Tanjugu, ni na Pinku, kod njih je bilo mnogo više izveštaja o tome šta se dešavalo na NATO viku i šta nam je juče rekao gospodin Bilčik. Bez dužeg sada zadržavanja da se zahvalim još jednom gospodinu Dačiću, koji je inače jedan od najredovnijih visokih sagovornika Beogradske nedelje NATO, čovjek za čije mandata u stvari završen uspešno prvi ciklus individualnog akcionog partnerstva i usaglašen drugi ciklus. Ivice, vi ste pre nekih dana...
The second was started. A few days ago, you were accused of a severe heresy by some of these media in Serbia. I was shocked. So how is it possible that a man who's been in politics likes to be in power more than the opposition? So I'm glad that you were not accused of being a regular participant in Belgrade NATO weeks. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Jelena. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and pleased to be able to open the 8th Belgrade NATO Week together with distinguished speakers. I thank the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and Ms. Milic for the invitation. By organizing this gathering for the 8th year in a row, they provide us with an opportunity for an open and purposeful discussion on many important foreign policy and security issues of interest, not only for Serbia, but also for the region and wider. This gathering, in the years behind us, has established itself as a prestigious forum for an in-depth exchange of opinions and ideas between relevant participants and the general public. Our meeting today is certainly much different from the previous ones because it takes place in specific conditions caused by the global pandemic of the disease COVID-19. These circumstances make it impossible for us to gather in the same room, but they do not prevent us from preserving our contact and communication in the common interest in the conditions of physical distance, so we can consider some of the most important current topics. In that sense, this year's Belgrade NATO Week is a good opportunity to better analyze and look at many global, European, and regional issues and improve mutual understanding. Opening the NATO Week last year, which was held under the motto, "We are passing through walls," I pointed out that Serbia is trying to overcome and remove barriers. We remain on that position even today, even more convinced that connection, not separation and closure, without understanding concerns and interests of all actors of regional and global policy, is a real instrument of our future-oriented cooperation. During this government's term, which represents a continuity in political course since 2012, Serbia has further established itself on the international scene as a credible and reliable partner and exporter of security in the region, with proven willingness to share responsibility and burden of obligations in the wider international level in order to prevent security challenges. Serbia does not change its foreign policy priorities: protection of the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity, EU membership, promotion of regional cooperation, and fostering friendly and partnership relations with everyone on a global level, and clearly emphasizes them on the international stage in dialogue with everyone. Having in mind the results of the recent elections, there is no doubt that the new government, regardless of its specific composition, will continue to, in cooperation with the President of the Republic, successfully implement this foreign policy course, which significantly improved Serbia's international position and raised its reputation, and which I would like to emphasize, returned certain issues of essential national interest, primarily the issue of Kosovo and Metohija, to the focus of attention, with the indisputable fact that the so-called unilaterally declared independence of Kosovo is not a done deal, and that sustainable solutions in the interest of peace and stability can only be found through dialogue. Serbia strives to develop the best possible relations with everyone in a way that represents a two-way street and thus defends its state and national interests. EU membership and the realization of projected reforms is a strategic goal of Serbia, and the EU can never be complete without Serbia and the Western Balkans region. We actively participate in the concepts of EU security and defense policy that are available to us, not waiting for it to be our obligation when we become a member of the EU, but in solidarity today, we share the responsibility and burden of common obligations. The European integration process of the countries of the region is the best guarantee for lasting stability, and we therefore strongly support our neighbors' aspirations for EU membership and welcome any progress in this area. The adoption of new strategic documents, the Strategy of National Security and Defense, which is in line with the global strategy of the European Union, further confirms the European commitment of our country. By intensively launching regional topics, Serbia wants to contribute to the stability of the region and its accelerated economic growth through initiatives to increase investment and increase trade as a basis for accelerated economic development. Connection has no alternative, and it must overcome separation, because faster flow of people and capital is a guarantee of prosperity of the entire region and thus strengthening its stability in the long run. We are all aware that the relations between Serbia and NATO represent a delicate issue, burdened by the legacy of the past in the form of bombing of the former Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, but by the most powerful military alliance in the world, without the authorization of the UN Security Council, which is for us an act of aggression. We have different views on these events, and that is reality. At the same time, as I would like to emphasize, we have a responsibility and an obligation to make joint efforts to make the region permanently stable. The responsibility for this is universal. It is also in Serbia, its neighbors, the most powerful NATO countries, as well as the alliance as a whole, especially bearing in mind that it is present in the region and has a number of obligations established by the UN in preserving peace, security, and stability, relations with Kosovo and Metohija, and the fulfillment of the mandate from the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244. Serbia is very responsibly fulfilling its obligations, acting in accordance with the agreements reached, and rightly expecting others to do the same, to do it to the same extent. Partnership relations with NATO are an inseparable part of Serbia's overall foreign policy position and efforts to keep the region permanently stable. These relations are clearly defined and based on partnership cooperation in accordance with the policy of military neutrality of Serbia, without striving for membership in the alliance and other military alliances, but at the same time with openness to further improve political dialogue and practical cooperation with NATO in all areas of interest. Such cooperation undoubtedly progresses from year to year, which is especially contributed by continuous, direct, and frequent meetings at the highest political and military level, and certainly gatherings like this one today. Serbia is committed to further developing cooperation with the alliance, as well as with members and partners on a bilateral basis, which is two sides of the same coin. We have been doing this successfully since joining NATO's Partnership for Peace program in 2006 through various military and civilian projects. The partnership cooperation has continuity, so that last November, the procedure of adopting the second cycle of the Individual Partnership Action Plan, that is IPAP, between Serbia and NATO for the period of 2019 to 2021 was completed. The new IPAP is the continuity of the first cycle of IPAP, which has been successfully implemented, and many activities have found a place in the new document, given their long-standing character and the fact that they relate to the implementation of reforms in many social sectors. With the adoption of the second cycle of IPAP, the upward trend in relations, a high degree of intensity of partnership cooperation, and commitment to common goals was once again confirmed. I again emphasize, as in many previous occasions, that the policy of military neutrality of Serbia is never called into question. It remains our fundamental and recognizable position, which NATO, its members and partners, and other countries fully respect. Just as we respect the commitment of our neighbors and other countries to join NATO or other military alliances, we expect understanding for our cooperation with non-NATO countries. Our activities, the content of cooperation, including military and other exercises with non-NATO countries, are not to the detriment of our relations with NATO and member states, and vice versa. Our position is clear, we present it to everyone, and we are convinced that it is well understood, which shows the respect of our position by our partners in the international community. I'm convinced that NATO also shares our position that we are connected by a common interest in preserving peace and stability in the region. We expect the alliance to understand and support our priorities with understanding, which is especially true in Kosovo and Metohija, since the situation in the province is the main political and security challenge for Serbia. We believe that only a compromise solution reached through dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, and with the support of the international community, can ensure lasting peace and stability. We are convinced that any agreement in resolving open issues has a stimulating effect on maintaining peace and stability in the region. This is why it is very important that the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina continued after more than a year and a half. It is very important for Serbia to fully implement the mandate of KFOR in accordance with the Resolution 1244 and the VTS, which, as the only legal and legitimate military formation in the province, is an important guarantor of the Brussels Agreement and practically the only guarantor of security and survival of Serbs, their property, religious and cultural heritage of Kosovo and Metohija. This is why it is extremely important for us that KFOR remains in an undiminished composition in Kosovo and Metohija, as well as that it is status neutral and impartial in its activities. In this regard, we very much appreciate NATO's determination to assess the level and number of KFOR forces depending on the situation on the ground and not based on predetermined deadlines. Also, Serbia strongly opposes the transformation of the so-called Kosovo security forces into the so-called Kosovo armed forces because that violates UN Security Council Resolution 1244 and endangers regional and wider stability and creates the potential to cause instability or even worse, tensions and conflicts. This is why it is very important that such provocative and dangerous moves by Pristina meet with a clear and unequivocal condemnation of international factors. Of particular importance to us are guarantees that armed formations composed of Albanians cannot enter the north of the province without the consent of the KFOR commander and Serb leaders in the north, which has always been a move that carries with it the potential to escalate to unimaginable proportions. That is why we expect NATO, that is KFOR, to act preventively in order to prevent such actions in the north of Kosovo and Metohija, because it has a mandate for that. On this occasion, I would like to reiterate the importance of the fact that NATO and Serbia are directed at each other, and that despite the tragic paths and the bombing, the imperative of the future is joint engagement and cooperation, primarily for the stability of the region who live in it. Only in that way can the region be an area of lasting stability And I'm convinced that we all strive for that key goal without exception. So the only way is to strengthen cooperation and trust so that words are always translated into deeds and everything that is agreed in deeds is confirmed and implemented without exception and without conditioning. Thank you for your attention, and I wish to add, as Jelena said, during all these governments since 2012, we have opened a new path of cooperation and raised it to the highest possible level for countries without an aspiration to join NATO. And that is the path that we will stay on.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Minister. Now it is my great pleasure to give the floor to Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, Mrs. Weber Berger, who's an experienced diplomat. NATO Week always has speakers from the Baltic countries, and we always invite Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. Mrs. Weber Berger was also the ambassador of Latvia in Great Britain, and now Assistant Secretary. She advises the Secretary General about all things concerning public diplomacy, but she is also the head of the Department of Public Diplomacy that is communicating political and strategic decisions of the alliance itself. So once again, thank you very much for joining us today and addressing NATO Week participants. I hope that this is going to be a long-term cooperation that is starting today. We have also invited Ambassador Weber Berger to contribute to this conference with a keynote presentation. Now I'll give the floor to you for introductory words.
Can you please unmute your mic?
Go back. Is it okay now? Can you hear me? All right. Dobry dzień, Belgrade. Dear Ms. Milic, Minister Dacic, ambassadors, generals, ladies, gentlemen, let me start by thanking and commending the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies for organizing the NATO Week for already the 8th time. And we really enjoy this cooperation on our side, and a special thank yous to Ms. Milic personally. The Center has been one of the most trustful and engaged partner organizations in Serbia. And of course, its engagement with NATO and the work that it does benefits the partnership with the alliance and also promotes the lively discussion within Serbia. And that is the way we believe we do engage. We believe that it also, the Center's organized events and discussions promotes better understandings of our common goals among the civil society in Serbia and not only. And it also benefits our joint aims, which is to create the mutual understanding and overcome the gaps in the perceptions that we have. We welcome the participation of the government of Serbia, of the National Assembly and the General Staff in today's conference. It is a busy day and very full program. We perceive that our partnership with Serbia is a two-way process, and it's a dialogue and cooperation. NATO-Serbia's relations are based on mutually accepted framework, and that is the Individual Partnership Action Plan. It is in full compliance in respect of Serbia's foreign and defense policy orientations and aims, and it also benefits very practically to the joint work that we do. Let me also welcome the participation of many representatives of allied countries and thank them for the very important work they have been doing for NATO-Serbia's relations. Special thanks to the Netherlands Embassy as our contact point embassy. Veel dank, ambassadeur. And The benefits of this cooperation and of European and Euro-Atlantic integration for the countries in the region are, in our view, obvious. It strengthens the security and stability, it facilitates cooperation, and it promotes peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding. It also, in the same time, increases the attractiveness of the countries to foreign investors and helps growth the economy. So we do hope that existing differences can be solved by dialogue and that it will be the basis of win-win solutions. As demonstrated by the very useful survey that the Center of Euro-Atlantic Studies has done, there are still quite a number of gaps in the mutual perceptions and the perceptions of NATO-Serbian relations. We do hope that we can gradually bridge those gaps. And here, the engagement by civil society, open debate, and truthful information, facts, countering disinformation, plays a very important role. And it is our joint work to achieve that. Let me wish you a very successful conference today, fruitful discussions. I look forward to our discussion later, which will be about the way NATO counters disinformation. And it has been very clear that during the COVID times, the unprecedented pandemic, which we have made sure security crisis has not become, health crisis has not become a security crisis, it has also brought allies and partners much closer together. The challenges that we face, the stress and the strain on our health services, on the support of military to the civilians, to the medical services, it has very clearly shown that we are in it together. And I think that this will help also for bridging the gaps between NATO and Serbian perceptions and bringing us closer in a partnership for joint interests. Thank you very much.
Hvala vam, gospođo Baže. Ja pozivam sve koji
Thank you, Mr. Baže. I would like to remind all those who are following us on YouTube and others that we will soon have a keynote presentation regarding disinformation and the way NATO combats it. Now we're going to introduce Vladimir Marinkovic, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Republic of Serbia. Our public opinion survey shows that our citizens generally hear about NATO and Serbia's relations from politicians like Mr. Marinkovic and Mr. Dačić, first Deputy Prime Minister, and not via media, who are generally the ones who should cover it extensively. So I would like to invite Mr. Vladimir Marinkovic to address us. I would like to once again welcome Mr. Ivica Dačić, who's Deputy Prime Minister, His Excellency Ambassador of Kingdom of Netherlands, and you, Mrs. Milic. I would like to thank you for the excellent work that you've been doing in the interest of general development of our country. Now, what I had the chance to see, since I was unable to join you yesterday during the first day of the conference, is that there are several very encouraging information stemming from your public opinion survey concerning the trust and confidence of the citizens when it comes to cooperation between Serbia and NATO and the Western world in general. We see that according to the findings of your survey, there are some 14% of our citizens who are still undecided, and we have to work with them in order to promote the facts and information in the interest of that cooperation. The NATO Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and similar NGOs can always assist in this process, but those of us who are actually in the government and in charge of promotion of foreign policies of our country, we should work harder on promoting cooperation between NATO and Serbia, not just in terms of security and defense and security in the region, as First Deputy Prime Minister Dačić mentioned, is a crucial issue for the Western Balkans area, but other aspects of cooperation with NATO relating to science, education, economy, all these issues are of strategic importance for Serbia. And they, of course, reflect in the foreign direct investments, because when foreign investors decide whether to invest in a country, the level of cooperation with the NATO is sometimes even the most decisive aspect of determining whether the country is actually offering a positive environment for investments. Cooperation with NATO always means stability. It means that the country has reached a high level of democracy, human rights, economic and all other rights, which is crucially important. And it will, of course, be important for the further development of a country in the forthcoming years. What is also crucially important, what I would like to mention, is the role of United States when it comes to the development of our region and the stability in our region. And I have to express my great pleasure in concerning the approach of the new American administration to the Western Balkans region. The special envoy of the President Trump, Mr. Grenell, has introduced a new spirit and a new energy into the dialogue of Belgrade and Pristina, and considerably contributed for deblocking the dialogue after the long time period of a stalemate, and certainly contribute to the final solution, a compromise solution, or at least, as you say, enable both sides to be creative and come up with a solution that will, as President Vučić says, would make both sides equally dissatisfied. Of course, the role of KFOR is very important. This is something that additionally motivates us to closely collaborate with NATO and ensure the continuity of this cooperation and promote it to the highest possible level for a country that is formally declared as neutral and does not have an ambition to become member of NATO, which is our current position of our country. And considering our global geopolitical situation, everything that is taking place in the region and out of it, the challenges of the COVID pandemic, all this shows that everything can change in a matter of a day. So cooperation with the United States, cooperation with NATO, regardless of this difficult situation we are facing during times of the epidemic, I think this is a proper time to intensify the cooperation and raise it to a high level. So Mr. Dačić himself has always supported further strategic partnership between United States and Serbia. And Serbia believes that Serbia deserves to be a United States strategic partner, that Serbia is the best friend that United States can have in this region, although perception might differ. So we try to work to prove this and raise our relations to the levels before the two world wars or between the wars. This is why we cooperate in the field of energy. United States has aspirations, desire, and trust to assist Serbia in the energy sector, not just Serbia, but the entire region. So this is the area where we have to work further to diversify our energy sources and enable Serbia for make our economy more sustainable and ensure our national integrity. Since this cooperation would lead to ensuring the basic resources for the functioning of the state of economy, but in short, it will not depend solely on Russian Federation, but also energy sources would come from other countries, which is important for our national integrity and geopositioning and political future of Serbia. Also, something that is important to mention, we see that we are going to have a large number of people coming from different countries, different think tank organizations, very well-established, prominent organizations that can certainly help Serbia in further Euro-Atlantic integrations. When it comes to accession to EU, cooperation with NATO, United States in particular. And this shows that actually CSOs are very proactive when it comes to finding solutions on a global level. So let us use this upcoming months of the United States interest for Serbia and for region to take a decisive step forward. Of course, we cannot do all that much before the United States elections, but we do need to send our invitation, not just from Belgrade, but Pristina, from all the countries of the region, to invite Washington to be more present here, because their proactive role has already moved things forward, and they have already started to resolve certain outstanding issues on the global level. So all the initiatives coming from Trump's administration, mini Schengen, trade cooperation, etc., is the first step forward towards finding a compromise solution, as Mr. Dacic mentioned. Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies needs to be thanked for supporting the policies and continuity of the dialogue and supporting something that is called so-called hybrid war or disinformation, fake news, but always underlining the facts, the situation in the field, and everything that can lead to sustainable final solution, compromise solution. Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and similar think tanks can certainly contribute in this enormously. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be in such a prominent group of people to discuss issues that have a key importance for the future of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Marinkovic. I know this is later week, and all the upcoming panels relate to cooperation between NATO and Serbia, but since you mentioned the United States as a prominent partner, as the vital partner for the Western Balkans, I think one of the best results of the public opinion survey is that, thanks to you, among others, 65% of citizens of Serbia are in favor in the fields of economy, security, and defense with United States. This is exceptional results for all in the Balkans. This is win-win situation for European Union and for all the countries of the Balkans, and of course for United States. There's 14% of those who are undecisive, and this is an incredibly important result that we shouldn't just go by just like that. Now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Ploch. We have heard that the Embassy of Kingdom of the Netherlands is a contact point embassy of NATO this year. So thank you once again for organizing this event. You're also EU member state, so let me congratulate you for your success of the EU Council and the historical compromise that was reached. This is a good lesson for the citizens of Serbia to see what compromise truly means and what it means when different countries manage to articulate their individual interests and find common compromise. Comments on the social society networks. Well, Croatia got all that much money and all the countries of the Western Balkans received so little. So this is a kind of impetus for all of us to strive to become members of EU. So thank you, Your Excellency. Can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Ms. Milic, Mr. Minister, Mr. Vice Speaker, dear audience, participants. I realize it must take quite an effort to organize a conference under these difficult circumstances. But it's an important and timely subject. And moreover, the organizers are quite experienced and tough. So thank you very much, Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies and Mrs. Milic for this. And the Netherlands is quite happy to be able to contribute financially to this conference, not only in the capacity of a dedicated NATO member state, but especially since we are this year, as you already mentioned, the contact point embassy in Belgrade for 2020. Now, at the beginning of this year, we were planning quite a full program with activities in partnership with the military liaison office under General Vitale and, of course, the Serbian authorities. We were planning to enhance the cooperation between NATO and Serbia, which is not that difficult since we share many goals. Let me mention as one example, international peacekeeping missions. We were also planning to have an in-depth dialogue with the Serbian public on NATO, which is necessary because, as has already been mentioned, there's quite a negative perception of the organization. But then COVID came around and everything changed, and priorities changed. It became difficult to organize conferences. We couldn't travel anymore. But COVID offers opportunities as well, since real defense, I think, should not only cope with military threats, but also other threats. High on the agenda nowadays is cyber. We also have terrorism, migration, and of course, diseases. And I think NATO is in a very good position to cooperate to combat COVID-19 as well. Let me mention just one specific structure within NATO, which is the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, which is a terribly long name, but it has an important function, since it aims to coordinate logistics and medical demands in this case. As an example, the Netherlands provided air transport for medical equipment that Montenegro has bought in China, and they couldn't transport that back home to Montenegro. The COVID crisis thus offers opportunities as well to work together. And we aim to pursue this dialogue with the Serbian authorities as well. And of course, the Netherlands Embassy will also continue our discussions with Serbian civil society in order to provide the Serbian public with facts about NATO. We will continue to support organizations like yours, Mrs. Milic, in bringing the international debate to Belgrade. And we will continue our efforts as ourselves as well to bring the discussion into Serbia itself when it comes to perceptions of NATO. I think it's terribly important to hear the voice of the Serbian public, what they really think about NATO, and to be able to enter into a discussion on that. Let me stress one more point, and that is, of course, the sovereignty of states when it comes to their own defense. Every state has its own legitimacy, its own policy, its own history, its own perspectives. Now, Serbia, as the minister already mentioned, pursues the goal of military neutrality. And I'm so happy to see that this doesn't mean isolation. On the contrary, it entails an international security agenda with cooperation with many international security partners, among which the EU and NATO. And especially in times like these, that is terribly important. And I'm happy to see that this conference also contributes to that. So let me end by wishing everyone here a terribly fruitful and in-depth discussion on NATO and military cooperation. Thank you so much.
Vama, ambasadore, i sada na kraju, ali nipošto ne manje važno, ja bih odmah dala reč.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I'm going to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador of the United States to Serbia, Mr. Anthony Godfrey. Thank you very much for joining us, maintaining this continuity in the openings of NATO week conferences. Your Excellency, please take the floor.
Hi, and thank you very much for having me on the program. I want to thank you for the kind introduction and congratulate you, as well as everybody else has, on your 8th consecutive year, highlighting the value of Serbia's partnership with NATO. Good morning and thank you to Foreign Minister Dacic, Vice President Marinkovic, Ambassador Plug, and Ambassador Braže. You've all well identified Serbia's partnership with NATO as clearly beneficial to both Serbia and NATO. On a personal note, I'd like to congratulate Jelena on the acceptance of her master's degree, and this has been a very busy time for you, so I really admire your ability to focus. But as everyone watching is aware, the United States is but one of 30 allies that comprise the NATO alliance. I'm not certain, however, that the Serbian public always makes the distinction. The Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies is doing the challenging work to inform the Serbian public about the facts and to highlight some of the disinformation present in the public domain. And despite our complicated history, we are making progress together. Progress that improves the prospects for regional stability and furthers Serbia's European integration. So I'd like in particular to thank my good friend, Parliament Vice President Vladimir Marinkovic, for highlighting how we are working to change the perceptions of NATO and of the United States in the minds of many Serbians. And I think we are making good success there. But in my brief time allotted here, I'd like to highlight that, as is the case with seemingly everything in Brussels, NATO's partnership with Serbia is a product of consensus. That consensus, I might add, is reflected in the Serbian government's own goals for its partnership with NATO. Your panels today, I'm sure, will highlight the many ways that the alliance and Serbia are working together to achieve our shared goals, to include disaster response, science for peace, interoperability, and demilitarization, to name a few items in the recently adopted second cycle of the Individual Partnership Action Plan. So I want to underscore that these activities are also precisely aligned to my own country's goals for Serbia, many of which we support financially, both directly and through the Alliance's Trust Fund. These goals exist to help Serbia on its chosen path towards European integration. So Jelena, thank you again to you and your CEAS team, and I look forward to a very warm discussion.
Hvala vam. Ovim bi završili jedan
Thank you very much. So this would be a closing of a very heated introductory address, because we are not using air conditioning. So it is quite hot in this room. So we are looking forward to discussions that will be in this very nature. Yesterday, we had the chance to hear the introduction of to the findings of public opinion survey relating to the media coverage, as well as public opinion concerning topics of NATO cooperation with the United States and Russia. So I think that our online participants will find this very much interesting. We will hear it on the second panel. So once again, thank you.
Može? Dobar dan svima.
Hello, everyone. We are now continuing. My name is Nemanja Starović. I will have the honor and privilege of moderating the following panel. Here we will represent the results of two public opinion polls carried out by the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies in cooperation with the Center for Free Elections and Democracy. So we have this Serbia and West topic, and we have media monitoring carried out during the emergency situation in the country, which coincided with the election campaign. I would like to ask Mr. Klacher from CESID to tell us about the most important results of the Serbia and West research. Mr. Klacher, the floor is yours. Thank you, Nemanja. Thank you, Jelena, and your team for being a part of this event. Since we have little time, I will try to present only the most important things, driven mainly by this morning's speeches of your guests. And I would like to say hello to all the guests who are with us today. And I will share the English version of the presentation. I believe that it will be easier for everyone to follow this, and I will try to bring out the main messages of this research in the following 10 minutes. The first information is that the research was done by phone. The reason was the fact that we are currently fighting the coronavirus. The research was carried out with adults, representative samples of 1,000 citizens in Serbia between 17th and 26th of June. So let's start with the important information regarding the EU. Support for the EU at this time is around half of the Serbian population. So around half would vote for EU membership right now. These trends are stable, have been so for 2 or 3 years, and this is something that may be encouraging in this moment, regardless of the expectations for this percentage to be higher. 31% opposes the accession to the EU, and this is the lowest number since we've been cooperating with the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies on these polls. Support for the EU is the lowest among the older population and people with only finished elementary school. Only 9% would vote for joining NATO. This is also a stable trend that we can see since 2018. Roughly around 1/10 of the population would vote for Serbia's membership in NATO. The largest percentage of those who would support it is in Belgrade, and this is 14%. Today, 72% of responders are oppose NATO, and 19% do not have an opinion. We have two open questions now. One is why someone would vote in favor of Serbia joining NATO, which was responded by people who support membership, and the second question was open, why people would not vote for Serbia joining NATO. The first and most important reason for membership is security. 41% say that this is a key reason, and 22% because this is better for us. This was an open question, which is why we defined answers based on what people said in their own responses. So what would prevent people from supporting NATO and Serbia as a member? This is NATO bombing. 63% state this as the key reason. In the last poll in 2019, this was 57%. So at this moment, the percentage does not matter since it is more or less similar and predominant relative to all other answers that we had. Regarding Kosovo, we had several questions, and I will present two most important ones. One question was in cooperation with the Center this we have had since 2018, and this regards the potential delineation between Kosovo and Serbia, and if this was this was something supported by the president and the government and the Western partners such as the EU and the US. Right now, 29% of responders would support the delineation. This is somewhat less, 10% less than previous year. 54% would be against this delineation, and 6% would not vote in this kind of referendum. We will see whether these data will be a trend or an exception, since this research was carried out in the week when the topic of continuation of negotiations was opened. And maybe a part of those people were driven by that factor. So what we felt, and Jelena will probably have the opportunity of saying more, there is an ambivalent relation regarding the past. We have this information concerning the perception of people in Serbia in relation to Kosovo and Serbian civilian victims in 1999. And the most important data is the largest bar in the presentation, which states that people in Serbia cannot tell the number of civilian victims in 1999. 53% of people do not know anything about the number of Kosovo civilian victims, and cannot say anything about Serbian civilian victims. So people need to be informed about this. And an important conclusion is that people in Serbia believe that Serbian civilian victims in 1999 were more numerous than Kosovo victims. Since there will be a KFOR panel, these results should be heard at the panel and discussed there. And I will conclude with a few key pieces of information regarding the perception of the relations between the US and Serbia. An important piece of information is something that Jelena mentioned in her introductory speech, which is that 65% or 2/3 of people in Serbia are in favor of deepening of cooperation with the US in the areas of economy, security, and defense. 14% are neutral, and 18% are not in favor of such closer cooperation. This is very encouraging. I believe that we will have the opportunity to examine it further in the years ahead. Another important finding is that people in Serbia have noticed a change in the US policy towards Serbia. Currently, 40% of responders believe that the US policy towards Serbia has improved. This is the largest percentage since we've carried out these polls. 44% say that their policy is the same, and only 5% think that these policies have deteriorated. Another important piece of information mentioned this morning also was that Serbian citizens have noticed that their pro-American rhetoric has changed in Serbia over the past year. So there has been an increase in something that we have called this pro-American rhetoric. 28% of responders have recognized it in the media, 7% haven't recognized it in social media, but 15% have seen it in the addresses of government officials and politicians, and 8% in the statements of opposition politicians. So people think that the government supports the US more than the opposition. The most contentious issue preventing Serbia from establishing a close partnership with the USA is, according to 36% of responders, this is Kosovo. 26% say that this is Serbia's close links with Russia and China, and 15% talk about the bombing of Serbia in 1999. So I will conclude with the slide inspired by the start of this day related to depleted uranium. So this narrative that was created in the public has affected public perception in Serbia. And when you look at this graph, you can see that the great majority of people in Serbia believe that, more or less, that depleted uranium caused an epidemic of cancer. 59% believe that this is the main reason. 34% believe that it has played some part in the epidemic. And this is not affected by the fact that people see that Batut has never declared a cancer epidemic. What we need to work on is this yellow part of this graph, of this chart. 41% of people in Serbia does not know whether there has been a cancer epidemic declared in Serbia. So I think I fit in these 10 minutes, and everything that can be interesting we will be able to discuss today and in the coming days, and the poll will be made public, so all esteemed guests will be able to learn about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Klacher. I hope you're staying with us. We have. So I will just ask Ms. Milic to say something about these results. So far already, last night and this morning, I have said what the most important results are for me. As Boyan said, I would like to say also that this research was carried out towards the end of the election campaign, where there was an intensification in the talks that the dialogue would continue. And I would like to remind our foreign colleagues, above all, who believe that the authoritarian regime of President Vučić has, in these illegitimate circumstances, and people say that he can just deliver Kosovo without any concessions and approvals in Serbia. So all of them should see something. The best compromise for Serbia, which would keep us on an European integration path. So this correction of the administrative line has lower support than before, probably as part of the revolt of some circles in Serbia against the West. And probably the majority of the majority of the party in power now is part of its policy, its predominant policy. But I think they don't have the majority for an acceptable compromise, and this is not something that is easy to carry out, as some think in the West and in Serbia. So this is hypocritical if you claim on one hand that democracy in Serbia is in a poor state. On the other hand, you expect someone who has strong influence, which is legitimate in Serbia, for all policies that are implemented, to deliver Kosovo, when we see that he does not have support for that. So another thing that is very important, which is something that I would like to mention, this is a research of how some media recognize some of these trends, positive and negative. So if you can see, yes, in the media, the most important media in Serbia, the most influential, are Pink TV and Happy TV. So they heard about these positions from the government. So only 3% heard it from colleagues in the civil society. So this should be the most logical part of the Serbian public scene, which should promote and support and recognize the approach to the West. Of these 28% who learned about it in the media, if you look at it, at how the Voice of America reported, Deutsche Welle and Radio Free Europe, I'm free to say that not only did they not notice this trend of improved rhetoric which came from the ruling elite, but they ignored it and obstructed it thereby. And I don't know what can be the reason for this exactly. We heard yesterday a lesson about facts as the key element and relevance of the quality of media. We heard about the prevalence of media, and I think it is disproportionately bad in these media, which are still presented as quality, high quality, and I think they are irresponsibly biased, and I think this will be amended soon. Without any further ado, we have our most important panel, I think, with all due respect for everyone else. This is the talk between the KFOR commander and um, the Chief of General Staff. So now I would just like to give the floor to my colleague Anja.
Thank you, Jelena. I don't have too much time, so I'd just like to thank you and Milovanovic, who was the coordinator together with the students who participated in implementing the survey. I'll be really brief because we know that K4 is waiting for us already to join us. We conducted this survey from April to June. This year, students from the Faculty of Political Sciences together with our team of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies implemented the survey, and we have monitored portals, television programs and radio programs, 45 portals, over 20 television and 20 radio shows. In terms of internet portals, United States, Russia, and NATO were best covered by television, Dialogue Belgrade and Pristina, humanitarian assistance for COVID epidemic, most positive texts and coverage related to China, and most negative to United States. The narrative that is mostly represented is the one concerning the United States, where Russia was present in only 16% of cases, China 10%, donations is a narrative that was present in 8%, specific topics in portals, epidemic was most covered, which is understandable. Concerning the epidemic curve, the various precautionary measures, etc. Dialogue Belgrade and Pristina was covered by 13%, and the large percentage was covered by humanitarian assistance, military assistance in 9%, geopolicy in 6%. Monitoring covered assessment of tone of texts concerning relevant international actors, positive, negative, neutral, or existence or non-existence of bias in dominant discourse. The best treatment were received by Russia and China, mostly positive. In terms of EU, 22% of cases were positive. In 11% of cases, US was reported in a positive tone. 1 out of 10 texts were concerning United States, mostly neutral tone. In terms of television shows, majority of narratives related to the epidemic United States and EU. Main narrative was the emergency situation in Serbia concerning COVID, situation in Montenegro and the economy, conflict between Montenegrin government and Serbian Orthodox Church was among the most dominant topics. The mostly positive coverage was relating to China, EU in 23%, 15% was United States and Russia. NATO was not covered as a topic. In terms of radio programs, positive reporting mostly concerning Russia, neutral in terms of the United States, radio station that mostly reported on the news events was Radio Belgrade. Radio programs generally report positively about Russia, and 44%, and in China, 34%. United States was reported in neutral tone, about 40%. Donations were always positively reported, mostly by Russian Union, Russian Federation, but also China, humanitarian aid. Of course, it was generally represented as humanitarian assistance was actually assistance purchased from China. As the narrative, the United States is mentioned in 1/4 of the analyzed text on the portals, 22 radio shows and 140 television programs. Good relations between Serbia and the United States are giving us hope that this trend is going to grow. And in our survey, neutral texts are predominant, 72% from the portals and 78% on the radio, some 80% of television shows. Neutral trends can be interpreted in such a way that media are getting more objective in their reporting. They're more cautious when it comes to criticism towards the United States, and they're also covering positive changes in the United States administration's attitudes towards Serbia. I'd like to thank Deputy Director of Centar evroatlantske, and I would like to say that Mr. Milovanovic, I apologize to Mr. Milovanovic that he will not be able to give them the floor to contribute to the further elaboration on the findings, but I would like to thank him and all other participants in conducting this survey. Let me just say one sentence and say that I absolutely agree with what Mr. Milic said in terms of an analysis of the findings of our survey, because she herself participates in many radio and television shows. I have to agree with her that the most contribution to changing the tone in the coverage of the United States and the NATO cooperation with Serbia comes from think tanks and prominent government personalities, while international media like Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, and others do not contribute at all, I'd say. In the forthcoming panel, we'll be able to hear from Chief of Staff of the Serbian Army, General Milan Mojsilovic, and Commander KFOR, General Michele Risi. So I would like to invite moderator John Campello, Chief of Operations of the Security Network, to take over the moderation of our upcoming panel.
Good morning. I want to get right to this, what Jelena called the most important session of the day. I'm very happy to be joined by two experienced and distinguished military commanders who will be able to share their thoughts today on a very important issue of how the global pandemic is affecting their ability to do their jobs. So I'm very happy to be joined today by General Milan Mojsilovic and Major General Michele Risi. Generals, thank you for joining. I want to keep my comments and the introductions to a minimum because I think it's more important to spend time listening to your discussions. But I think it is important to point out General Mojsilovic, the Chief of the General Staff of the Serbian Armed Forces, has had a distinguished career spanning over 34 years of many operational assignments, rising up through the ranks, and have included tours at NATO, serving as the representative at the NATO mission from 2013 to 2017, and also as Assistant Defense Minister for Policy from 2017 to 2018, prior to taking on this his role as Chief of the General Staff. And of course, Major General Risi is the 24th Commander of Kosovo Forces, also has an extremely distinguished career, operationally served in many assignments, including Afghanistan, Mozambique, and staff tours, including peacekeeping operations. So again, I want to jump directly into the discussion with our distinguished panel, because I think it's important to understand how this global pandemic has complicated their missions to provide security in Kosovo. So General Musilovic, if you would, welcome, and it's a pleasure to see you.
Vaše ekscelencije,
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, dear General Rizzi, Di Capello, it is my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Serbian Armed Forces and on my own behalf. At the very start, I would like to thank Mrs. Milic and her team from Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies for their invitation to participate in this conference and the possibility to present the latest activities relating to combating the pandemic and be able to discuss with Mr. Rizzi or Major General Rizzi the issues of cooperation between KFOR and Serbian Armed Forces and future progress of our cooperation, which is of crucial importance for the stability and security of not just Kosovo, but Serbia as a whole. If we can talk about the beginning of the pandemic in Serbia, since 16th of March, Serbia army supporting the civilian government relating to various containment measures, including the implementation of a state of emergency. Army implemented over 2,000 of their members per day in implementing of various activities. We established 18 monitoring facilities for assistance and help concerning our citizens who found themselves abroad when the epidemic started. We organized evacuation of our citizens from all around the world to enable them to return to their native country. We secured 14 state border crossings. We intensified monitoring of asylum centers and reception centers for asylum seekers and migrants, over 20 of them. Securing over 50 healthcare institutions across Serbia, securing over 150 institutions, so social welfare and similar across Serbia, enabling accommodation of the patients with mild symptoms in over 200 to 5,000 of them in various facilities. Of course, we provided additional security of several social welfare institutions, healthcare centers, and over 60 locations across the country. In implementation of all these activities, we were supported directly by the Russian Federation Armed Forces through the engagement of our joint civilian assistance team, and we also had assistance from the medical teams from China. We also received medical assistance from European Union. And we were not directly helped, but it was extremely important for us that we received plane transfers from Somalia of our medical teams, of our colleagues from Germany, exchange of expertise in fighting against COVID were the topics in our formal communication with the Chief of Staff of Romania, Hungary, North Macedonia during the first wave of the epidemic, as well as establishing communication with General Graziani from EU and joint NATO forces in Naples and Milvo. We participated in assisting civilian governments in combating COVID. Even after 11th of May, after the state of emergency was lifted, in the Republic of Serbia, unfortunately, from that period up to the present day, we have all witnessed that the number of infected is growing and the COVID epidemic is still raging across Serbia. This, of course, presents additional burden to our healthcare system. We were requested by the crisis response teams, both locally and nationally, to raise our assistance and providing further security for the healthcare centers in Novi Sad, Pazar, Belgrade, Sjenica, Niš, and recently Kragujevac. On different tasks combating COVID, there's over 500 members of the Serbian army deployed directly or indirectly for implementing prescribed procedures and timely reaction on all the levels. We have ensured the stability of the command chain of the Serbian army, and we have successfully implemented all requested tasks. Combating the epidemic will remain our priority in forthcoming period as well. I have to share with you that Serbian armed forces dedicated themselves fully to assisting civilian government in combating COVID, but we also had a special task relating to protection containment measures concerning the members of Serbian armed forces. And so we undertake special measures in these extraordinary circumstances because we had to undertake measures concerning our members in international peacekeeping missions because the various mandates deadlines were changed. So we had to ensure that transfer either there or back to Republic of Serbia. Various activities concerning assisting the civilian governments encompassed securing land security zone and administrative borders implemented together with international peacekeeping forces in Kosovo and Metohija. I have to say that I believe that Serbian armed forces has very professional cooperation with KFOR based on established procedures of conduct along the administrative line. We jointly implement tasks before Serbian armed forces and KFOR. This is maintaining peace and security on both sides of the administrative line, ensuring security and freedom of movement for all the citizens, not just in Kosovo, but much broader than that. I think the security situation in Kosovo is relatively stable. I do believe that KFOR, on the grounds of the resolution 1224, is a key factor of peace and stability in Kosovo and Metohija. Any reduction of KFOR presence in Kosovo, we believe, would be detrimental to the level of security already achieved. This is why we firmly believe that permanent contact and maintaining communication between Serbian armed forces and KFOR ensures stability and peace in Kosovo, and we are very much committed to improving communication and cooperation that will lead to protection of Serbian population in Kosovo, as well as Serbian cultural and historical heritage in the territory of Kosovo. Cooperation with KFOR and NATO is for Serbian armed forces the activity of key importance ever since we established the cooperation to the present day. We implemented over 8,000 joint activities. On the grounds of military technical agreement, we have established regular meetings on all levels. I think one of the key activities on the ground are reconnaissance missions and control that is implemented jointly, over 4,200 of them. Establishing lines of communication enable continuous exchange of information, whether they relate to emergency response situations or ongoing communication. We also conduct periodical communication meetings. All our contacts are implemented in accordance with the regular schedule, but both myself and the commander of KFOR have the possibility to hear each other, speak to each other whenever there is a pressing need. So a little statistical data in continuous cooperation between KFOR and Serbian Armed Forces. 67 official formal telephone communications were conducted. Since I became Chief of Staff to the present day, 32 such direct communication was conducted, which shows the intensity of exchange of information and care that is committed to both observing and monitoring all the activities that are of importance for both Serbian Army and KFOR, and in general peace and stability in the region. But this has contributed also that my communication directly with Michele Rizzi is conducted in a higher intensity due to the situation relating to COVID pandemic, in order to ensure preventive measures were implemented. I have certainly offered all the assistance KFOR requires concerning combating the epidemic, if they should see it fit. I would also like to express my gratitude to Commander of KFOR because they have donated to Serbian citizens in Kosovo and Metohija humanitarian aid and hygienic assistance that is required to ensure containment measures to be implemented. So certainly Serbian Armed Forces is committed for further cooperation with KFOR because we firmly believe that this is going to contribute to ensuring stability and peace in the region, bearing in mind the current situation. We are very much in favor for KFOR to continue their deployment in the Kosovo and Metohija in undiminished capacity in line with 1244 resolution and all other international treaties. And we believe that in the forthcoming period, and I have absolutely no doubt that We will continue having excellent cooperation with KFOR and their commander in line with international treaties and agreements. We need transparency in everything we do for security and peace in order to prevent any kind of incidents and misunderstandings taking place. And I do believe that as partners, our relations are based on trust and confidence in one another's abilities. I think that our future cooperation will also be focused on some of the priorities areas in terms of improving dialogue and partnership with KFOR on the grounds of common values, reciprocity, understanding, and for the joint benefits in order to ensure the dialogue, political dialogue taking place on the political level is to be carried out according to the primary requirement of ensuring peace and stability, not just in Kosovo and Metohija, but across Serbia and the region. Once again, thank you for your invitation. I would like to once again to welcome our dear friend Michele and this chance to speak to him on this very important topic. Thank you once again.
Thank you, General Vasilovic, for those comments. It sounds like the Serbian armed forces are keeping quite busy and that this is a challenging time. General Risi, I'd like to turn to you immediately. And if you could make your comments.
Okay, let me greet first of all General Mojsilovic and our moderator, John Capello, along with all attendees of this very interesting panel. So since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic in Kosovo, late March, KFOR staff and I have tried to understand, first of all, the magnitude of the phenomenon and its implications for the operation. Of course, we immediately realized that our posture should have been adapted to ensure continuity of business and at the same time the health of the force. We have been constantly informed and supported by our chain of command, from Joint Forces Command Naples to the NATO headquarters. We received ad hoc funds to adjust our structure, provide our troops with personal protection equipment, and of course, we have constantly taken into consideration our the recommendations from the World Health Organization. I have directed to adapt KFOR posture and activities to this new norm through the implementation of preventative measures aimed at enabling mission continuity, protecting KFOR soldiers, but especially, I have to say, all the population in Kosovo we serve. Such measures, of course, included social distancing between soldiers during the activities, inside the bases, and resort many times to VTC for staff meetings. A major challenge was to adapt our health services, increasing the number of doctors and starting the implementation of a laboratory that, by the way, was funded very quickly by NATO. Thanks to such measures and the ongoing adaptation, never KFOR's mandate as UN as of 1999, by the way, to contribute in an impartial way to a safe and secure environment of freedom has been put in question. Our modus operandi, based on continuous conduct of framework security operations, accompanied by the liaison and monitoring teams' activities that feel the pulse of the local civilians, has been instrumental to reassure them and to anticipate potential sources of instability. The outbreak of COVID-19 has been for KFOR, and it is still an unprecedented and complex challenge. And all our efforts are directed to ensure that a health crisis does not turn into a security crisis. The world's economy may shrink because of the virus, and this is a matter of concern for the institutions in Kosovo and for the international community. We, as KFOR, are therefore directly supporting the local response to COVID-19 through deliveries of personal protection equipment to public health facilities and police stations throughout Kosovo. We are doing this in close coordination, of course, with the institutions, and we are continuing to raise the citizens' awareness about the virus threat through different media of the information domain. I have also personally engaged with all relevant authorities to promote cooperation for the benefit of all citizens in Kosovo. I convened the mayors of Mitrovica North and Mitrovica South to call upon local communities to abide by the preventative measure to contain the spread of COVID-19. We agreed that cooperation is paramount importance as the virus knows no nationality, borders, or ethnic backgrounds. Moreover, I took part as impartial guarantor to an initiative promoted by the Italian embassy, which brought together the ministers of health of Belgrade and Pristina and opened another valuable channel of cooperation to protect people amidst COVID-19 emergency. KFOR, I have to say, played an important role also in NATO's global response to COVID-19. Our logistic and civil military cooperation assets facilitate the delivery of aid provided in the framework of bilateral agreements with Kosovo by allied countries of KFOR, such as Italy, Poland, Turkey, and the United States, and partner nations like Austria. So I have to admit that KFOR performance during this period has been outstanding, and especially the steady contribution of all the troop contributing nations has been incredibly important. The cooperation that was highlighted with General Mojsilovic, that was intensified during this period, also played a crucial role to avoid tensions among the communities. And again, let me thank again General Mojsilovic for his support.
Thank you, generals, both for sharing your thoughts and your observations about how your organizations are dealing with the crisis. I wonder if we could maybe drill just a little deeper, because this type of General Risi, you mentioned that it's a complex and unprecedented. The Dutch ambassador said the same thing, and this has been in many respects an academic discussion for so long, or a topic for tabletop exercises. But maybe you could share with us some of the challenges that both of your organizations are facing in maintaining operational capability and continuity, especially with respect to maintaining security within Kosovo. General Mojsilovic.
Možda za mene ambijent.
The environment was maybe much easier in comparison with KFOR, since the forces deployed in a KFOR mission, the preparations, rotations depend on national contributors. Maintaining operative capabilities in the area relating to deployment and training during COVID epidemic were not interrupted, but they were implemented in very contained conditions, which required additional planning, additional financial allocations, with interruption and changes to my military ambitions concerning some daily regular activities. We have not interrupted deployment of our units that required continuity, like for example, in the land security zones. We gave them our commanders in the field additional instructions that some of the units will remain deployed longer than initially planned. You know, the protection of airspace and sovereignty of the Republic of Serbia in airspace is the segment that does not recognize neither pandemic nor viruses, but simply presents before you are tasked to ensure that this mission is implemented regardless of all the circumstances. So I had to implement a certain quarantine and isolation measures for the units within the military barracks. Either entry or exit or the members of the forces were prohibited, and their movement was controlled. You probably heard that the garrison in the North Republic of Serbia was placed in complete quarantine, not in Bačka Topola because the virus entered, but rather to prevent the virus from entering into that particular barracks, because that would certainly inhibit and hinder our work. It was very difficult, required a lot of effort. All the measures were very difficult to predict because, as we have all witnessed, the epidemic is not developed according to the plans. Actually, it changes and varies from one day to the next. So on one hand, we were offering assistance to civilian institutions, but on the other hand, we had to plan and implement quickly all the containment measures for the members of the army as well. In terms of our operational task, everything is carried out as according to the rule. Rapid response teams are ready, they're implementing their tasks accordingly, and the list of priorities that was set by President of the Republic, but also various other international treaties and documents and domestic documents. So our work was not interrupted.
Thank you, General Musilovic, especially for pointing out the difficulty and unpredictability of this crisis and the need for flexibility and cooperation among various government agencies. General Lisi, General Musilovic mentioned that you may have had a harder challenge, especially given the various multinational forces that you're commanding. So perhaps you could share with us your challenges.
Yes, first of all, thank you, because I think this is an incredibly relevant question, because the multinationality from a military perspective, sometimes it is challenging because we have different doctrines, we have different approaches. But to be honest with you, it proved to be an advantage. It proved to be a strength because the nations were willing to contribute in different ways to help and support KFOR to address the crisis. I give you an example. I was not able to deliver immediately some testing kits. We didn't have testing kits. We had to rely on the institutions in Kosovo that, by the way, were very supportive. But immediately, as soon as I talked to the senior national representatives, they mobilized their military healthcare system, and we have been able to deploy here in theater more than 1,000 test kits. So this is an example in which nations can supplement large-scale organizations such as NATO. NATO is fielding a laboratory which will be able to test up to 750 people per week. So this is indeed a very important capability that will increase our health, but also the possibility to support the institutions in Kosovo. But this has also been, I would like to say, an opportunity for us to increase our resilience as an organization. Let me give you some very practical and tactical examples. From the very first moment, we realized that there are some core functions that we need to be able to preserve. And these command and control functions reside mostly in the joint operation centers. So immediately we identified, we created an alternate job for each of our headquarters. These people are capable of working, are living and maintaining a very high degree of isolation with the rest of the force. That proved to be one of the key lessons learned. The second one is of course related to the healthcare system. Our so-called role 1, role 2 capabilities are really tailored for a situation in which we may have soldiers wounded because the traditional ones that we can have in a peacekeeping situation. So I would call them a very mild, a very light structure. We had to improve this. This is why we have requested more strategic evacuation capabilities. I have also requested the deployment of a medical treatment facility. So these are other examples in which we are adapting the structure. And last thing we did, we are redesigning the headquarters so that we can have just one person per room, or we maintain the 2 meters between the staff officers.
General, thank you for sharing those thoughts, especially how challenges can actually provide opportunities, whether it's building resiliency or finding new and better ways, more efficient ways to conduct operations. And I thank you for sharing some of the strengths and some of the strengths of NATO and some of the lessons that you've learned. I think we just scratched the surface really here. Thank you both generals for taking the time. And I invite you to remain to hear the Secretary General speak coming up immediately after. So I've been asked to wrap things up so that we could move on to the next discussion. Again, thank you. We have many more questions and we'll save those for another day. Generals, thanks very much.
Thank you on CEA's behalf to both of you, and I wish you all the best in your future work in this very, very crucial time for Serbia. Thank you, and the region.
Hvala, Jelena. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Jelena. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Dobar dan ponovo, da li se čujemo?
Hello again. Can we hear each other? Ms. Assistant Secretary General is here with us again. I see that we have the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Security Policy, Mr. Filipovic, so he can join us also. We can hear your presentation. You have seen a part of the challenge regarding disinformation that we are facing in Serbia when it comes to Serbia. You have seen the relatively worrying results. I think one of the most worrying results is that 60% and more of our citizens think that Serbia was bombed with no reason, which is, I think, requires further and continued engagement even of unpleasant facts. One of the key things that has been happening in recent years is continued condolences of the Secretary General for civilian casualties. I think this resonated well in Serbia, but without further ado, since you are limited in time, please start with your presentation. Can you hear?
My turn now.
You are most welcome to start.
Thank you very much. My Serb is not yet up to the level to be fluent. I did understand certain things you were saying, but not everything. So let me start again by thanking you, Ms. Milic, and the work of your center for this kind of invitation and for the ability and the possibility to discuss how to counter the disinformation that affects our societies. And obviously the focus in that will be on COVID-19 and the developments we have seen in the last few months. As we all know, the pandemic has changed our lives in ways we could barely imagine earlier. It has affected the way we work, the way we behave, the way we cooperate, the way we communicate, and those changes are not going to disappear. So it's important to draw the lessons from this first big wave of COVID and to prepare for the next stages. So for NATO, it has been vital that the global health crisis did not turn into a global security crisis. So I'm glad to say that we have been able to maintain NATO's operations, missions, and readiness despite the pandemic. So the three core tasks of NATO, the defense and deterrence, the ability to manage crisis, and cooperative security have all been maintained throughout the pandemic. Now we are preparing for a second wave of COVID-19. The ministers of defense of NATO have adopted a special plan. There's a operations plan, a stockpile of medical supplies and funding that is being prepared, while also strengthening the resilience of our societies. That is because the international organizations such as NATO, the EU, but also parts of UN, as well as many, many countries have been faced with a proliferation of disinformation, propaganda, and misinformation during this pandemic. For NATO, we use the disinformation as a deliberate creation and dissemination of false or manipulated information, and it's done with the intent to deceive or mislead. And that is a difference with misinformation, where the intent not necessarily might be there. Disinformation campaigns, in our view, seek to deepen divisions within nations, between nations, be it allied nations or others. And they also seek to undermine people's confidence in elected governments. They even insinuate that authoritarian regimes are better than democracies at keeping their people safe. NATO in particular has been targeted, and we have seen that there have been lies, for example, that NATO created the virus. We have seen forged letters, for example, by Secretary General. We have seen articles in media that have been forged. We have seen whole campaigns through online and social media, bot networks, also by cyber means, and quite a number of other, I could say, disinformation attacks. They didn't succeed. So we can say they tried, they failed, and we will prevail. The way NATO responds is in a unified manner, in close cooperation with allies and partners. We counter disinformation with fact-based, credible public communications. We refute false claims, debunk the main disinformation narratives aimed at the alliance and also at partners. And we coordinate to share truthful information, insight, and also best practice. Throughout the pandemic, we have worked very closely with the European Union, also the United Nations, the G7, and a number of other countries and partners. We have also worked very closely with the civil society to counter disinformation. So the work of your center, Elena, is also very important in this aspect. Also, I would like to stress that the free and independent media is a very, very important response to disinformation and propaganda. Journalists free to ask tough questions, check their sources, engage with governments, engage with organizations, play an important role to deliver truthful information to our publics. As far as the NATO is concerned, we have seen solidarity, we have seen mutual support, and we do have a good story to tell about the facts. NATO allies have spared no effort to come to one another's help and aid. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Allied military personnel have flown more than 350 flights, transporting medical personnel, delivered hundreds of tons of equipment through NATO strategic airlift capabilities, built more than 100 field hospitals, and deployed 500,000 troops around the alliance to counter the pandemic. NATO also has facilitated the delivery of assistance to member states and partner countries, including ventilators, protective face masks, and disinfectant material. I was pleased to see that allies have also helped countries in the Western Balkans, including some allies have helped Serbia. We are also supporting the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA. A few weeks ago, UK Royal Air Force flew a field hospital to West Africa, Ghana, in response to UN's global appeal made through NATO's Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center. As far as the political level is concerned, it was NATO's defense minister meeting last month in June that adopted a special response plan to disinformation. And also at that meeting, Secretary General welcomed donations from allies of medical equipment to stockpiles that we have agreed to establish. So that way, in very practical work, we show what the facts are and we communicate about them. And the solidarity between all our countries is what will help us to overcome this crisis and be prepared to respond to a new wave. I would also like to say in terms of communication strategies that countering disinformation with facts is central to this strategy. It is interlinked with hybrid threats, and here NATO's approach to the challenges had been fully integrated in the alliance's broader adaptation and especially building resilience. We have taken measures to increase our ability to respond effectively. This is, again, with the overall approach and cooperation throughout the society, not only the whole government approach, but also engaging the private sector and ensuring that the journalists are informed, ensuring that the civil society is involved. And again, the overall aim has been to make sure that the alliance that is based on our shared values and continued support among us and to our partners, including building the capacity in the Western Balkans. Let me now say a few words on Western Balkans, a region of great importance for European and Euro-Atlantic security. NATO has 5 member states in the region, and the recent accession of North Macedonia as the 30th member state of the alliance proves our commitment to the open door policy. Disinformation has been a challenge in the Western Balkans, and we have seen that also during the COVID-19 pandemic. It has added an additional layer to this practice. During the first wave of the COVID crisis, when most European allies got hit by the health emergency, we also saw a proliferation of disinformation through which state and non-state actors try to undermine or misrepresent the response of democratic governments in the Western Balkans. They did so by sowing fear and confusion among the populations, aiming ultimately to undermine not only the unity of NATO, but also among the countries in the region. In our assessment, they failed. These attempts have been countered by deliberate, proactive communications, and again, reflecting Allied solidarity, and of course, by credible actions of the governments in the region, but also by practical assistance to both allies and partners in the region. Today, more than ever, NATO's support to our allies and partners in the Western Balkans through a robust presence in the information space is essential. And here, NATO's offices, NATO's headquarters play a very important role. The region has made a lot of significant and robust progress in the past 2 decades, but the situation is still fragmented and fragile. A negative and divisive narrative can jeopardize the progress achieved so far, and it can also bring back old divisions, along with creating new ones. We have to avoid that. We have to avoid that jointly. It is for the benefit of our societies. It is for the benefit of everyone in the region not to fall back what we have seen before. So therefore, it is very important to continue to highlight that the pandemic is affecting all of us, that disinformation is affecting all of us, and that everyone has a role to play to counter it. It is also important for NATO to show in practical action that solidarity across the Euro-Atlantic area exists and it works. There were, again, as I mentioned already, bilateral help provided from individual NATO member states and via NATO's EADRCC to the region. And there were countries, again, they were all affected by the pandemic, including Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia. So we all felt that not only we had to overcome the crisis and help others to overcome the crisis, that was a health crisis, but also by countering disinformation, we had to make sure that people's minds, civil society, values, and future of the countries in the region are not affected. So we are thinking and talking on the basis of facts. Our adversaries talk on the basis of myth, and the civil society, media, private sector, all of us together have a role to play to make sure that those myths are busted. They are typical characteristics of authoritarianism, and we are not gonna let them dominate. So all together we can do it. Thank you very much.
Hvala vama na... Jel imamo engleski prevod? Hvala vama na ovom izvrsnom predavanju.
Thank you very much for your excellent contribution. I especially like the part where you insisted on the differentiation between misinformation and disinformation, where misinformation can occur without intent, but if they are repeated, they become disinformation, especially in such extraordinary circumstances such as pandemic, they become potentially dangerous. At the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies in the past year and a half have noted something that is unfair or wrong reporting on the events of Serbia from the relevant international media that we used to hold, especially prominent and reliable. And some of them related to the role of Serbian army during the pandemic. We heard from the General Mojsilovic that one of the manners of deployment of a Serbian army during the pandemic was assistance offered to civilian government. and those who were reporting on militarization in Serbia have obviously forgotten the enormous number of returnees of workers who used to work abroad and now decided to return back to Serbia, needed to be quarantined to ensure their safe return without possibility of spreading the infection, establishing field hospitals, assistance offered to healthcare system. So this was something that was necessary for the army to intervene. Also, as you know, the elections were postponed and the initial election phase already started. So army had to conduct various other activities in order to ensure containment measures are fully implemented. So this is a form of misinformation that was something that was noticeable in coverage of Serbia. Once again, I would like to help you for your contribution, and I hope that you will continue participating in future conferences of this nature.
Ja imam osjećaj da ne sluša prevod, da. Brigitte, there is an option for you to hear the English translation. Have you heard?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Then I will just wrap up speaking in English. There is an option.
Sorry for that.
Doesn't matter. Thank you. I think that very important part of your presentation was where you have highlighted the distinction between misinformation and disinformation. Of course, apart from a very useful breakdown of NATO activities during the COVID, I just wanted to remind you that my center and I have realized that in the last 2 years, there have been a serial of slightly biased reports about reality and trends in Serbia in a prominent Western media outlets. I wrote about it in my article called 3 Billboards in Belgrade, Serbia. We hope that they were misinformation rather than anything else. But when you see it once, twice, 3 times, you may have some concern, and this is why I'm additionally grateful that we have discussions like this. One case in point would be how some prominent Western media outlets, but also opinion makers, have been reporting about the role of the Serbian armed forces during what we have had here is a state of emergency, not only emergency situation. The state of emergency was the only way, de facto, to declare and to postpone then the forthcoming parliamentary election. There was no other constitutional way to play around it. And then we have heard pundits who said, oh, but we have militarization in the streets of Serbia. As we have heard from our chief of staff, the Serbian army has just performed its regular activities under the pillar of providing regular assistance to civilian authorities. There have been, for example, very relevant, unchallenged, undisputed circumstances that Serbia, Republic of Serbia has been facing that other countries, for example, during the first peak of the epidemic have not been facing. And that is that, what are the predictions? I think even 1,400 people have been returning in a very short period of time during the first peak of epidemic back to Serbia from other mostly EU countries where they have been working. So there was a significant role for the Serbian armed forces to provide the quarantine measures. In the same time, we also have a slightly bigger than average number of migrants being on our territory in migrant centers, and there has been a legitimate role of our army and armed forces where they have been providing and assisting Serbian civilian forces in providing security for these centers. So I really hope, and I'm deeply convinced that this kind of exchange of facts are to the mutual benefit, so to say, to understand each other better and to continue to cooperate as partners in a most relevant and useful manners for both sides. So thank you really once again for your address. I've been told that you are in a hurry. I hope that we did not extend our time with your generosity. And once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Serbia is an important country for NATO, and we look for the best possible ways to cooperate. There has been a good cooperation already in terms of, training the armed forces, building capacity, and certain capabilities, helping with the countering of forest fires and many other civilian, but also military cooperation possibilities. And for example, in Science for Peace program, Serbia has made an important contribution and also benefited. So there are ways to how we can work. And I think we have to recognize that it's in the mutual interest to make sure that the disinformation and misinformation is controlled and countered. And here, civil society, private sector, open, clear communication by governments, and of course, the free media play a very, very important role. So we are in it together. It's a joint effort for all of us. Thank you very much.
Right now to continue discussing all these things in more detail.
Yes.
So thank you very much once again. Okay.
General Mojsilovic, great to see you. General Risi, great to meet you.
Thank you for following this part of our debate. You're of course most welcome to remain and to attend the next panel, which we are moving to right away. We are going to discuss in more detail practical cooperation in the field between Serbia and NATO, and we have really very high-level panel with our Assistant Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Branimir Filipovic. We have head of the NATO Military Liaison Office in Belgrade, General Vitale. I hope will be joined soon by a member of the Serbian Parliament from the ruling party, Professor Zoran Dragišić, and Professor Duško Tomić. Our guests, welcome. Ne, problem pomerali smo bili agendu i onda, ok, sve je ispalo ok. Idemo odmah dalje, ja mislim da se taman i nadovezuje adekvatno. Čuli smo...
We can go on. I think that we can just add to what was previously said, because we heard from the Assistant General Secretary of Public Diplomacy about the importance of cooperation between Serbia and NATO. We heard how important cooperation is, especially in such a dire situation such as it is. But lately we heard that due to the situation with COVID getting more difficult, that Kosovo will have a state of emergency declared soon, which is going to further complicate our communication with NATO. This is why it is very important that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Branimir Filipovic, is here with us today, so we can hear how he perceives the importance of cooperation with Serbia and NATO, and what are the main characteristics. Can you tell us more about aspects that maybe our general public does not know well enough in terms of cooperation with NATO, how important it is that all the agreements that were signed, and especially those who were the very grounds for the Brussels Agreement, that clearly state that without the acceptance of all the stakeholders, KFOR and other NATO forces cannot enter the north of Kosovo. Maybe it's important to just to underline that when Kosovo started with the transformation of their armed forces, KFOR has not yet reached the decision on how they will treat this. Some member states of NATO have already decided to support it, but KFOR has not. Duško, just like Mrs. Berger mentioned, it's very important to have collaboration between civil and society and the government institution, but at academic circles as well. We know that there are many favorable projects like Science for Peace, various trust funds that are lesser known. I hope that Zoran Dragišić will also join us soon. He's an MP at the Serbian Parliament and professor at the Faculty of Security. One of our key speakers today is the Chief NATO Military Liaison Officer, Brigadier General Tommaso Vitale. I would also like to thank NATO Military Liaison Office for their support in implementing this conference and enabling us all the contacts with most prominent personalities from NATO to join us in this conference. So my idea was to offer our key speakers a couple of minutes to say the key aspects of what is important for our general public to hear. And then in the second round, we can hear maybe their personal views concerning these issues and their reflections of what their counterparts have spoken about. So this is why I'm inviting you to tell me a couple of words about key aspects of our cooperation with NATO and how you perceive our future cooperation. Once again, I would underline that Serbian public is very much supporting cooperation with NATO, especially in emergency situations. We have to bear in mind that in IPAP, one of the areas of cooperation strengthening capacities of the Republic of Serbia for emergency response, disaster responses. Now we know that hybrid and the natural disasters are becoming one of the major challenges for all the security sector, for the entire security sector. Just like Minister Dacic, Mr. Filipovic is one of the key speakers of our NATO Week conferences, so I'm inviting him to address us once again. Thank you, Mrs. Milic. First, it is a great pleasure for me and an honor to be with you once again. I participated in other NATO weeks, as you have mentioned, in previous years. And I think it is very important to organize such public fora on which we all have an opportunity to exchange our opinions and open debate on vital issues of foreign policies. And our relations with NATO is one of the such important policies because they are linked to many other aspects of foreign policy, foreign strategy of Serbia. I'm very happy to be here with Brigadier General Tommaso Vitale and Professor Dragišić and others, because we will be able to discuss on some prospects of further collaboration between Serbia and NATO in the future. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dacic mentioned, we really hold our cooperation with NATO extremely important. And it is of vital importance to impass more information to the general public to better understand this cooperation and for our citizens to understand how vitally important it is for Serbia to have good relations with NATO and cooperation in various fields and in different aspects. Minister of Foreign Affairs in his introductory speech has mentioned some of the vital elements of our cooperation and what is our cooperation grounded upon. So let me just reiterate that this policy is continuity of our cooperation because ever since our membership in Partnership for Peace to the present day, our cooperation has been successful on continuous grounds, and it is vitally important for our general foreign policy. Ever since 2012, especially in 2014, when first cycle of IPAP has been agreed, we have further extended our cooperation with NATO, encompassing more areas that enables Serbia to perceive Partnership of Peace as an instrument of NATO for collaboration on the Atlantic area. When various other branch initiatives like the Istanbul Initiative assist Serbia to protect its vital national interests and implement process of reforms in security sector and some other line sectors, and implement some projects which would otherwise be very difficult to implement. Cooperation between Serbia and NATO is very much linked to bilateral cooperation with our neighboring states. This is directly related one to another. It is crucially important in a very broad context of good neighborhood relations and the regional peace and prosperity. And we heard also from the officials of NATO that this is also very much in the interest of NATO itself. So we have mentioned, on one hand, political dialogue that has been developing since 2014, even on the level between President Vučić and General Secretary Stoltenberg, but also on the military level and on civilian level as well. We had from Chief of Staff General Isilović and General Rizzi how important this cooperation is. The other element is practical cooperation, established through various Partnership for Peace programs. These programs are accessible to Serbia to choose, pick and choose actually what Serbia considers to be important in current time or in the current environment. We can later mention some of the most important programs, Science for Peace and Security, or crisis management emergency planning programs. There are other civilian programs as well. Usually NATO is perceived by general public as a military organization. But let me just remind you that even 40 years ago, after 3 ministers of foreign affairs, Canada, Italy, and Norway created their intervention. Science for Peace program has been initially created, and now it's vitally important for Serbia. Of course, collaboration with NATO is crucially important for political dialogue with Kosovo. General Isilović and Rizzi have also insisted upon the importance of this because we know that Kosovo is our major security challenge, that we are conducting ongoing dialogue with Pristina in order to find sustainable solution and ensure peace and stability across the region as a key precondition for development of individual countries, but the region as a whole as well. So cooperation between KFOR and Serbian armed forces is crucially important. Serbian armed forces offer their support for KFOR's mandate according to the resolution 1244. It it is important for the general public in Serbia to better understand that there is a close collaboration between KFOR and Serbian armed forces, because we firmly believe that KFOR's mandate should continue in undiminished capacity, since they are the main guarantor and the safeguards for security of Serbs living on the territory of Kosovo and Metohija. KFOR also guarantees the implementations of Brussels agreements, and you know that without the consent of KFOR's commander, Kosovo armed forces cannot enter north of Kosovo, and any kind of military formations composed exclusively of Albanian ethnicity presents danger for Serbs living in Kosovo. This is why common objective is to avoid any kind of potential risks of this nature. And I do believe it is our common goal to ensure peace and stability in Kosovo and Metohija for all. And the role of KFOR is, of course, of primary importance there. Another aspect is how this cooperation with NATO is taking place, bearing in mind that Serbia is a military neutral country. Of course, general public understands this neutrality differently. You know that there's a tradition of several countries in Europe having military neutrality. On the other hand, it is important to underline what one of the previous speakers have mentioned, and this is the neutrality does not mean isolation or standing aside, but active relation and cooperation in suppression of all kinds of security threats that occur in these modern times. And now we see this not just in terms of a pandemic, but also some other threats, that all these threats are generally of a hybrid nature, and none of us alone can combat it. This is why regional, European, global cooperation is vitally important. So cooperation between EU and NATO for Serbia is very important in order to face all these challenges and remove the potential risks and ensure the space to promote peace and stability and peaceful resolution of all disputes and avoid any kind of confrontations that we unfortunately had witnessed in the past. It is important that you have mentioned several other important issues that affect not only Serbia and the region, but Europe and other countries on a global level. So all these topics will hopefully be discussed today, and I hope that we'll be able to jointly give some kind of prospects and projections of future cooperation between Serbia and NATO. Cooperation with NATO is transparent, and should be even more transparent, and not just make available all the documents to the general public that we have signed with NATO to look into, to make them accessible, but we should continue giving all the information to general public on all aspects of cooperation in order to raise the awareness of the benefits. Thank you. I hope that you will look into the problem of potential introduction of emergency situation in Kosovo, state of emergency, that will probably affect the cooperation with KFOR. But now I'm going to give the floor to Brigadier General Tommaso Vitale, that is Chief of NATO Military Liaison Office in Belgrade. Once again, I would like to use this opportunity to thank him and his colleagues in their support and assistance in organizing this 8 NATO week. General Tale, I just have a couple of requests for you. If you can respond a couple of questions to your introductory address and tell us something that I believe the general public should hear. What does it mean in practice, partnership between Serbia and NATO?
Everybody, thank you very much, Elena, and many thanks to the Center of Euro-Atlantic Study for organizing this event and for inviting me as well in this summer section of the NATO week that I understood in my first opportunity has become a traditional appointment. And I would like to take also the opportunity to greet with pleasure Ambassador Filipovic and all the other distinguished guests. Let me start only to say a few words regarding our office. The office I have the honor to lead has been established in 2006 when Serbia joined the Partnership of Petroleum and the Euro-Atlantic Partnership. So next year will be the 15th anniversary, a long tradition, I would say, of partnership that we can surely define strong, reliable, very well structured, and what I would like to underline, mutually beneficial. That is an important, definitely important point. Something that is mutually beneficial for all of us. During these years, a lot of work has been done, and now, in order to answer your question, it's important to try to explain very briefly how that work, this partnership in practice. What does this mean? Because sometimes many think, and Ambassador Filipovic was touching upon previously this point, that are not very well known. And NATO Week, in my opinion, it constitutes a very important occasion to provide a better knowledge and understanding of what NATO is and what the Partnership of Peace with Serbia is referred to. Actually, NATO facilitates Serbia in what I call the effort to better address some security challenges of the current times. Of course, this is based on Serbia request as a whole partnership activity with NATO we consider as demand-driven. NATO-Serbia partnership in a way contributed to Serbian security needs throughout a wider range of activity that they are exactly designed to strengthen the country's defense and the security forces, the institutions, the infrastructures. Of course, as I say, we are moving, all we are doing is inside the precise framework. This is the framework of Partnership of Peace. And the individual partnership action plan. This plan that the adoption of this plan coincided with my arrival in Belgrade, by the way, at the early January this year. And let me say at the beginning that I really would like to congratulate with the Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for preparing this plan with such an interministerial approach, playing in this field a pivotal role that, in my opinion, is very important because it constitutes an important requirement for the best coordination as possible, and in order to synchronize all the events and the activity that are encompassed in this, that is definitely the most important one of the plans that encompasses our partnership. So in this case, we can approach all this activity with a synergic view. And comprehensive, so-called comprehensive approach. The partnership plans provide a guidance for taking our cooperation forward in order to better serve the expectation of both Serbia and NATO as well. And when I say that our cooperation is mutually beneficial, reliable, and very well articulated, will be, I hope, a little bit explained in the detail with my following words. Actually, what we are doing a lot. For example, we are working together for better response, to be better prepared for civil emergency. And we have a lot of civil emergency. We were talking before about the outbreak of COVID-19, but we had in the past emergencies such as flood, forest fires, and let me remind that a very big exercise took place in 2018 and was as a subject the disaster management, consequent management, and disaster relief. In addition, NATO, we are helping Serbia to reform its security forces and its institutions. We have trained Serbian soldiers for multinational peacekeeping operation. In the past year, we have spent a very important quantity of euros in order to working jointly with our Serbian colleague to destroy more than, if I remember correctly, 230 tons of obsolete ammunition throughout a special program that we call Trust Fund, that is a funding mechanism that we use for all partners are looking for. I say mutually beneficial, and I give you an example. NATO took the advantage of the expertise of Serbian medical personnel in order to better train the Iraqi personnel, medical personnel as well. This, for me, is a good example and a practical example of what mutually beneficial means. From the beginning of the partnership, Serbia has contributed in more than 30 activities in the framework of a Science for Peace and Security program. Throughout a huge variety of programs, including environmental security, defense against nuclear, bacteriological, radiological, and chemical agents, counterterrorism, and so on. Ultimately, I would say the effort of my office is just to, I would say simply, but it's not simple, to facilitate this cooperation, to try to enhance our partnership in order, of course, moving inside this framework, fully respecting the stated policy of military neutrality in order to progress together. In this time, I try to give you a very quick overview of the wide spectrum of possible activity on which our partnership is articulated. I think, and I hope eventually I will have the opportunity also to touch upon a little bit what is an important concept for me as a soldier, but if you think well for everybody, this is their own interoperability. For now, I will stop here and thank you.
Hvala vam mnogo, ja se nadam da smo čuli sve.
Thank you very much. If I missed, I just wanted to ask you, we occasionally hear a little cynical tones concerning the importance of interoperability. Can you explain to us why NATO is insisting on interoperability and what is its importance?
With pleasure, Elena. Of course, I'm a soldier, so this is an important word. And I can say that often, forgive me, but as a soldier, maybe sometimes we are more able to understand each other more rapidly than others. For me, as a soldier, it's very important to rely on my troops. What does it mean? That means that I have to be able to be understood by them. I have to be regardless where they have come from. This I would say not because we are a soldier, we are more smarter than others, but simply because we have the same mental habit and we try to deal this work, this interoperability. What is this interoperability? In fact, I would say this is the ability to operate together using some standards that are harmonized, the same doctrine, the same procedure, the same equipment. That's why it is absolutely essential to work as an alliance of multiple countries, inside the World Alliance, of course, with their forces. And it's very important to work together with partners that wish to support the alliance in achieving their goals. Doesn't matter they are tactical, operational, or strategic one. The interoperability is the ability of the soldier to operate jointly, not only because they have interoperable equipment, but primarily because they common understand the operational procedure. In other words, to conclude such a definition, the ability to work together, to speak the same language, to work with the same procedure. And this is crucial to the effectiveness of the success for any operation, especially when we are talking about multinational one. This concept arose in NATO from the beginning when Alliance was founded in 1949 and was more and more important when we had to mount out of area operation. Because there is also a practical reason. We can avoid duplication, we can avoid redundancies, we can allow pooling of resources, and it can even produce the synergic approach I was talking about before. Much of cooperation in NATO, including the cooperation that we are doing with Serbia, is also focused for achieving not only the interoperability in the strict sense of the term, but also in order to lead a further objective that is the standardization. Because the standardization can allow us to make a vital contribution to the effectiveness of all the military forces inside the alliance, and also can provide some more opportunity for the better use of economic resources, and we know how it's important during this period. So if I can use the word interoperability in the current sense, and I train in this sense, if I improve the standardization, then I can eliminate the redundancies, the duplication in many fields: research, development, procurement, logistics. Let me finish touching upon briefly that we cooperate in this sense for Serbian armed forces, helping them to reach this kind of capability, operational readiness, and absolutely necessary to take part to many missions that in the case of Serbia are EU and UN-led peacekeeping operation. And I have to say that Serbian officers constitute a good example of how throughout the fully and truly dedication and professionalism, Serbia can become a very valuable partner, contributing in the regional peace and stability. Because only throughout the trade, the hard work, the joint activity, we can promote this kind of stability in Serbia, can play a special role. Ultimately, if I promote peace and stability, I promote my country. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Hvala vam. Vi ste već u vašem izlaganju spomenuli i
Thank you.
poverioci.
You have mentioned trust funds and the possibility of cooperation with academic circles and other stakeholders through Science for Peace and Security program. As far as I know, thus far, this program has been mostly used by state universities and academic community. However, Serbia has a very lively private university scene. So we just today Professor Duško Tomić, who is the head of doctoral master studies of security in American University in Dubai. And he's also a lecturer at the Faculty for Engineering Management. How do you see the possibility that private universities as well as public ones get even more involved in these programs? And how do you perceive further cooperation between Serbia and NATO that would change the perception of the general public in Serbia, or rather further improve? First, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's conference. I'm a president of the so-called representative of the so-called academic community here. So I would use the Latin adverb, times change and we have to change with it. So not just Serbia as a NATO member of a Partnership for Peace program, NATO itself has to change in certain segments and respond more rapidly in certain situations. You have mentioned that in response to the emergency situations, academic circles do not react at all. Emergency response should be an interactive process that involves many stakeholders. And the purpose of knowledge and skills should be engaged in order to manage crisis. Just take a look at COVID. COVID is not biological agents or biological threat. It is a structural threat to the security systems, not just in Serbia, but in other countries. It needs to be responded with adequate measures by individuals who are well educated to assist establishment of each and every state to reach informed decisions. So there are three parameters to bear in mind: adequate response, adequate predictions, and adequate projections. So preemptive measures and predictive measures are something that academic circles are mostly involved with. Security is transferred slowly from the socio-humanistic area to technological area. So you have to recognize that technology changes as well. So large burdensome mechanisms that existed in both NATO and academic community, and the governments on their part have to be able to quickly change and be flexible to react to emergencies of the modern times, because they are much, very fast and they are hybrid in nature. This requires hybrid response coalitions. These hybrid threats impose the need to have a hybrid response teams. Because modern times crises overlap in different areas of potential threats. So we have to have very flexible response teams. On one hand, we have to recognize the altruistic aspect of NATO's operations, and that is that they are there to offer disaster response and assistance, disaster relief. For example, in times of natural catastrophes and on the other hand, we have to bear in mind that disaster relief is already a kind of cross-border activity because, for example, when our roads freezes, we asked Hungary for assistance because they're the ones who have all the necessary equipment. When it comes to, for example, the navigation along the river Danube, whenever there is some obstacle there, we look for assistance from Croatia. We know that there are still many unexploded ordinances along the navigation route along the river Danube. We need also the assistance to remove them. Enabling the navigation routes to be fully exploited would certainly assist better transport of goods and services. Danube is a European river, so additional attention should be paid for it. So this is an area where NATO can help us. This is an aspect where both EU, NATO can assist. And this is where I see the role of academic circles as well, because we have a lot of know-how in terms of geological aspects of this work, as well as aspects concerning potential floods that could result from potentially changing the water flow of the river. So these are all proactive, interactive lines of action. I believe that we should focus on the priority areas that are crucially important for Serbia, but on the other hand, enable NATO to position itself as a key factor in solving such crucial problems that Serbia is facing. Myself living 4,000 kilometers away, I can look from the sidelines and see that NATO does not play the important role it should. And as we all know that NATO is not just a military alliance, they also offer assistance in emergency situations. They offer assistance for scientists in their research. So I think that their role should be much higher in the territory of Western Balkans. We know that Serbia plays a crucial role when it comes to stability of the region. This is why I believe that NATO should play a more important role in cooperation with Serbia. Once again, let me reiterate that we all need to be very flexible when it comes to our emergency responses and much more comprehensive in our reactions. Otherwise, we will not be able to respond adequately. Thank you. You have mentioned once again that military neutrality does not mean that we are supposed to be pushed on the sidelines or marginalized. We know that other countries like Switzerland and Norway are also militarily neutral, but they maintain close cooperation with NATO. I think the Serbian public finds it important to hear not just from our local experts, representatives of NATO, somewhat as to regarding our military neutrality and how it hinders the potential cooperation with NATO if it does so. We're inviting you to join us. Can you give us an answer as to what extent do you see military neutrality as potentially burdening relations with NATO?
Question, I think, is addressed to me because I had some difficulty in understanding, in listening to the volume wasn't so good. But if I understood correctly, you asked me an assessment of the policy of military neutrality of Serbia in the respect from our perspective. Is it correct? Because I have the problem with the volume.
And if these prevent NATO from engaging and cooperating with the country which just wants to remain military neutral, which is a legitimate political option. We just mentioned 3 cases of Austria, Finland, and Sweden as very active full members of the EU who have also very active engagement with NATO, although they are also neutral.
Yes, excuse me, but because it was a problem of volume. And yes, now I was able to listen to you. And there is no contradiction at all regarding this item. First of all, Serbia is our neighbor. Is our neighbor, is a partner very valuable for us, as I said many times before. And the role he's playing is absolutely decisive in the whole region and can contribute to the wider international context. We stay very much in line. We were very clear, and for us is a fundamental principle that we stated many, many times. NATO as an alliance fully respect the right of every sovereign country. They can decide on its destiny and their security arrangement without any kind of interference and any third parties' vetoes. And as I said, we were very clear, always, in any circumstances. For us, this is a fundamental principle. From that principle, consequently, NATO fully respects Serbia's right to choose its path on its own without any interference, and in line with the policy of military neutralities. The partnership is something different. We partner together in the interest of Serbia, in the interest of NATO, in the interest of the Western Balkans. And this is the reason because why I respect Serbia's decision to develop this kind of partnership with NATO without seeking any kind of membership inside the alliance. I try to be more clear. NATO keeps a so-called open door policy, doesn't seek members for forces membership. And the open door policy is open for those who wish to become part of the alliance. And so when someone asks me, is it possible to stay military neutral and cooperate with us simultaneously, we already mentioned the example of Austria, Sweden, Finland, that from the beginning started to say that they want to be partner, and even neutral Switzerland. So being partner and being neutral with NATO is absolutely possible. And that's the reason why in the meantime, we try to strive and to develop our cooperation. Because, as I said, the principle, and I'm going to close my intervention, because it is in interest of everybody to have a prosperous, economically strong Serbia because Serbia, because it's a prerequisite for the stability of the region, the Western Balkans.
Samo da kažem da je nama danas na ovom panelu trebalo
I just want to say that we should have had Professor Zoran Dragicic today at the panel, but we have some technical problems. He's trying to join us, I think, but he's unable. And the second reason is that we invited a colloquitor for this panel, but I have jet lag because of this COVID, because I think it's May, but it's actually July, and some of the people who should be here are not because it's the summer. Now, if we can hear each other well, I would like to offer our panelists to comment on what the other panelists said. And then we have a few more minutes and potentially any questions.
First, let me thank our colleague, General Vitale. He mentioned some of the things that I didn't mention in my introductory presentation, so I would like to thank him for his assessment of the role of Serbia in peacekeeping operations. And where the members of the Ministry of Interior and our army are participating. Their role there is assessed as very successful, and it is important also in terms of foreign policy. COVID has prevented us to extend this participation to civilians participating in peacekeeping operations abroad, which would position ourselves as a trustworthy partner that shares the role of international organizations and other countries facing challenges of security threats. It was already mentioned that there was a major multinational disaster response exercise jointly organized by NATO and Ministry of Interior about 2 years ago. We're always looking forward to extending our cooperation. When it comes to military neutrality, as mentioned, actually, that our position in those terms, that we know that NATO fully respects and understands our military neutrality. We often speak about what it means to be military neutral in current times. You know that military neutrality is not the same as it used to be back in 100 or 200 years ago. Military neutrality did not exist in peacetime. It only existed in wars. When Switzerland became member of Partnership for Peace, the Minister of Defense has elaborated on the fact that the traditional Swiss neutrality is not breached by becoming a member of Partnership for Peace program. So each and every country who declares itself military neutral, military non-aligned, has their own reasons for it. On the other hand, they're all ready for cooperation. We know that Sweden cooperates extremely closely with NATO. Sometimes they participate in more programs than some member states. In Euro-Asian area, partnership has future. Serbia, as a small country, can contribute, and we believe that partnership goes both ways in the interest of both Serbia and NATO. Let me just reflect on what Professor Filipovic has mentioned. He mentioned the problem of Danube. We know that the navigation route has been made more narrow due to these sunken ships and exploded ordinances, and a lot has been considered how to respond to this. This is rather a costly intervention, and it goes further than just science for peace and security programs. representatives of the members of academia should recognize and propose certain programs that would be harmonized with priorities of Science for Peace programs. We know that these priorities differ from one year to the next. However, we have very positive examples of such cooperation. Let me give you an example. There are over 20 programs within the framework of the SPS. Currently, 6 programs are underway. Generally, biology, on biomicrology, implementation of some of the geo sciences in practice, and joint programs with universities in Manchester in the United States. So Science for Peace programs offer a lot of possibilities for scientific cooperation. Of course, it's up to NATO to fund them adequately. There's always a need to have a leading nation in each of these programs. But as Professor had mentioned, joint activities are vitally important. They do not necessarily have to be major, expensive programs. They can be small-size programs for the assistance of local communities. For example, there was a very interesting project related to the wastewaters purification, for example, on the local level. This is also a possibility for our academic structures to have access to programs that they wouldn't have access to otherwise without the Science for Peace programs. So this is a first and foremost civilian program, although it has some military aspects or use for military purposes. But it is up to all of us, Ministry of Science, that is the coordinator of these activities, to actually animate the academic circles to participate. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to offer our assistance there, promote these projects further. What I would also like to mention that General spoke about, and this is interoperability. As a civilian, it is difficult for me sometimes to elaborate this military aspect, but from the aspect of general definition of this notion, when you work together, you need to have certain understanding concerning the grounds on which you cooperate. So if you take a look at IPAP, a lot of objectives are relating to European integrations, for example, reforms in different sectors of society. So through the instrument of IPAP and cooperation with NATO, we are implementing some other objectives, like, for example, EU accession. Through both first and the second cycle of IPAP, we have projected some objectives that are interrelated with some other goals of our Euro-Atlantic integration. But for example, let us highlight some of the priorities, like first of all, political dialogue is one of the primary objectives of our foreign policy. Building integrity, excellent program, combating corruption in the security and defense sector. Defense capacity building project that is also important for our security system. Jelena, you have mentioned trust funds. We had several of them. Let me just mention the last one. Yes, trust funds are excellent mechanism. As far as I know, it is possible to accumulate even larger financial assistance for these trust funds. For example, the one that is currently underway relates to disposal of obsolete ammunition. So the one that is has expired. And they assist institutions in Paraćin and Kragujevac by raising capacities of these institutions, enabling new job openings, contributing to better recognition of these institutions worldwide. Unfortunately, the incident took place in Kragujevac means that some of these funds will go for the sanation project, so the reconstruction project. But all this is something that we need to bear in mind in all our future activities. And let me close the second round by saying, when it comes to IPAP, this is the government document. So we know that MOD is in charge of implementing, but it is a document that all other ministries are invited to participate in. So I do believe that we from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can also implement a lot of activities that are not directly related to cooperation with NATO, but assist us in implementing some other foreign policy strategies and tasks.
Professor Tomic, do you have any observations of this? Very short. I just want to show that at the start of this meeting, you diagnosed a condition that must be known by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and NATO, that COVID must not be used in Kosovo like any kind of pressure in the negotiation process, which will manipulate the role of KFOR in Kosovo. So we don't want this to be used in the wrong way. I think you've said it well as someone who has managed this emergency situation. But what is very important to me is when I talk about the Danube as the river, I talk about it as a European river and river important for the entire continent. I think we need to talk about the European significance of the Danube and Serbia as a part of this Danube conference. And this is why I think that when I say that we need to change with the times and our relations need to change, I think this is we need to move from these political platforms towards the immediate implementation. So colleague Filipovic is handling the situation quite well. He's steering the situation very well. But I think the NATO side can, on its own part, make this kind of decisions that will improve, that will support European and other funds to make decisions to build a better image of NATO in this country. So as an organization providing assistance, so many psychological operations are carried out through a policy where we have this flash that we change this flash. So when you think about NATO now, you think about bombing. So we want it to be changed in the future. So when you think about NATO, you think about something else. We want to change this moment, the psychological moment in people, where when you do something big, you are recognized by people that you've come here to help these people. That is something that this is my message. This is not a political message. It is political in the sense that NATO must. Of course, it's difficult to say that NATO must do anything, but and like telling the United States that they must do something, but it would be good for it to adapt to changes rapidly in some aspects so as not to be run over by time, by the passage of time. Do you hear me, General? Do you hear me? Branimir, I asked you at the start what Professor Tomic said, that what you mentioned before the Brussels agreement, there was an agreement for the Kosovo security forces without the cannot enter North Kosovo without the consent of KFOR. So is this arrangement something that's implied the possibility of introducing an emergency state in Kosovo? So is this something that you predict that there could be attempts to circumvent what was agreed in Brussels, among other things, because the Kosovo security forces are even certified by NATO for assisting civil authorities? And maybe a question for General Vitale. This may have been an opportunity for KFOR commander to ask him. So we have seen the importance of the good communication between Belgrade and KFOR and our armed forces and the responsible ministries. But this entire 8th Belgrade NATO week is happening right now, and tomorrow we have important technical or other agreements and negotiations in Brussels about important subjects, infrastructure and the economy. But we do have signs of strange things going on. We have seen things in the municipality of Bujanovac in South Serbia, that there has been a mono-ethnic government. So in this age of hybrid operations, this is a question for you too, General Vitale. If you saw an attempt of increased migration towards Bujanovac, how would this be understood? Would this be seen as preparation of the maneuver space, the maneuver area for situations that would justify some kind of negotiating position? What would be the expectations of the authorities of the Republic of Serbia by KFOR and by NATO in this case? This is a good question, and I wanted to answer since you mentioned this at the start. Partnership cooperation is very important, but we cannot avoid the elephant in the room and the context. I said that our overall cooperation with NATO has two ways. So one is in the region and the other is in Kosovo, bearing in mind KFOR's role and mandate and our expectations of KFOR to meet the resolution 1244. These hypothetical situations, I don't know where they will develop, but what is very important is that any decision of the Pristina authorities must not be in opposition or must not diminish KFOR's mandate. I think this is a simple answer to this question. When the Kosovo security forces declared their transformation to the Kosovo armed forces, so they did not change their name. You know, they changed their mandate unilaterally. NATO officials' statement that this does not affect KFOR's mandate was important. So any decision of Kosovo authorities must not affect any, in any way, KFOR's mandate. And all of our agreements that we strive to achieve politically and legally, it's important to do what has been agreed and to fulfill all defined obligations in the prescribed deadline. So the unilateral decision to introduce a regime by the Kosovo authorities must not affect KFOR's mandate and its fulfillment of protection of everyone in Kosovo, and we're particularly referring to Serbs and their cultural heritage and survival. So in this sense, when it comes to other hypothetical scenarios, we must be prepared. And what we are striving to do is to respect the mandate set up by KFOR. These are our expectations, in addition to the expectations that KFOR should remain in undiminished numbers in Kosovo. because it is a guarantor of security, and for the obligations taken by KFOR in accordance with Resolution 1244 and the Military Technical Agreement, that Serbia should, in good faith, fulfill all its obligations undertaken and set up by the resolution and the Military Technical Agreement, but done so in close cooperation with the international factor in Kosovo and Metohija. So we expect this, and we mentioned this several times, that everything that is agreed during the dialogue, so the dialogue could have a perspective and implementation, is for both sides to fulfill their sides of the agreements. And we can see that Pristina did not hold to its word about the establishment of the community of Serbian municipalities, and we had an 18-month gap in the dialogue because of unilateral decisions exclusively. What is most important, the unilateral decisions are a disruptive factor of any process, and we need to label the responsible side in every case. I think this is counterproductive because it kind of relativizes the negotiating position of any side. So unilateral acts are the greatest threat to any process, including the process of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. So I think that the answer to this question is that Resolution 1244, KFOR's mandate, and KFOR's obligations. And the objective is to not have destabilization on the ground, and to preserve stability and security, and to not jeopardize the lives of the Serbian community in Kosovo. So we will see in which direction this will go, but COVID brought about a new reality to which we must adapt. And we are very grateful, as General Mojsilovic has mentioned, for KFOR's support to Serbian community. So as the professor said here, to change the perception of NATO in Serbia, which is mostly related to bombing of Serbia, which is a fact, it's important that in this area of our cooperation, NATO supports a part of foreign policy priorities of Serbia. And what is important is for all the obligations that are met, is that that are set up, they should be met. So since the international community is a mediator in these talks, it should affect the other side to avoid unilateral decisions that can jeopardize the process. So any contribution to the protection of Serbs in Kosovo is a positive move that affects public opinion. There have been many examples. I will just give a reminder. In 2004, there were events in Kosovo where there were contingents like the Italian contingents who protected certain Serbian objects and cultural heritage. So these moves are very important for to recognize the importance of cooperation between Serbia and NATO. General, do you have any views, anything you want to say about this last part of the discussion?
I want simply and very briefly to say that there are no change under our mandate. I'm obviously not in a position to predict any further development, but we are fully accomplishing what is inside the mandate of the United Nations Security Council 1244. And so for us is adamantly clear what is our task: to protect, to protect all people around the whole territory of Kosovo, to guarantee freedom of movement, and at the same time strongly supporting the resumption of dialogue under the auspices of the EU or any other international actor, and in order to try to overcome this historical disagreement or misunderstanding, and to progress together. But as Ambassador Filipovic mentioned before, KFOR was, is, and will be fully committed there were no reduction of forces at all. And we are truly concentrated in a complex environment that became even more complex with the outbreak of COVID-19. If you allow me, I would have the opportunity to comment a couple of things for both my distinguished interlocutor, if I may. Firstly, many thanks again to the Ambassador Filipovic, because I simply, in this case, I would like to, if I may, and if he allow me, to stress one thing that he pointed out both in his both intervention. In the very first one, he was talking regarding the necessity to be more transparent, to better communicate which level, what kind of cooperation we are doing, we are performing jointly. And that is definitely important because I'm sorry to repeat myself, when you say that it's mutually beneficial, that's something that provides benefits. When we talk about IPAP, for example, and the ambassador explained so well, there are many activity, target, and program that are both related to NATO partnership and are very much in line with the EU accession process. So this is a huge occasion to try to, of course, we communicate, but to try to better communicate, to put a further effort in order to stay in touch with the public opinion and to explain practically what is going on in that respect. To the distinguished Professor Tomic, I perfectly understood and I appreciate his comment. Let me only to react with some word. Partnership is something like a basket. In a basket, the NATO countries put their skill, their ability, their possibility, their capabilities. Then it's up to any partners to choose according to their policy, according to their needs. It's up to them to set the piece, the focus, the priority, the level of engagement they would like to do. And I was working in NATO 10 years ago, exactly dealing with this, with the IPC. And that was adamantly clear from the beginning for every partner. They must feel themselves free to choose. And we, as member countries, will do our best to contribute and to make the perception of the alliance, such an alliance, ready to cooperate, to facilitate. We cannot teach anything to anyone. We can help, we can stay in touch, we can engage our partner. When we were talking about the Science for Peace and Security program, it's something like a transversal program that doesn't necessarily imply the military expertise, as you know better than me. Actually, Serbia participated in more than 30 programs, so there is a huge involvement. When they say that NATO is must be perceived as an organization that can be helpful, let me just say that when we respond to the pandemic, we respond to the pandemic throughout a very wider range of activity, but even addressing to many different addresses, in the sense that we help the member countries, we help the partner countries. I would avoid to nominate them, but including Serbia. We were helping the region in which our soldiers and our troops were deployed. And the mission, the KFOR mission, show this impartiality when we was delivering the aid simultaneously to the population in the major of Kosovska, Mitrovica North and South. And we try, in addition, to find innovative responses in order to better face this disaster, as many others. So, and finally, I heard that we need to adapt. We can say with without any doubt, with no doubt, that maybe the Alliance is one of the organizations that adapt itself more and more often than others. We are thinking regarding the new concept 2030 for a more global approach. We are preparing the response to the possible second wave. That is something that some countries are already experiencing. So we are doing our best to show solidarity and to help, because we were born as a military organization, but our soldiers were absolutely crucial in helping civilian efforts to face some disaster. In other words, means try to enhance their capacity to be resilient. And that's definitely, at least in my opinion, definitely important. So we are here. We want to be engaged. Well, we cannot impose anything to anyone. And it seems to me quite clear and obvious as a concept. Thank you.
Hvala vam. Ja bih iskoristila moju privilegiju kao
I
moderatora.
use my privilege as a moderator to close this panel with an important reminder. As someone who believes that the status of Kosovo and relations with Belgrade and Pristina is not an attitude of colonial attitude towards Kosovo hundreds of years, etc., because we keep hearing this historical revisionism statements made. On the other hand, I do understand and accept everything that took place in the 80s and the 90s. On the other hand, I would like to remind citizens of Serbia and all of you of one of the best examples of cooperation between Serbia and NATO just a year after the bombing of Serbia, and this is in suppression of the uprising in the Kosovo. What we need to hear is the statements made of the territorial pretensions of some politicians on the Albanian side, and the statements made by the prominent personalities of the Albanian politicians from Albania proper, etc. I do believe that this experience, excellent cooperation between Serbia and NATO in suppressing the uprising in 2001 should be something that I should always bear in mind and build upon. I would like to thank you all as a panelist, and this just shows that we need to have another NATO week later in autumn.
Hi, colleagues. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleague Roland. How are you doing?
Hey, fine. Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you too. How is life for you? Where are you?
I'm in Brussels. Which time zone are you in?
I am in Garmisch. I was pulled March 13th from a trip to the Pentagon, and I am now surrounded by COVIDiots. You know, COVIDiots? The guys who decide that now that we no longer have to hunker down, they go downtown, drink beer. There's not much social distancing, you know.
Yeah, sounds just like Brussels.
They're wonderful. I think our Chinese friends have really kneecapped us this time.
Yeah.
What's your level? I mean, we're now allowed to get people from within Schengen to come.
Well,
unless you go diplomatic route, is 14-day quarantine for everyone going in or out.
Yeah, same for Belgium. I mean, within Schengen, there are no restrictions. And if you talk about infections, I think we're average below 100. I mean, some days we're above, but usually it's below 100 per day.
So, I mean, we're supposed to have 0 here in the area, in the Landkreis, but I mean, I don't know. I see license plates from every part of Germany, Italy, Austria, Poland, you know, Hungary. I mean, people are just moving around. It's a cool, you know, so that's what people are doing.
Okay, I think we better mute our mics because the organizers might want to start this.
Zu Befehl.
Talk to you later.
Hello, everyone. So good afternoon. I've been told we could start. Oh, sorry. So welcome back. We had a nice little lunch. Sorry you all couldn't be with us here in Belgrade to enjoy that lunch. Remember just a year ago, some of you were, and it's good to see some of your faces. So this afternoon, we're going to start by talking a little bit about EU and NATO cooperation and the implications for Western Balkans and Serbia. That's a pretty big charge for us to do this afternoon. So let me take just a minute to introduce the 5 great guests we have, experienced and very credible to talk about these issues. First, Pietro Mostardi, the attaché, the EU delegation attaché to Serbia. Welcome.
Good
morning. Jacqueline Dow, the Political Affairs and Security Policy Division at NATO. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Roland Freudenstein, Policy Director of the Wilfred Martin Center in European Studies. Good to see you again. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Professor Andrew Mikta from the George C. Marshall Center. Welcome from Garmisch-Partenkirchen. And then finally, Susan Grusevich.
It's hard to pronounce. Grubisic.
Grubisic.
Yes, that's right.
Better at this, shouldn't I, at this point? I know you're in Belgrade,
yes,
but we're still separated safely.
Safely,
So,
yes.
welcome to all of you. I look forward to the conversation. Again, it's a broad topic. Implications for we could cover a lot of things: integration for accession issues, for security cooperation, of course, Kosovo, Serbia relations. So why don't we start by each one of you taking the time, about 8 to 10 minutes, if you don't mind, to make some opening comments and remarks, and then we'll see where that brings us in the conversation amongst ourselves, and we'll leave a little time to for the audience to ask questions to this capable and experienced group, because I think that's important that we include some of those that are viewing to ask you all some questions. So if we start, Pietro, if you don't mind beginning.
Thank you a lot. Actually, I believe I could have more time than 10 minutes to give you my short presentation. And anyway, I'll try to be flexible, as we say in these occasions. I prepare a short briefing actually, can I have the screen sharing habilitated? Because
Yes,
it seems that I cannot have it if you don't allow me. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. I'm Colonel Mostardi, and since October 2019, I'm the military attaché of the European delegation to Serbia. I'm the first EU military officer to be deployed in one of the current. I have something is coming back to my microphone. Hello, are you hearing me? Are you listening to me?
We hear you fine.
Ah,
Yes.
okay, perfect, okay. So as I was telling you, I'm the first EU military officer to be deployed as a military attaché in the current 140 European delegations spread around the world, and by the European External Action Service, to which I belong to, and I'm also part of the general staff of the European Union. I depend directly by the EU delegation at the mission, who is the Ambassador Fabrizi, and by the Director General of the European Union Military Staff, who is Vice Admiral Blejean, who is the successor of General Pulkinen. So this is the first time that a military, a European Union military attaché speaks, has the possibility to talk in these very useful and beautiful events. I have gladly accepted the invitation of the director of the CIS, Dr. Jelena Milic, to speak about the cooperation between the European Union and NATO and the implications for the Western Balkans and Serbia. The topic is certainly challenging, and it is in continuous evolution. And in this sense, this presentation will not be exhaustive. Nonetheless, I believe that it will provide the right keys to start a discussion and to discuss, and it will be sufficient. So very briefly, because it seems that I have less time than I believed. Okay. Background, European Union and NATO today, EU-NATO agreements and regulations, main results, which are represented by the Berlin Plus agreements, which are the core of the relationship between the EU and NATO. Cooperations between the two organizations, the EU Defense Initiative, PESCO project, and participation of third countries, EU and NATO in the Balkans, which is the core. And CSDP in Serbia, and what the EU is doing under the CSDP point of view with Serbia. So it could be interesting for all of us, for all of you. Okay, background we can skip. Okay, NATO, European Union. After 23 treaties, we arrive to the current European Union organization. And just for you to know that on 2nd October, to remind that on 2nd October 2012, the EU received the Nobel Peace Prize for contributing to peace, reconciliation, democracy, and human rights in Europe. Today, we have in the EU 27 members, 21 belong to NATO and 6 don't belong to NATO. In the NATO, there are 30 members and 9 of them don't belong to the EU. This is the situation. So as we can see, there is a double mix of countries which coexist under two of the most important international organizations, which have common values, but also their own rules. And it was in the air that there was the necessity to have an agreement and regulation between these two organizations that need large funds, important structures, and a lot of specialized personnel. And for this, we have to come back to the 1996. Why? Because it was an important year for the European Union and NATO, because it was the starting point for the so-called Berlin Plus agreement. We can say that the origin of the Berlin Plus agreements go back to the meeting of NATO foreign ministers held in Berlin in 1996, during which it was dedicated there was a dedicated session in which the European security was in some way start the so-called ISD. The goal was to rebalance relations between the two sides of the Atlantic by creating a sort of European pillar of security. To this end, the European members of the alliance were urged to make concrete progress towards taking on greater responsibility for their common security and defense, and to develop a European military capability that did not, however, duplicate, and this is important, the structures and means already available in the field of NATO. At the NATO summit in Washington in April 1999, the heads of state and government decided to extend the decision taken in the Berlin to operations conducted by the European Union on the basis of the development indicated in the Amsterdam Treaty of 1997 and in the San Malo Declaration of December 1998. In particular, the Amsterdam Treaty envisaged a common European defense and integration of the Western Union into the EU. The EU's mandate and field of action were also defined more precisely through the incorporation of the so-called Petersberg missions into Article 17 of the treaty. The joint declaration signed in Saint Malo by France and the UK then asked that the European Union equip itself with an autonomous capacity for action based on reliable military forces with the means and willingness to use them to respond to international crises. The final communiqué of the Washington summit welcomed this initiative, and with it, the European decision to acquire an autonomous capacity, a compromise between independent, preferred by French diplomacy, and the complementary to NATO, typical of the British vision of management international crises, as long as they do not conflict with NATO's objectives and nature. European forces should have been separable, but not separated from the structures and commands of the NATO alliance. And thus the process of drafting the so-called Berlin Plus agreements was launched with the aim of ensuring the EU full access to NATO's planning and common capabilities in the event of European-led crisis management operations, as well as using the alliance means and collective capabilities to conduct its mission. The final act of the process was the joint declaration on CSDP, Common Security and Defense Policy, and the exchange of letters between the two organizations. It happened in 2003 regarding Berlin Plus. What I would like to stress is the complementary concept. I would like to stress because this concept because the EU will complement NATO, not to duplicate NATO's role in the collective defense of Europe. In this sense, the comprehensive approach of the EU is different from the NATO one. And using the words of General Pultinen, the EU focus on societal change rather than military defeat. These are the letters that were exchanged in 2003, just to give you the complexity of the issue and that it was overcome due to the strong willingness of the European countries and of overseas countries, of course, to find an equilibrium between NATO and the EU. These are the agreements and the regulations that were signed, a kind of synthesis of all those letters. Ensure access to NATO's operational planning for the EU, makes NATO common capabilities and resources available to the EU. Also called capability basket, identified through the so-called technical arrangement. Assigned to the Aegis operations, the NATO command options, including the development of the European role of Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe Secure as operational commander for EU mission, which will use the Berlin Plus agreement. Adapt NATO's defense system in order to include the availability of forces for EU operations and guarantee a security agreement for the exchange of EU classified information. The main results of the Berlin Plus are in the slide from Concordia operation, and we arrive at Althea mission. I don't know if I have time to speak about this, but I have just used 10 minutes.
No, continue.
Okay, thank you. In some
way,
thanks to the Berlin Plus, they immediately undertook its first operation in North Macedonia, 5 at the time, from 31st March to 10 December 2003. And so Operation Concordia took over from NATO with the 350 men to ensure a safe and stable environment in line with the Berlin Plus. And Secure was appointed operational commander and was assisted by EU Director of Operations. NATO supported the EU with tactical, operational, and strategic planning, and the EU Operational was established at Shape in months to assist the operational commander. Why I'm telling you all these steps? Because if we don't understand what happened in the beginning, of course all the technicians know these steps, but not all the distinguished guests that are joining this event have our knowledge concerning in detail about this issue. So the chief of staff was the key person for this new element in the chief staff. This dual EU and NATO positions ensure the link between the EU and NATO levels and the chain of command during the operations. The intervention was successful, but the cooperation with NATO revealed some problems in information sharing in the operation. And unfortunately, this problem is still continuing under some aspects. After the EU took over, NATO had maintained a presence on the field to assist Macedonian authorities in the reform of security sector, in adapting to NATO standards, in view of the countries entry into the organization and in the protection of borders. After the deployment and then we go to another mission. After the deployment in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was the first EU peacekeeping mission in full autonomy and without taking advantage of NATO assets, we are speaking about Artemis operations. In June 2003, decided the second and the last CSDP mission under Berlin Plus regime. We are speaking about EU4Althea. Starting BIH in December 2004, taking over responsibility from NATO. Since 2005, the EU has come under pressure to agree with NATO for a kind of Berlin Plus in reverse, under which the EU would have made its civilian assets and deployable capabilities available to NATO. Okay. Moreover, on the EU front, the entry of Cyprus and Malta in 2004 had complicated relations with NATO, and still we have these problems. The consequence was the substantial blocking of the EU-NATO political dialogue and the systematic exclusion from the agenda of any question that was not related to the current mission under the Berlin Plus regime, namely the only Althea mission in Bosnia. The operation in Bosnia was the last to be activated under the Berlin Plus regime, despite the fact that others have been proposed subsequently, for example, in 2006, the Lebanon crisis. Far from having created the Berlin Plus in reverse, the EU and NATO have rather carried out parallel operations in the same context more than once, as in the case of Darfur in 2005. Or as in the case of Operation UNAVFOR Atalanta, launched by the EU on December 2008, after NATO launched the most identical Operation Shield. The field cooperation developed between mission in Darfur, or the EULEX Kosovo, and EUPOL Afghanistan civil missions, with the NATO missions in the same areas, it's completely asystematic. Probably because the Berlin Plus agreement don't prescribe anything about civil missions and about the relation between the autonomous EU and NATO missions in the same territory. This just to give you the idea about all the missions. What does CSDP mean? Military missions, civil missions. You can see that the civil missions are a lot. And so this was only because I mentioned the concept on reverse, on Berlin Plus concept on reverse civilian mission, just to give you the idea about the relationship between civilian missions and military mission in the EU. This is the current situation in 2020. We have 70 missions. This was the situation in the beginning of 2020. Nowadays it's different. There are 4 missions from the military point of view and only 9 under the civilian point of view. But in the beginning of 2020, there were 70 missions. And from the beginning of EU, let's say, adventure, we had 34 missions. And the objectives are always the same. Peacekeeping, conflict prevention, strengthening internal security, supporting the rule of law, prevention of human trafficking and piracy. Berlin Plus is the core of the relationship between NATO and the EU. Just to recap briefly, Amsterdam Treaty in 1997, in which there was the integration of the Western European Union in the EU, along with the integration of Petersburg's mission. Saint-Malo Treaty, 1998, in which it was developed the EU's self-sufficient defense capability concept. Then Washington, 1999, in which the USA were happy, or let's say they accepted the above-mentioned EU-sufficient defense capability concept. Common Declaration, 2003, UN NATO for Berlin Plus, there were some common declarations, which are give to the EU the access to NATO planning capability, give to the EU to use common NATO capabilities, the so-called capability basket, give to NATO the operation commander position in all the EU missions where there is a brigade plus asset. Adequate the NATO planning system, which will have to consider also the EU forces for EU operations, guarantee an exchange of information between NATO and the EU. And after that, we had the main EU missions, Concordia, Artemis, and Althea. Then we had the Warsaw Summit in 2016, where there was the sign of the European Council President, the time Tusk, the European Commission President at the time, Juncker, and the NATO General Secretary Stolberg on 7 points: to fight the hybrid threats, necessity of maritime security, cyber security, defense capabilities, defense and research industry, exercises, improve help to East and to South partners, with a total of 42 proposals. In Brussels Summit in 2018, there were 32 proposals more, and we arrived to the famous number of 74 proposals. And then there are the 5 progress reports from 2015 to 2020. The last one was the 5th one, which was held on 15 June of this year between the High Representative and the Secretary General of NATO, which was formally submitted to the respective EU and NATO Council. And the last but not the least, and probably is the most, I don't want to say important, but sensitive in this list of documents, is the last one, the Brussels meeting of a few weeks ago. And we will speak about this. With NATO Secretary General Stolberg and President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and also with High Representative Borrell, who joined the event upon the Secretary General invitation. The last event is particularly important for us because during the event there were recap and underline all the key achievements of the 5 progress reports, along with some open issues like Cyprus and Turkey. We are speaking about 10 days ago. That both the organization want to solve as soon as possible. There is the willingness to do it. In addition to formational achievements, it is important to underline that some open issues continue to pose serious challenges. and hamper further strengthening cooperation between the two organizations. They are mainly related to the non-recognition of Cyprus by Turkey and long-lasting institutional and legal limitations deriving from the agreed framework of EU-NATO cooperation, which predates Cyprus' accession to the EU in the field of crisis management. In spite of their technical nature, they remain highly political and can potentially delay, hamper, or derail. EU-NATO cooperation continues to build upon the words of the Brussels Joint Declaration, as well as the implementation of the common set of proposals, the famous 74 points that I've just mentioned, agreed by the respective council in 2016 and 17. You have gone a long way. Before 2016, interaction between the two organizations had taken place in a sporadic and ad hoc fashion. However, over the past 4 years, cooperation between staffs had reached an unprecedented level, and it is now the established norm with strong support from member states. Key achievements have been highlighted in 5 progress reports submitted jointly by the representative and the Secretary General to the respective council. There is a consensus on both sides of the town. Hello? NATO and the EU had to focus on further progress in implementation, and there is no need to add further proposal to the existing 74 common action. At the same time, several member states and allies expressed their preference for some kind of prioritization among the main areas and the agreed actions of cooperation. There were 3 key horizontal issues. The first is the exercises. For the time being, NATO is not in the position to going beyond a simple rollover, the parallel and coordination exercise plan. Exchange of information. Both the organization will do their best to improve the situation. And non-discrimination. Continued seamless staff interaction on the basis of the full respect of the principle of non-discrimination remain a key principle respected by both the organizations. Secretary General Stoltenberg is supporting of EU-NATO cooperation and strengthening Europe's security and defense. In this respect, he underlined the importance of the 3 NATO key principles, ensuring coherence between the EU and NATO capability development, new capabilities to be developed, the EU framework should be available to NATO, a full as possible involvement of non-EU allies. The state of play of EU and NATO cooperation and the way ahead is shown in the slide. Cooperation with NATO remains a key political priority. The 2 organizations are mutually reinforcing, and hence the EU-NATO cooperation makes the transatlantic bond stronger. The Warsaw and Brussels Joint Declaration of 2016 and 18 provide a solid and comprehensive framework with a substantial cooperation agenda. The fifth progress report presented recently by the High Representative and Vice President and the Secretary General confirmed that we have come a long way during the last few years. It reflects continued progress of a good overall dynamic of staff-to-staff interaction in all areas of cooperation, while showing several concrete deliverables across the board. The COVID-19 pandemic only further reinforced the need for strengthening cooperation and closely coordinating effort in key areas, such as strategic communication, with a view to addressing known and emerging vulnerabilities and mitigating the implications of the pandemic to our societies. And then there is a strong need to keep the momentum and the high level of ambition regarding EU-NATO cooperation. Despite the significant progress achieved, we have also observed some recurring difficulties and unfortunate setbacks, for example, in the field of exercises and training. Enhanced political dialogue remains an indispensable instrument reinforcing mutual understanding, confidence, and transparency between our two organizations. And we need to join. We need to join, reflect, and put forward pragmatic proposal on how to further improve the frequency as well as the added value of our regular and well-established exchange at all levels, not only at staff level, but also through the fullest possible involvement of member states and allies. With due respect to existing national sensitivities, bilateral issue or grievances should not contaminate the EU-NATO relationship and undermine the key achievement of the past 4 years, which have been very important. Reciprocity is a key. The fullest possible involvement of non-EU allies in EU defense initiative remains a two-way street with the fullest possible involvement of non-NATO EU member states in NATO initiatives in accordance with the Brussels Joint Declaration and the full respect of the agreed key principle guidelines, EU-NATO cooperation, decision-making autonomy, transparency, and inclusiveness continue to be a paramount importance for further strengthening cooperation in a pragmatic, realistic, and mutually beneficial way. These are the EU defense initiative. Our strategic partnership with NATO is an integral part of the EU security and defense agenda. At the same time, as recognized by the Treaty of the EU, NATO remains the cornerstone of collective defense for its members. Focus is on the implementation of defense initiative aimed at enhancing the ability of the EU to take care of its own security, thus making the EU a stronger global partner. Increased EU member states' defense capabilities will strengthen NATO, help improving border sharing, and contribute to strengthening the transatlantic bond. The EU defense initiative are designed to ensure coherence, complementarity, and interoperability with NATO. Capability developed in the framework of EU defense initiative are owned by member states, and they will be potentially available for NATO missions and operations, subject to sovereign national decision, of course. The EU remains fully committed to the implementation of its action plan on military mobility. Military mobility is among the flagship of EU-NATO cooperation, is one of the aforementioned 74 points. And we arrive to the PESCO participation projects of third countries. I would say that PESCO, improving military mobility, let's say, has become one of the commitments under PESCO. And at the project level, with a dedicated PESCO project. The negotiation among the participation of member states are still ongoing to finalize the Council decision on the general condition for third states which participate to PESCO project. These conditions and related procedures need to be in line with the legal framework and nature of PESCO, whose primarily focus is to enhance the defense cooperation among the EU member states, even if the developed capabilities can also be used in other contexts such as NATO. As the PESCO project are being implemented under the oversight of the Council, there is a required to preserve EU's autonomy of decision-making and security of information. At the same time, the added value that the participation of third states could bring to the project is also being taken into account and may be updated. Of course, there are a set of general conditions are being elaborated for the participation of third states. The first is the political condition, EU values, CSDP principle, not contravening the security and defense interests of the EU and its member states. The second is substantive condition, added value of the projects without being able to block. In the EU, we know, but also in NATO, we know what does it mean if one countries block the decision. And third, legal conditions, security information agreements with the EU. The Council decision would cover also the procedure steps, agreements by the project members, followed by an authorizing Council decision and a project arrangement with the third state. Concerning possible cooperation between Operation, why I'm mentioning Operation Irini? Because this is the last one. A few months ago, Irini in Greek means peace. And there is, so IRINI is the latest EU military mission, and it demonstrates the EU willingness to develop and improve the EU CSDP concept. And we are confident in the EU that the ongoing discussion between Operation IRINI and NATO will lead to a positive outcome. An arrangement such as the one we had for Operation Sophia is in our shared interest. And then there is the statement of Mr. Joseph Borrell, our High Representative, concerning Operation IRINI. NATO and the EU in the Balkans. The EU and NATO have been very active in CSDP, especially in the Balkans. For sure, the EU, as a result, was the Balkan Battle Group, which is an EU battle group originally referred to as HELBROC. HELBROC was the initial of Elias, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and Cyprus. Today, it's on Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Cyprus. Ukraine entered inside the battle group in 2011 and Serbia in 2016, and they are active. Mission Althea is a reality which is helping the BIH in a very efficient way. The mission is written in blue. And of course, KFOR, under 1244 UN resolution, can be considered as the main stability factor in the Balkans. And we have to stress this. In blue, there is its mission. And myself, I mean, I arrived a few months ago. The introduction of MILAD, which is the military element in the EU delegation, as a EU military attaché, but I'm also as military advisor of the head of the European delegation. And I'm supposed to establish a close cooperation with member states, military attaché, of course, in the region, and lies with NATO and other international stakeholders on military issues. As I told, I depend directly by the head of mission and by the Director General of European Union Military Staff, Vice Admiral Blejean. And these are the three activities that I'm in charge of. Military attaché in the region, I have to liaise with them, Serbian military institution, international stakeholders, not included. The second MILAD was deployed in the USA in February 2020, and the third one is a premiere. It will be deployed on 4th of August in Ukraine, so in a few days. Just to close, the European Union and NATO are constantly evolving and improving their synergies, and the consequences in the Balkans can be found daily in the results achieved by current missions such as Althea in BIH and KFOR and EULEX in Kosovo, recognizing that the presence of NATO in Kosovo is certainly the biggest stability factor in the Balkans. The European Union expressed its appreciation for the relationship that NATO has developed in the Balkans, and the inclusion of Montenegro in 2018 and North Macedonia in March of this year, are a clear testimony to a virtuous path developed by NATO and by the aforementioned Balkan nations. Relations between NATO and Serbia as a member of the PFP are also highly valued. Serbia from 1st March 2012 has been officially recognized by the European Council as a candidate state to join the European Union. But to join the European Union doesn't mean joining NATO. And the members of the European Union, such as Austria, Sweden, Finland, Ireland, are a clear testimony of this. Nonetheless, the access process passes through an intensification of the CSDP, the development of the meal-to-meal relation. When I say meal-to-meal, I didn't mention meal-to-meal relation consists, sorry, where is it? The negative aspect of the automatization of the slides is that the meal-to-meal relation consists of military training and liaising exchange, joint exercise, and senior level consultation, purpose of building long-term personal relationship. This is the CSDP in Serbia. Probably I arrive directly to the conclusion, sorry. what does CSDP in Serbia mean? On the 2nd of June, I had a meeting with General Mojsilovic. And during the meeting, I propose a list of activities and projects approved by the UMS, which could be funded by the EU and developed by the Serbian armed forces under the supervision of the UMS. Just to make an examples, I propose some seminars, some courses, some projects, seminars on PESCO concept, finalities and utilities of CSDP to improve Serbian Minister of Defense representative knowledge and perceptions on what will be their commitment when they will enter the EU. Other seminars on UMS, finalities, projects, utilities, cybersecurity courses for Serbian Ministry of Defense representative in Belgrade or in Brussels. Cybersecurity is a topic that can be put under both defense and security issues. Courses are a lot. There will be the possibility to develop a lot of courses for countering hybrid threats. We could improve the existing good exchange of experience in the Hybrid Center of Excellence in Helsinki. Courses for special units forces, for CIMIC, related to CIMIC. Courses for peacekeeping operations in Africa and the Middle East. Those environments need to have a special knowledge and preparation when you send your people in those places. Then courses project for gender. Nowadays, all the international military missions have a gender core organization, and we could ask to Serbia to propose and develop some projects in line with this. And then courses project to create some K9 units or to improve the existing ones for rescue and security missions, avalanche and so on, earthquake and so on. And some other projects like telemedicine. Serbia has a very well organized military medical service, and probably they will be happy to improve the so-called telemedicine. And we should also consider that telemedicine could be a cross-functions activity. So, I mean, we propose a lot of activities. I mentioned only a few of them to the Serbian shot, and I hope that we will receive an answer as soon as possible.
Colonel Stardy, if I might just interrupt really quickly, this was a really comprehensive overview of the relationship between the EU and NATO, and it's helpful. And I think it's important to point out a point you made earlier, that not enough people understand the relationship in enough detail, understand the level, the structure is based on careful planning, careful coordination, and policy development. But I'd like to turn now, because we don't have a lot of time, I'd like to turn now towards some of the practical aspects of the relationship between the EU and NATO. And I'd like to turn to Jacqueline Dow now at NATO. But before I turn it over to you, I've been asked by the coordinators of this meeting to thank you and to thank NATO very much for all the participation NATO has committed to today, the last 2 days during this conference. So thank you, and Jacqueline,
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, there you go. Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, now you can hear me. Okay, thanks, and thanks for the thank you. And let me just introduce myself very briefly. I'm Jackie Dow. I'm the head of the Western Partnership section in the Political Affairs Security Policy Division at NATO headquarters. And appreciation to the previous briefer. I have a very short presentation. Forgive me if I'm reading a little bit. I'll try to look at the camera even though I'm reading. And I very much hope that I won't duplicate a lot of what has already been said, but I think I was coming at it a little bit from a different angle, not so much from the historical angle, a little bit about NATO-EU cooperation, why we cooperate. Why do we cooperate? I think because both organizations work for a common purpose. We share the values of human rights, we share the values of democracy, and we share the values of the rule of law. We cooperate in the region because our aspirations for the region are the same. We work to ensure greater security and stability in the Western Balkans and to increase the capacity of the nations in the region to respond to a range of challenges. And it's in the interest of both our organizations, NATO and the EU, that the region, which includes member nations and partners of both the EU and NATO, is stable, secure, and prosperous. So that's why we cooperate, I think. We support the EU accession efforts by the Western Balkan countries. We encourage the continued reforms linked to that. And of course, we continue to follow with interest the developments related to the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Our staffs remain in close contact on this. So that's why we cooperate, I think. We're also concerned about the same challenges. And I think those challenges are shared by every country in the region, including Serbia. And those challenges are to do with organized crime, corruption, terrorism, trafficking, radicalization, and disinformation. And I think you already had a session on disinformation earlier on today with the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. I would say, with respect to the presentation of the previous speaker, that NATO-EU cooperation has been a long time coming. It's been a long time evolving, and I think it's still it still is evolving. It's an evolutionary process, but I would say that we have quite strong cooperation based on the 2003 framework and on the two joint declarations from 2016 and 2018, again, which the previous speaker alluded to. And the two organizations, NATO and the EU, are currently working together on 74 common proposals. I don't intend to go through the 74 common proposals, even if I could, but I think we have we place a specific emphasis on strengthened political dialogue, cooperation on hybrid and cyber, military mobility, which was very much mentioned by the previous speaker. We have good cooperation in theatre. We focus on assistance to our partners and exercises. And again, exercises was mentioned by the previous speaker too. And if I could just give some examples of the cooperation between the two organizations in those fields, we are seeing increased political dialogue between our two organizations. We're seeing increased, cross-participation by the High Rep and by Secretary General Stoltenberg at respective ministerial meetings. And that counts for something because you need to find out about each other. You need to find out where the easy access points are for cooperation. You need to discuss the political problems which are not inconsiderable, which will persist. So I think increased political dialogue is very important in the evolution of the relationship. And we are seeing increased political dialogue. We're seeing more meetings of the North Atlantic Council and the Political and Security Committee of the EU, most recently on the COVID crisis. And we are seeing regular reciprocal cross briefings at all levels. On military mobility, we've shared with the EU military requirements and guidelines on the transport of dangerous goods. And I know this is a key area of those 74 proposals to be taken forward. On exercises, yes, it's not perfect, but we do regularly participate in respective exercises of each other's organizations. And then the cooperation in theatre is long-standing, I believe, coordination and cooperation in the Western Balkans, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in the Mediterranean. And with respect to the Western Balkans, which is the focus of today's debate, of course, Operation Althea, as was mentioned, is a Berlin Plus operation where the EU continues to rely on NATO's command structures in shape. We regularly discuss the developments in the operation in the framework of ambassadorial and military committee meetings between the two organizations. In Kosovo, we have the very long-standing close cooperation between ULEX and KFOR, and that cooperation has been intensified recently again because of the challenging circumstances related to the COVID-19 pandemic. On hybrid, which is another topic of great interest, we are currently updating guidelines on interaction between the two organizations in hybrid. We see strong cooperation with the Helsinki Centre of Excellence, which was again referred to by the previous speaker. And we have regular discussions on counterterrorism. And lastly here, NATO and the EU is cooperating on assistance to partners like Tunisia, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina in the Western Balkans. And the European Union is contributing to NATO's Building Integrity Programme, which helps fight corruption and brings transparency and accountability to the defence sector. And I must say the EU has made a very large financial contribution to that trust fund. In all of this, we strive to ensure complementarity and coherence of effort, and we work to avoid duplication. notably with regard to the development of defence capabilities. And again, the previous speaker alluded to the fact that the NATO Secretary General supports EU defence initiatives and has supported those on numerous occasions, because obviously if done properly, these initiatives can contribute to burden sharing, and they can certainly strengthen the European pillar of NATO. In this regard, the fullest possible involvement of non-EU allies is essential and would further strengthen those initiatives. So that's all I would want to say, really, which is why we cooperate, where we cooperate, and to repeat what I said at the beginning, that this has been a cooperation that has been long in the making, perhaps, that has seen backpedaling sometimes and then a leap forward. We've certainly seen enhanced cooperation in the last 6 years, since 2014, I would say. And I know for my own division, which also looks after NATO-EU relations on the political side, the enhanced cooperation and collaboration is seen on a daily basis. And with that, I think I would stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I think a conclusion from your short presentation is it's a work in progress. And maybe that's something we could discuss a little more with the next three speakers in the conversation after. So we've talked a little bit about how and why, and let's try to take a look at how this relationship actually shapes the security situation in the Western Balkans. So Roland, if you'd go ahead and share with us your thoughts.
Well, thank you, John. Thanks all of you for having me. Great to be back in Belgrade, if only virtually, and see so many long-standing friends like Jelena Milic, the indispensable. Let me, after so much has been said about NATO-EU relations and their effects on the Western Balkans, let me maybe zero in a little bit on the relationship between the European Union and the Western Balkans, and more specifically, European Union and Serbia. Because we all know that, NATO and Serbia, we can talk about enhanced cooperation, we can talk about improved common projects and so on, but when we talk about membership, the big question is the EU membership of Serbia and other Western Balkan countries. So, you know, I'm in a bit of a dilemma. I mean, I could be totally polite and say everything is great and hunky-dory, as the saying goes, or I can be realistic and risk being impolite.
Realistic, please.
Also to the European Union itself, by the way. So I will choose a middle way between those. I'll try to be realistic and remain polite. So 3 points. First, what is helpful to bring the Western Balkans, again, particularly Serbia, closer to EU accession? Second, a couple of points that are not so helpful. And third, where I see some positive change after initial blunders by the European Union itself. So, you know, the Western Balkans general in their relationship with the European Union seem to be caught in what has been called the middle income trap. In other words, a kind of stagnation where membership is not immediately a perspective. Negotiations have begun, but we're actually seeing in some respects mounting obstacles. So what is helpful in this process? Of course, helpful would be increasing civil liberties, would be improving, intensifying judicial reform, fighting organized crime, fighting corruption, the economic reform, in other words, to bring countries closer to the so-called Copenhagen criteria, also in the economic sense, to be able to withstand competition in the single market, and of course, to shape relations with Russia and China in such a way that they're helpful, actually, for bringing these countries and bringing Serbia closer to European Union membership. And that brings me to my second point. And here I'm I'm maybe zeroing in a little bit on the China factor, where I think that there is a severe risk that the development that Serbia-China relations have taken recently, not only since, but of course, especially since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, this direction risks actually jeopardizing closer relations with the European Union and certainly any imminent accession to the EU. You know, many Chinese investments, or the character of many Chinese investments, actually slows down economic reform or takes the Serb economy in a direction that automatically leads it away from EU standards. This is particularly true for environmental standards. When we talk about Chinese investment in energy infrastructure and so on, it usually takes the facts on the ground in Serbia in a different direction from being compatible with EU standards. We have, for example, the export of Chinese facial recognition technology to Serbian authorities, which is non-compatible with EU privacy principles. The kind of debt that is usually tied to Chinese credits for countries, not only Serbia, but many other countries in the world, this kind of debt very often results ultimately in a kind of dependence. You know, it may be nice in the beginning because it comes without the burdensome conditionality that the EU very often ties to financial support, but it leads to a kind of dependence, which, for example, in case of default, results then in a takeover of strategic infrastructure by China. Another element that is not really conducive to closer relations with the EU or future accession. And finally, I want to say that initiatives in the Belt and Road Initiative, the secrecy that is connected to the question of who gets what kind of contract in this framework, all this is not conducive to bringing Serbia and bring other Western Balkan countries closer to EU standards. Third point, the EU itself. I'm far from saying that everything went perfect, and I'm very self-critical, especially at the beginning of the corona pandemic, of the EU's action. We all know that, well, even within the European Union, countries suddenly thought only about their own country and not about their partners within the EU. And the same was true, of course, for the EU's partners in the Western Balkans, most of all Serbia, at which point China came in with very spectacular deliveries of assistance and aid. But I would say the EU got its act together. And if you look at the figures today, a total of over 400 million euros reallocated in bilateral financial assistance to the Western Balkans altogether. For Serbia itself, 15 million euros immediate support for the health sector, 78.4 million of support for the social and economic recovery. And other such figures where I would claim that the EU has turned around, has recognized the problematic approach initially during the pandemic and has tried to improve with Serbia. Unfortunately, this was not as publicized in the Serbian public debate as the previous quote unquote refusal of the EU to deliver and the Chinese assistance. I think we also have some improvement or a learning curve in the prioritization of issues in the membership, in the accession negotiations, where the European Union has introduced a new methodology, which starts with rule of law to avoid conflicts on that at a later stage, and where generally the principle is more for more assistance for more progress on reform and on bringing countries closer to the single market in their regulations and standards. So while being critical on both sides, I see some rays of hope, at least a learning process on the EU side, and I would love to also see this on the other side. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland. Thanks very much. I want to follow up a little on the China issue, but let me give the next two speakers an opportunity to speak before I do so. So next, I'd like to turn to Professor Andrew Mikta from the Marshall Center. Sir, you there?
Yes, I am. And Yelena, great to see you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for being the powerhouse that you are with everything that you do. Since I work for the US government, before I speak, I need to say that I'm expressing my private views as analyst and not the policy or position of the Marshall Center, the Defense Department, or the US government. I want to take a slightly different take and maybe piggyback a bit on what Roland has been saying. We are now 6 years out since the seizure of Crimea. And we've gone through multiple summits at NATO, and I really appreciated the comments from both Colonel Mostardi and from the NATO rep. But I have to tell you that I continue to feel a bit wanting when I look at where we are, not in terms of EU-NATO cooperation, because I think there are a lot of projects that are ongoing. But what concerns me is that we are continuing to struggle to reach some general broad agreements, especially when it comes to where the United States is on Russia and China, and where a lot of our European allies are on Russia and China. And Roland very eloquently also spoke of how China increasingly is playing a role in this larger relationship when it comes to the Balkans. As you all know, obviously, we have the High Reflection Group now ongoing, chaired by Wes Mitchell and Mr. de Maizière. My expectations and my hope is that at the tail end of that process, we will have reached a larger consensus within the alliance on China. In a nutshell, I would argue China is now seen in the United States as both as a military and economic problem set. And in Europe, I would argue it is still seen largely in economic terms. And the security dimension, even though it is clearly noted, I think by NATO, is only beginning to come over the horizon. Second point I'd like to make, which is very important, there's a larger question of how not just EU-NATO relationship will evolve going forward, but the larger transatlantic relationship. And I think that is fundamental for the future of the Balkans. What do I mean by that? The United States is now clearly in a new phase when it comes to looking at Russia and China. We spent about 30 years with most of the people arguing that export-driven modernization will bring about a transformation in Chinese domestic politics, and China will also become what some of my colleagues call a responsible stakeholder in the international system. I think what the COVID crisis has exposed is not only that this was largely a myopic view, but in my view, it also exposed vulnerabilities when it comes to the supply chains. What we have witnessed is what I call in some of my writing, a radical centralization of the supply network chain. The reason China was able to operate the way it did in the Balkans, positioning itself initially, as Roland pointed out, as being this supplier of first resort, is because what we have allowed to happen is essentially, in the name of globalization, a very predatory market policy pursued by our Chinese partners. The United States clearly is now at an inflection point when it comes to how we will deal with China. a lot of other countries are also looking at possible onshoring of the supply chains. You probably are tracking the Japanese are expecting about 32% of their manufacturing to be either onshored back to Japan or pushed to other areas. And there's a serious conversation about this in the United States as well. So to me, the key defining factor for the future of EU-NATO relations is how the larger conversation on China and Russia will evolve. From the US perspective, what we have is essentially not one like we had during the Cold War, but potentially two near-peer competitors, especially in the military arena. Russia is a quintessentially revisionist power in Europe. It wants to revise and reorder the post-Cold War settlement. And I don't have to tell our Balkan friends that this is happening all across the board along the eastern flank, going from north to south. China is even a bigger problem set. I would argue China wants to replace the existing liberal international order with an order that will be built not on the maritime domain as we have seen over decades, but will be built on a continental China-centered domain. Roland spoke about the Belt and Road Initiative. In my view, this is one of the most fundamental threats that is currently being posed by the Chinese when it comes to the future of US-European relations and the overall relationship within Europe itself. If the Chinese succeed in building a secure supply chain that they can then defend and protect, then they will be posing a very serious challenge in the maritime domain to the United States and our allies. Finally, a kind of more practical question. I have been a great supporter, and this is maybe to Colonel Mostardi's comment and his very thorough brief. I used to be a great supporter of PESCO card, European Defense Fund, and so forth. Coming at it from the position that I think Senator Graham took, anything that enhances European military capability is a positive development. What concerns me now is not only duplication, but what concerns me is that we continue to talk in terms of institutions, organizations, projects, whereas what we have in effect in Europe is the inadequate capability of exercise trained military power, whether you put it within the NATO structure or you put it within the EU structure. I am a great fan of both. But what I am concerned about is that you look not only at the targets not being met from the NATO commitments, the perennial 2%. I frankly don't really care whether it's 2%, 3%, 1.5%. What I care about is whether or not we have exercised military capabilities available for missions for NATO and the European Union. Why do I say this? And I will conclude on this because I really look forward to this discussion. The United States is coming out of 2 decades of incessant warfare, essentially, global war on terror, overseas contingency operations, things that we have been engaged in that have not only used up some of our capabilities, but also restructured our military for these kinds of missions. We're now in the process of rebuilding. We're now looking at great power competition, Russia and China, much more than we look at overseas contingency operations. But what that means is that our force, our joint force today, is being pulled into directions and into 2 theaters. And if you look at how rapidly the Chinese have been modernizing their military, how much they've been increasing the development of their naval force, my charge and my message to our European allies, friends, and partners is you need to develop exercise military capabilities to ensure that in the event we have a crisis in the Indo-Pacific that would pull a lot of American resources in that direction, the Europeans are capable, with the US strategic nuclear deterrent, with the US enablers, but nonetheless with European power to deter any potential revisionism from Russia. Otherwise, you will be blackmailed or worse. So I keep arguing and calling for some path for NATO and the EU, but more broadly, the Europeans and the United States to work jointly to provide that kind of deterrent. This will be of critical importance to the stability along the flank and the stability in the Balkans as well. Again, these are my private views and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Brought up a few important issues, China, capabilities, and we will circle back to these. But before we do, Suzanne, I know you've been waiting patiently, and so I want to give you the opportunity to speak last, and then we'll circle back around to address a number of really important and interesting questions that have been raised thus far. Please.
Hvala vam najlepše I želim da se zahvalim I
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the organizers, the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, for this interesting event that has become a tradition in Serbia, the only place where we talk about Euro-Atlantic integration. Usually we focus on European integration without the Atlantic part, so it's an even greater pleasure to be a part of this. And when you say the last one at the panel, when you're the last one at the panel, you risk repeating yourself. So I reformulated something that I wanted to say because we heard a lot about the cooperation between the EU and NATO in the context of the Western Balkans. And this is the part that I will skip over. I think we received plenty of information that the participants can use later in the discussion or to ask questions. I wanted to say something about a few things. I will not be long. We want to leave room for questions and discussion. And the first one is that the foreign policy priorities of most countries in the Western Balkans are aligned in several segments. That is, European Euro-Atlantic integration, improvement of neighborly relations, the need to strengthen the role of these countries in international organizations. All countries in the Western Balkans, with the exception of Serbia, are clearly determined to join the North Atlantic Alliance, and has created a new geostrategic environment in the Western Balkans because also all countries, with the exclusion of Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, are now members of NATO. NATO encircled the entire Western Balkans because it has representatives or bases in all the countries, along with agreements that allow this in a logistical and strategic context. NATO reacts more efficiently and faster than the European Union, both for the more complex structure of the EU and the unclear leadership, unlike NATO. Due to the slowed process of accession of candidate countries and the EU's burdening with other things, the impact on the Western Balkan regions will be exerted more through NATO, probably, than through the accession to the EU in the accession process, because NATO will remain present in the Western Balkans in the following period. And besides the European Union, NATO will provide further support to the dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade. It will have a further role in the implementation of the reached agreements, insisting on the democratization and regional cooperation, resolution of bilateral disputes as a criteria for joining is the result of NATO's efforts to apply its values, along with the desire to avoid the renewal of conflicts in the Western Balkans. Countries in the Western Balkans need to be actively encouraged to develop their links among them each other, so as to resolve disputes. One of such initiatives was the initiative Small Little Schengen, which is now on hold during the pandemic, but I hope that soon we will be able to say more about this. The greatest problems faced by the Western Balkan region in European integration may be classified into three groups. The first group has common problems shared by all countries in the region. The second one are country-specific problems, and the third one is external problems, which threaten the further success of European integration of the region. Former communist countries in Central and Eastern Europe did not have a formal obligation in their European agreements to cooperate with the neighbors, but such an obligation as a condition for progress in the European integration is part of the accession negotiations of the Balkan countries, so as to overcome the consequences of conflicts in the 90s. For instance, Serbia and Albanian negotiations about the status of Kosovo are a good example of this, where we have a constructive negotiations for a time and then have a falling back, a regression because of this conflict long ago. Of course, we also have the impact of foreign actors, external actors. When we heard something about this, but European Union actors are trying to fill a void that exists here and to impose their own interests. A school of thought says that Russian influence is aimed primarily at preventing the further spread of NATO and also the further expansion of the European Union, but the alternative opinion states that Russia neither can nor may prevent the European Union from expanding to the Balkans, but has ambitions to set a firm foothold in the Western Balkan countries, so as to have a long-term impact on the Union itself once the countries join it. If the European Union does not wish to completely jeopardize its transformative power and dominant impact, it may not avoid its own strengthened role in the region. The second factor was also covered. This is China. Serbia is the leader in cooperation with China. In the short run, this cooperation was useful for Serbia, but of course there is a question of how further the cooperation will reflect on the foreign policy orientation of Serbia, whether there will be any negative impacts on the future of European integration. Therefore, the European Union should provide a clear path to the membership of the Western Balkan countries, so as to prove to be a counterbalance to the Russian and Chinese impact. It needs to have the predominant impact on the economic development and to fill the hollows in the development of the economies in the Western Balkans. So a greater financial aid is required than the one that is provided right now. I followed the summit, which is a historical summit, which ended in a huge compromise, but it was also there was also a lot of bargaining there. And for the pre-accession aid for the Western Balkans was not increased by even 10% for the following 7 years, which is not enough for any serious economic development. So what we are awaiting are the details of this announced financial, economic, developmental plan that will be presented in the autumn. So if the European Union wants to maintain its dominant position as the key trade partner and donator and investor, then it should support the region as a whole in a more substantial way, since the region would then approach the West faster and reduce the lag, which can be measured in decades. I think this situation is in no one's interest. But on the other hand, China was presented as the savior of some countries, while the European Union is often wrongfully assumed to not do anything. This should be a wake-up call to the European Union, but it's a question whether it will have the political will to face the challenge of China globally and in the Western Balkans. I just wanted to say something about the potential membership of Serbia in NATO. I think a lot has been said about this cooperation already. And whether membership is possible or not, I think the greatest obstacle is public opinion. We've seen this in the report this morning. Even if there was political will, public opinion says no, clearly. Systems would adapt quickly. Both the armed forces, which has for years been cooperating in an excellent way with NATO, but society is not ready for this step yet. And it's a question whether it will be at any point. And on the other hand, we have the danger of if Bosnia and Herzegovina joins NATO, then Serbia will be the isolated country or self-isolated country in this security sense. So the relationship, the position of the public is the greatest obstacle to membership. Support is either dwindling or stagnating around 10%. Even if public opinion was not so predominant, and if there were politicians who were brave enough to talk about this subject freely, there is another huge obstacle in this path, which is the issue of Kosovo, because NATO would not accept a country that is not certain where its state boundaries lie. This is certain. So countries with unresolved territorial disputes. But if we leave this aside, if everything would fall into place, and still this is a step that would not happen all at once, but it would take place in a long-term process that is conditioned by the internal policy and foreign policy developments that is finalized by the invitation for membership. So the Montenegrin Membership Action Plan was received in December 2009. The invitation for accession was received in December 2015, and it joined in 2017. So it took it 8 years. Croatia received the MAP in 2002 and the accession invitation in 2008, and it joined in 2009. So that is 7 years. There is no greater or more significant guarantee for the inviolability of borders than NATO membership. This is the existential reason why Macedonian political elite has chosen the most difficult step when it comes to changing the name of their country. Despite all the advantages of European integration, security and safety is provided by the other actor. I think membership in NATO would be beneficial for all 6 countries in the Western Balkans in the long term, and it would resolve their security dilemmas. However, the main obstacle is public opinion, and I think that not only now, but much more frequently, we'll be able to open a rational and argumented discussion about the advantages of membership of Serbia in NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna. That was a great wrap-up, actually. I'm glad you were last on my list. You provided a little bit of a foreshadowing of how I wanted to bring this. So with the last few minutes we have remaining, the last 3 speakers talked about China, and I think we should address that a little more. There are a lot of things we can address, but I think this is an important topic. Roland, you talked about the fact that the Chinese investments take us away from a European perspective, take it away from the EU. Susanna talked about this being a wake-up call, that there needs to be more investment, more attention paid by the Europeans, by the West, to the region and the economic conditions in the region. There's this extremely practical point, and maybe we'll oversimplify it, but this affects opinion, public opinion, and it affects the discussion we're having. Tomorrow, I'm going to drive from Belgrade to Čačak. A few years ago, before Miloš Veliki, the highway opened up, which the Chinese helped to build, it took me 3 hours to make that trip. It takes me less than an hour and a half now. My life is easier now. My life is easier. This is an impact. This is a daily impact on people's lives. Many will argue that the Europeans keep moving the bar for integration. Roland, I see you're getting ready, and I look forward to hear. No, this is the type of, we agree on what the Chinese investment means in the long term, but how do we address this in today? How do we address the impact it's having on people's daily life, the positive impact it's having on people's daily lives? And how do we have this conversation as Europeans, as Americans? Who'd like to start? Roland, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, thanks. Look, There is, in all accession processes, no matter at what stage they are, you have there is an inbuilt paradox, okay? The EU is trying to bring countries closer by tying its own assistance to progress in reform. This progress itself, it should be a goal in itself for the accession country or for the candidate country. But very often it is not. It is perceived as a painful process. Why do we have to reform? Why do we have to make our judiciary more independent? We don't really want that. We only want it. We're only going to do it if the EU increases assistance by so and so much, invests into our infrastructure by so and so much, or brings the accession date closer. That's unfortunately the way it works usually, but that's not the way it is supposed to work. The EU is ultimately there to give the modernization processes of countries a direction and a speed, to provide some kind of direction to the reform process. But the reform process should be accepted as something good in itself, right? Whereas I think the kind of assistance that China gives, yes, it improves your driving, John. The driving time is shortened by half. Okay, fine, but there are so many traps contained in the way China is acting, especially in the Western Balkans. I wish this was discussed more openly, and I wish that the more for more approach of the EU wasn't taken as some kind of undue outside interference. China is not doing anything to bring Serbia closer to becoming a modern, functional market economy with the rule of law and fundamental rights for its citizens. China is not contributing one bit to that. And I wish that this was a topic for public debate in Serbia and other Western Balkan countries. So I mean, this would be my wish to openly and freely and frankly talk about these, let's say, these caveats about strategic cooperation with China, and to be a little bit less critical about a European Union that seems to be a pesky outside kind of, interfering force that only asks painful steps from the accession countries. No, these steps are good for the countries themselves, in themselves. So, I mean, that's my plea.
So this is an important answer, a more robust and pointed public debate about what these investments mean and what these relationships mean. Before I ask the next question, Jelena, you mentioned you wanted to make a comment, please.
Ja stvarno moram na engleskom. Dobar dan svima. Uživala sam da
So
slušam.
everyone, I was really happy to listen to all your contributions. I'm not quite certain how many of you attended our morning panels, especially the findings of public opinion survey. I will just reiterate a couple of things from our survey that could contribute. It seems to me that the consensus in Serbia is that it is the national interest of Serbia to become members of EU. However, the road towards EU membership is perceived differently. Very often in Serbia, citizens do not know the majority of the countries of the EU are also NATO member states. So very often we have 50% of support for membership in EU, and yet less than 15% of support for membership in NATO. However, under the present Serbian administration, we have almost 50% of citizens very much in support of cooperation with the United States in terms of defense and security. which I think is also a very positive finding that also leads us down the path of the EU integration. And yes, we do have all the issues that Mr. Fronstein identified, but do bear in mind that during the bombing, several Chinese diplomats have also been a victim. And Russia also plays a role in political dialogue on Belgrade and Pristina because international documents give them the right to play the role. So we should really assess carefully the communication and the cooperation between Serbia and China and Serbia and Russia. Only once the Kosovo conundrum has been resolved can we truly assess the cooperation between Serbia and China and Serbia and Russia. I do understand that China has become a very interesting topic on in the global arena. And although, as Roland says, they did not contribute to the democratization of Serbia, they are not working in detriment of democratization of Serbia the way Russia does. In Serbia, I don't think that China is the problem. And I would remind you of something President Vučić said when it comes to the scope of our cooperation with China and the scope of German cooperation with China. I think the German-China cooperation is way ahead of us. So the issue of cooperation between EU and China is, of course, something is going to be debated, but I think that first and foremost, we have to find a compromise solution to Kosovo issue, because that would keep Serbia on the path not just to integration, but anchor Serbia on the Western political front. So it doesn't really matter which administration is going to be in power when this consensus is reached. We have to observe in a non-partisan way, and improving relations between Serbia and the United States should be perceived not as a zero-sum game in relation to Pristina or Sarajevo or other countries of the region, or even in relation to Berlin, but as a win-win situation for all the countries of the region and for the European Union and NATO itself. It seems to me that Serbia perception is that the United States and even NATO understand the situation better than the European Union. And if I have to choose one key takeaway of everything we've heard from this morning to the present time, this is the importance of survival and presence of KFOR, fulfillment of their mission, KFOR remaining in undiminished capacity in Kosovo, and such demands coming from the country, such as Serbia, where citizens believe that NATO has bombed us for no reason whatsoever, and 76% according to our survey believe so. You see that there is a strong support for KFOR, so NATO-led peacekeeping mission. So it seems to me these are all positive steps or positive trend that should, when put together, lead in the right direction. About a week ago, there were very violent protests in Serbia, supposedly due to newly announced repressive measures in fight against COVID epidemics. And there are many direct evidence to show that different Russian structures were involved, or different pro-Russian Serbian structures. They all took the part in organizing this protest or in support of these protests. We wrote reports on this topic and published it and distributed widely. However, 4 weeks ago, we were never told that we have reported wrongly, or we were never openly attacked However, this particular time, they have intervened and reacted. To major countries of NATO, their embassies in Serbia, Norway, and United States have noted organized attempts, so-called peaceful demonstrations, direct attempts to provoke police, and they describe the violent methods, while all other member states spoke about peaceful demonstrations against authoritarian power. However, we had peaceful demonstrations before, yet none of them ended up with attacks on the police and throwing stones and burning garbage containers. So I really wonder what else needs to happen to understand that Russia is really taking decisive steps in intervening on the Serbian political scene, just like before, during the difficult times in North Macedonia or during the elections in Montenegro. So maybe we should bear in mind and view it from this perspective, that currently we have a government that is strengthening relations and cooperation with the United States and looking towards EU, and isn't support to this government something that should be done rather than attacking it due to a Russian-provoked protests? In this way, we are putting additional obstacles to Serbia's path to EU membership and Euro-Atlantic integration in general. So this conference is taking place, of course, in the times of this COVID pandemic. The first purchases of the ventilator were from our Chinese partners. Without purchasing ventilator from China, Serbia will not be able to fight against COVID epidemic. Yes, there was expressions of gratitude to China because they came to our assistance first. On the other hand, when EU assistance started coming to Serbia, Serbian politicians reacted similarly. They also expressed their gratitude towards EU. So I think these attacks in Serbia are not justified. Carl says President of Serbia came to welcome the planes with Chinese humanitarian assistance. And why didn't he come out to the airport to welcome EU planes? On the other hand, our prime minister was there. She was there at the airport to welcome EU assistance. So maybe if not president of Serbia, there was the prime minister. She expressed her gratitude directly to the EU ambassador to Serbia or the EU delegation to Serbia. So this somehow fell under the radar. I think we should observe all the events and from a broader perspective, in a wider context, and understand different crises that Serbia is facing these present times. On one hand, also on the other hand, COVID epidemic. As Mrs. Grubisic said, let's take a look as how Serbia reacted to United States activities relating to deblocking the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. We see that EU has reacted negatively. Both French and German politicians spoke practically against any kind of proposed solutions. And yet, before this was not the case. I don't think that that the negative comments should be addressed at Brussels and Berlin. So let's take a look at this package that United States is offering: stronger political integration, offering better economic environment for direct investments, including American investors. I hope that the next panel will be able to hear more about good neighborly relationships and opening trades across the region, including mini Schengen zone and many other bilateral agreements. Serbia is improving relations with Greece, Romania, Hungary. You might have objections to the state of democracy in Hungary or criticize Orban, but for citizens in Serbia who are in favor of membership of Serbia in NATO and EU, strengthening cooperation with Hungary, member state of both the EU and Russia, is a proper path to diminishing both Russian and Chinese influence.
Let me conclude by following up on a theme there: support for Serbia, support for Serbian leadership. And you touched on it at the very end there, the idea of the regional cooperation, some sort of regional cooperation effort agreement, whether it's called the mini Schengen or whatever. I'd like to for you all the way in, just to let's wrap it up a couple minutes each. Starting, Professor Mikta, is that something that the West, that the Europeans, that the Americans should be supporting, this idea of some sort of a cooperative agreement, economic, that will in fact move the economies forward, making people's lives better and improving their European perspectives? Sir.
Thank you. From my perspective, look, regional cooperation, especially for the countries that, like countries in the Western Balkans, need investment, need initiatives that provide alternatives to simply Chinese capital coming in. You described the experience of driving on a new highway. I think coming up with a comprehensive approach that would bring more regional cooperation, especially in the economic area, that will be, in my view, a very important step forward. Finally, I would say, look, these are not huge economies. The level of investment that's needed is not massive. We need to make sure that whatever economic activity takes place takes Serbia closer to the European Union, closer to the NATO structures. And if we don't think in those terms, what you will have is essentially the kind of Chinese debt for equity investments, and that will put more and more distance between a vital region for European security, which is the Western Balkans, and the larger transatlantic community. I think we should give it very serious thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna, any concluding thoughts on that?
Yes, I will, but I will speak in Serbian, as agreed initially.
I think that if Washington and Brussels look at things from the economic aspect, it is clear that Serbia and Kosovo would find it very important to have the ability of free movement and investment that would not create multi-generational foreign debt. This is number one. Number two, large Schengen. Schengen zone was a social and economic game changer for 26 European countries. There is not a single reason why its variation should not exist in the Western Balkans and yield positive results. We should, of course, involve Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro and Kosovo so that we can have a true mini Schengen zone. That is all I want to say.
Thank you. Roland, thoughts on that? Final conclusion?
Yeah, just the cooperation among the countries of the Western Balkans will be absolutely helpful for ultimate accession to the EU, but it should not be confined to only a free travel and economic cooperation. I think what is much more essential here is reconciliation after a painful past. And you know, that takes painful compromise from all sides concerned every day. It's the most difficult part, probably.
I agree.
Thank you both. Jacqueline, any concluding thoughts?
Not on economic integration, no, not from the NATO perspective. From a personal perspective, I could only say that regional cooperation, reconciliation, who could be against it? That's my personal perspective.
And Colonel, any final thoughts?
Yes, thank you. Time is what we need. I mean, the EU is working in the right direction. Of course, what I'm telling now to all of you is my personal point of view, is not the EU delegation point of view. But we need time because the European Union delegation, the European Union in general, is working in the right direction. But you know, it's not easy to put in the head of people some ideas. I agree with Roland when he speaks about the Chinese companies and so on. But when you said that you were happy, John, when you said that you were happy to go to Kajak in only 1 hour and a few minutes, this is what the the man on the road is thinking, because in the end it's easy for him, you know. So the Chinese company which has built the highway has in some way helped the man on the road which think in this way. Some other comments is that, of course, we need time. We need time, and Serbia will have to fulfill all the chapters in the proper way before entering the EU. But again, it is not something that happens in few times. So. Give time to the young generation to change, to think about what is happening, and I'm pretty positive. Thanks.
You can conclude, doesn't matter.
Thank you all. And with that, we're going to conclude this session. I think the final thought Jacqueline said during her presentation, this is a work in progress. It's important to continue the hard work, however long it takes, whether it's reconciliation, whether it's economic and political progress, but we need to keep moving forward. And with that, thank you all very much for your time this afternoon, and I hope to see you soon in Belgrade.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Elena, all the best.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. All the best.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, I can unmute you already. So everything should be fine, and everything will be shown here. Yeah, and if you are a bit like this,
okay,
then
perfect.
Yeah, just don't go sit straight, but like this in line with the laptop, and have a bit of a nice view, and then nobody will come to you.
They see me.
Dragi svi, dobrodošli na naš
Dear
sledeći.
all, welcome to our next panel, Importance of Regional Cooperation. It is my great pleasure to welcome our moderator, who comes to us from the Kingdom of Norway, Egil Daltveit, military attaché of the Embassy of the Kingdom of Norway in Belgrade. You are one of standard participants of Belgrade NATO Weeks, a colleague that helps us enormously whenever it's hard. He always brings us excellent speakers. You have wonderful interventions and presentations. We have a very good panel on a topic that countries such as yours can share a lot of experience and lessons, both in the areas of security and economy. But your knowledge in the region, many years you spent here in the region, helps us to put together all those lessons learned, both in your native country and international organizations, and here in the Balkans. So please take the floor.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Jelena. We have a really good panel. We have Tim Lannon, who's the acting head of the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center. We have Goran Sviljanovic, who's the former foreign minister of Serbia and Montenegro. We have Baron Lobstein, who's the economic chief at the US Embassy here in Belgrade. And we have Aleksandar Radovanovic, the head of the Regional Cooperation Center of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. And shortly, I will give you each the chance to have a 5-minute introduction. But since we are only 4 panelists, I've taken the opportunity of saying a few words myself first. And there is no internationally recognized definition of regional cooperation. So I have offered to make a little definition. And I say it's a minimum of 3 neighboring states that cooperate in any field of common interests. Examples are cultural exchanges and cooperation, economic cooperation, and security cooperation. But the list of potential areas is endless. And then I think key is that successful regional cooperation makes the situation better for all the involved than it would otherwise be. And there is no matter too small and no matter too large. And I'll point at a historic example of a region that used to be the most violent in Europe. There is only one place in Europe where the neighboring countries have been at war with one another 8 times over the last 400 years. And that's my region. Denmark, Norway on one side against Sweden on the other side. From year 1600 until 1814, fought 8 wars. It seems distant and forgotten past, but it took some hard work to get out of that hamster wheel of history. And real regional cooperation did not start until after the Second World War. And it was then very complicated because Finland, as we know, had gotten its independence from Russia with the breakup of Russia and the Soviet Revolution in 1917, had been involved in the bloody winter war with the Soviet Union in 1939-40 and the continuation war, and ended up squarely under Soviet influence. Denmark and Norway were part of the founding members of NATO, and Sweden was working very hard to be neutral. And then you had Iceland floating out in the middle of the Atlantic. And these 5 countries gradually were able to find fields to cooperate. Culture was very central early on, as was practical solutions for improving trade and the movement of people, like an agreement, I think, from 1957 of travel between the countries without passports, which led to a huge upswing, not only in tourism, but also, more importantly, in trade, because the barriers were removed and it was much easier. And today, even though we've fought those 8 wars with the Swedes, if I find myself in trouble in a bar, I'll look for the nearest Swede because I know that he will have my back if there is trouble. Not that in the current situation, I don't frequent the bars too much. And with that, I would like to ask Tim Lannon to start with your initial 5 minutes. Tim.
Okay, just finding the microphone button here. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for inviting me on this panel, and somewhat appropriate for regional cooperation, and because this is the COVID-19 does not just call for regional cooperation, it calls for international cooperation at a very large state here. NATO's as the acting head of the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center, I have been at the forefront of the COVID-19 response since the beginning of February. And NATO's Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center is NATO's principal civil emergency response mechanism in the Euro-Atlantic area. The center functions as a clearinghouse system for coordinating both requests and offers of assistance, mainly in the case of natural and man-made disasters on a 24/7 basis, and such as the COVID-19 pandemic. In the context of COVID-19, 18 requests for international assistance have been submitted to the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center by allies, partners, and international organizations. And to date, 13 requests remain open. In the volume of requests is unprecedented. In the EADRCC is the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center, so I'll use that acronym from now on. In the 22 history of the center, this is an unprecedented situation. And to date, in response to all the requests we've received, 122 donations have been provided through the EADRCC. Although Serbia did not submit an official request for international assistance through the EADRCC, several allies and partners have provided Belgrade and the region with offers of support during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some concrete examples include, in April, the Turkish Ministry of Health provided medical supplies to help combat the outbreak in North Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Kosovo. These supplies included masks, overalls, and test kits. Poland also dispatched nearly 70 tons of medical supplies to Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Serbia on the last week of May. And this aid included more than 10,000 liters of disinfectant and 100,000 face masks for each beneficiary. So with respect to lessons learned during the COVID-19 crisis, though, we've certainly learned that preparedness is key, where high demand of similar medical equipment and supplies has strained industry and NATO and its partners. We're all competing for similar relief items. In the context of taking these lessons forward, and planning for a potential second wave, defense ministers have agreed on a new operations plan to support allies and partners, and a new stockpile of medical equipment and supplies, as well as a new trust fund for which is called the Pandemic Response Trust Fund. The Pandemic Response Trust Fund will support NATO's pandemic relief assistance to allies and partners. It'll do this by funding pandemic response activities that are desired by allies and partners, but are not funded through a common budget. Having said that, regional cooperation has been strong when it comes to responding to crisis situations and tend to be less controversial than military cooperation in the region. The Euro-Atlantic Response and Coordination Center has always taken on a leading role in disaster response and has an outstanding relationship with Serbia in this regard. As you might be aware, in 2018, the Civil Preparedness Exercise, Serbia 2018, was jointly organized by the EADRCC and the Ministry of Interior of Serbia. Around 2,000 personnel from 40 countries and international organizations trained together in Serbia in a large-scale emergency response exercise based on an earthquake scenario. The exercise provided an opportunity to practice international cooperation and to enhance interoperability of teams from different nations to cooperate to save lives in international disaster response operations. The NATO Secretary General and the President of the Republic of Serbia inaugurated the exercise themselves. The scenario for the ADRCC exercise in 2018 allowed participants to participate in international cooperation and strengthen the ability of teams from different nations to work effectively together across a wide range of relief operations. These included urban search and rescue, emergency medical teams, water rescue, as well as detection, protection, and decontamination teams. Serbia 2018 was the largest exercise organized by NATO's Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center, and the first to be hosted by Serbia. And it also offered a platform to test new technologies and promote the dialogue and practical cooperation between a NATO member and partner nations. So regional cooperation is on the forefront of the EADRCC's mandate, where we are working continuously with partners. We normally run an exercise on an annual basis, and this year's exercise was to be hosted in North Macedonia, which is now postponed until 2021. So we will continue to do exercises and to help allies and partners to prepare for such crisis. And in the future, we will take a look at introducing pandemic scenarios into the exercise program. So to conclude, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this panel and look forward to enhancing our cooperation with Serbia in the field of crisis management, taking forward any lessons that we have identified in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And now we'll turn to the next panelist. For those of you who have questions for him, he has another engagement, so he has to leave half an hour early. So don't hold back any questions that you might have to him. That's both to the other panelists and to others. And with that, Goran, we shouldn't lose any more time. So Gorane, evo vi.
Egil, hvala vam najlepše, vrlo ljubazno od vas. Istine, ja ću morati da požurim, ali se zbog toga izvinjavam i vama.
Thank you very much. I will have to leave you earlier, but I would first of all like to thank Jelena for her invitation and her perseverance in promoting the ideas of cooperation with NATO and Serbia, which is never easy in Serbia. And I would also like to thank all the organizations that are supporting NATO Week, and this year, especially Kingdom of Netherlands Embassy to Belgrade, because this is one of those conferences that debates difficult topics for Serbia. I carefully listened to the previous panels and the one yesterday, this morning, but last panel was dedicated to regional cooperation. So if you allow me, I would like to share with you information regarding to what extent there are corporations in Western Balkans, including security, and yet these different levels of cooperation are often neglected. Difficult political issues always overshadow good results, real results achieved, and I'm sure Alexander Radovanovic will contribute to what I'm saying from the perspective of a Chamber of Commerce and Regional Investment Forum. However, allow me to say, when it comes to cooperation in the area of security, there's a whole set of initiatives that are either completely or partially on the Council for Regional Cooperation. I had the honor to be the head of this council in the 6 years that I was working there. Many things have been done in order to promote regional cooperation in the field of security. Program for Development, the United Nations have developed Southeast Europe small arms clearinghouse. The idea was to support the countries, bearing in mind that our countries were the producers of arms and weapons. The idea was to preserve this weapon stock and to prevent it from entering illegal market. However, this is still happening. However, I have to thank the support coming from Spain, Germany, Great Britain, because they noted the need to collect and stockpile all the light weapons in order to prevent it from entering illegal market. Council for Regional Cooperation has established a Center for East Europe. I'm sorry, I failed to mention NSA is the abbreviation that is collaborating with different intelligence agencies, especially in the field of industrial intelligence, monitoring licensing, especially in the area of military production. All the trades between EU member states and countries of the region in terms of trade in weapons is monitored closely. So participants in this body were people who are actually first and foremost in charge of intelligence services in the region, and they collect open source intelligence support information, and they produced a report related to migration, cybersecurity, dissemination of fake news and disinformation, all in the attempt to prevent hate speech, etc. So this was an important cooperation body, regional partnership body for PCDFF. So this was established by people who participated from our region, who participated in the wars in Syria or in the Middle East. So the idea was to prevent them to return from these war fronts there and initiate terrorist activities here. With the full support of European Union, there was integrity internal security governance body, so that with 3 pillars: counter-terrorism, counter-organized crime, and border security. So these were 3 crucial topics and challenges for the region that were put under the umbrella of this initiative. In several forthcoming years, there are probably going to be several other bodies that are going to take over these initiatives. that are currently in the way of establishments, but these are all different forms of cooperation, all under the umbrella of Council for Regional Cooperation. There are also two initiatives that are not under the direct umbrella. One is Rakvia, comes sorry with historic support of Croatian government in the area of security cooperation. Out of all these bodies that I've numbered, Kosovo is not participating only in one of these formats. And that is the one that is gathering all the heads of intelligence agencies, national intelligence agencies, because they're not considered a recognized state by all the countries of the region. In all other bodies, they are equal participants. So the fact that there are political differences do not necessarily mean that Kosovo does not participate in different cooperation bodies, especially those concerning security. Council for Regional Cooperation several years ago, with the full support of the Prime Minister of the region and EU, presented multi-annual action plan for regional economic area in the Western Balkans, attempting to open the Western Balkans territory, all the 6 economies of the Western Balkans, to remove all the obstacles for free trade. We do understand that there are problems in the functioning of CEFTA. That is, of course, the underpinning these processes, but everybody is attempting to overcome these problems with implementation of CEFTA. Of course, Mr. Radovanovic should probably say more about experiences of the pandemic crisis. The Council for Regional Cooperation and CEFTA, special green corridors agreement have been signed, enabling cooperation lines for transport across borders, all the humanitarian assistance and medical equipment in order for countries to help and assist one another during this crisis times. Mini Schengen is building upon all these previously mentioned processes, enabling residence permits, work permits to be one and the same, to make CEFTA fully operational and remove various non-tariff barriers. This is all a process that is ongoing and gathering all the countries of the region. I would like to thank all the governments who supported this process, including the United States government. They placed the focus on the economic cooperation. And as you know, the result of this dialogue was the special agreement of opening airport in Pristina for air transport from Belgrade. So now we are, of course, expecting a lot from the continuation of the dialogue and the support of the dialogue coming from both United States and EU. So I would just like to remind you all that there is excellent cooperation already existing in the region among all economies of the Western Balkans. However, this does not mean that we close our eyes to serious political problems that exist, and there are the consequences of previous wars of the 90s. And it takes a lot of courage to speak about reconciliation and confrontation with the past. So I'm happy to see that the fate of the missing persons is once again the part of the political dialogue. We are all looking forward for this dialogue to end with a consensus and agreement eventually, hopefully not too distant future. But for this, we are expecting the cooperation, both cultural, economic, environmental cooperation, to be extended and deepened. We are, of course, looking forward to become a part of the broader European Union projects relating to all these areas. So this is for me as a couple of introductory remarks.
Thank you, Goran. We will now turn directly to Baron Lobstein from the US Embassy. Baron, the floor is yours. And Goran, turn off your microphone.
Okay, thank you very much, Egil. And thank you also to Jelena Milic and her team at the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies for organizing this event. Thank you, Egil, for leading the panel. Before I start, I should say that I am hearing both languages. I'm not getting the English translation of Goran's remarks, but I understand the gist, so I might need some help during the questions. I recognize that as head of the economic section at the US Embassy, I'm not necessarily the most qualified person here to address the security-related aspects of regional cooperation, but I do have some points to share on regional economic cooperation. Some points have been made by Goran already, but I want to echo these because I would argue that they are directly relevant to national security and areas where my own country has focused a lot of its resources recently. First, I want to underline why this is a US priority. In short, Serbia's national strategic goal remains European integration, and we support that goal wholeheartedly. We want to help Serbia on its path to EU membership, and we view regional cooperation as a necessary step toward that goal. Beyond that, the US partnership with Serbia complements our broader goals for the Western Balkans. These countries' integration into Western institutions is central to our work in the region. For us, this means EU membership for all, which is the goal of each of the countries in the region. For that reason, the United States applauds renewed efforts at regional coordination and integration, including the Mini Schengen Initiative and the 3 Cs Initiative, which I will mention more about later. The work of Special Presidential Envoy Richard Grenell to promote commercial links between Serbia and Kosovo complement these regional efforts. On the Mini Schengen Initiative, we encourage the region to embrace this idea and to negotiate and do what is necessary to implement it. Creating stronger economic and political ties through this type of initiative will bolster other efforts toward European integration. And it's an opportunity for the countries of the region to take active steps together toward that goal, to promote, that is, the shorter term objective of increased regional cooperation, while at the same time making progress toward EU membership. We like the fact that the initiative is inclusive, that all the Western Balkans 6 are welcome at the table without precondition. That reinforces the shorter term objective of regional cooperation while promoting at the same time the ultimate goal of all the countries of the region joining together in a much broader community. On the level of relations between Belgrade and Pristina, Special Presidential Envoy Grenell has visited the region and met with the leaders of Serbia and Kosovo on multiple occasions in the past several months to reach agreements in business and commerce. We look forward to the resumption of flights between Belgrade and Pristina and progress on railway linkages and other projects. These deals are igniting momentum and hope. We hope that Ambassador Grenell's energy and efforts will continue to bring progress toward normalization and ultimately remove a major obstacle to Serbia's European integration. And again, we encourage Serbia to take action, to get things going, and not to simply wait for things to happen, but to do what it can to move forward toward the ultimate goal of EU membership and, more fundamentally, prosperity for all Serbians. Now, I want to say a brief word here about the 3 Cs initiative. Although Serbia is not part of that forum and it's not my direct area of expertise, but I think it's a great example of the kind of cooperation we want to promote. That initiative was established by 12 EU member countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and it aims to increase those countries' energy independence and resilience by supporting collective financing for new energy infrastructure projects to connect the region between the Adriatic, Baltic, and Black Seas. We strongly support it. We think it will play a key role in advancing US strategic interests, as well as those of our allies and partners in the region, allowing us to support them in their pursuit of energy independence and national security. And as long as we're talking about lessons learned from COVID-19, I'd like to add one more example to what Tim was talking about earlier and echo what Goran was just talking about. The CEFTA implementation of the Green Lanes initiative across the Balkans is another wonderful example of how the region can take collective steps on a smaller scale to solve a concrete problem. That is, how do the Balkan countries keep essential goods flowing to ensure that governments can respond to a national emergency when that emergency requires limiting movement across borders? And we hope to see the Western Balkan leaders decide to make the Green Lanes initiative permanent, or at least certain aspects of it. If anyone has driven across this region, as I have, and seen kilometers of trucks waiting at the border for customs clearance, you understand that easing cross-border trade would be a wonderful way to begin to improve regional cooperation and the lives of a lot of ordinary people. So in closing, let me once again thank the Center for their work to move Serbia closer to the strategic goal of European integration. A stronger, more united Europe is directly in the interest of both Serbia and the United States. And finally, as we continue the discussion, I would welcome everyone's thoughts on the question, what can the United States do to better support these efforts? Thank you.
Thank you, Baron. It's now time for Alexander Radovanovic. However, he has disappeared from my monitor, and instead we have His Excellency Ambassador Plug. And all of a sudden he reappeared. So now, Alexander, before you disappear again, the floor is yours.
Hvala. Pozdrav iz Privredne komore Srbije. Najpre
Hi from the Chamber of Commerce of Serbia. Thank you for the invitation and for wonderful moderation. And thank you to the colleagues who are participating at an important moment such as this one, important for the entire region when we're opening many questions, when we are restarting the relationship between Serbia and Kosovo. Of course, thanks to the initiatives led by Ambassador Richard Grenell and the US diplomacy, and of course, the European partners. I will focus on regional cooperation in light of the coronavirus pandemic, which affected all economies in the region, regardless of the level of their development. The extraordinary circumstances once again accentuated the relations in the region and the need to overcome this situation by securing security for everyone. The private sector faced numerous challenges, such as financial challenges, preserving jobs, and supply chain problems and others. So Goran said something about this, which is the flow of goods and people in the region. Everything, all resources and chambers of commerce across the region, all of them showed high responsibility and readiness to help their members, that is, companies, to overcome these crisis moments. There were numerous questions that were successfully resolved by employees at these chambers in mutual cooperation and cooperation with the institutions of governments in the region. I would just like to give an overview, an economic overview of the situation in the region and the impact of the pandemic on economic movements in the region. So the negative effects of the pandemic on economic flows are such that we expect GDP to flow in the region by 1.5 up to an enormous 9%. Firstly, as far as Serbia is concerned, total exchange of goods between Serbia and Western Balkans countries from January to May was 1.415 billion euros, and this is a 9%, almost 10% of decline compared to the same period in 2019. Exports declined by 7.7%, and imports were significantly lower, which is 14.2% compared to the same period last year. The greatest rise in imports was recorded in tobacco and agricultural and pharmaceuticals. Well, that is exports, and there was some other goods declined. So Serbian GDP is expected to decline by 1.5 to 3%. As far as the Republic of Albania is concerned, tourism is the most important there, and the crisis hit this sector the most, which forms around 8.5% of GDP, while indirectly it contributes by 26.2%. Tourism employs 93,000 people in Albania, and indirectly almost 300,000 people. The decline in tourism led to a decline in agriculture, which is some 18% of GDP, and 40% of Albanians live in rural places and depend on agriculture. The number of tourists, there are almost 5 million people every year in Albania, but in 2020 we expect economic decline of around 5%. According to the analysis carried out by our colleagues for Bosnia and Herzegovina, transport, warehousing, logistics, and services have the most affected in Bosnia, Herzegovina, which is why green corridors are important. GDP is expected to decline by 4 to 5% there. Negative impact on the economy is seen in Montenegro in services and tourism. So tourism and services and transport account for 24% of Montenegrin GDP, and according to their official data, the tourism sector has declined by 90% year on year. We expect Montenegro to have the greatest decline in GDP, which is the decline of 9%. When it comes to Kosovo, small enterprises and micro enterprises employing 1 to 5 employees suffered the most, which is where 2 to 4% decline is expected. Due to the pandemic, North Macedonia, all branches of the economy will suffer. Tourism and services will fall the most, then the forestry and car industry. The World Bank estimates the decline to be 4%. Regional cooperation in this period will be marked by the establishment of green corridors, continuation of operations. Even in these extraordinary situation, when it comes to the summit, Western Balkans in Croatia, we had an online summit and the reestablishment of exchange of goods between Serbia and Kosovo, which is important for people in Serbia and Kosovo. Also, I want to say how important these green corridors are, which got announced. This is an example of positive cooperation during extraordinary circumstances caused by the COVID pandemic. And the establishment of these corridors, which were established according to those that functioned in the European Union and that enabled during these pandemic times for essential goods to transfer to cross borders inside regions. So this system is enabled through the mutual electronic communication and exchange of data between customs and other border services as part of CEFTA. And full implementation may be reached before sooner than initially thought, by the introduction of a system that has been used for some time. As I have already said, the Zagreb Declaration is very important for the region, and it happened in May, and it provided some very important conclusions. And one of the most important ones for the economy of the region as a whole, even after the pandemic, is the establishment of a fast and efficient cross borders with the European Union. We talked about this at the previous roundtable, which concerned the mini Schengen, and we talked about the waiting times and the losses. And we received a confirmation from the European Union that it is thinking about the economy of the Western Balkans, which requires assistance. Also, European solidarity was proved in practice by approving over 3.3 billion euros for the Western Balkans, which is intended for support in the fight against COVID-19 and recovery, we hope, mostly of the economy after the pandemic. Another thing that I would like to say as lessons learned here is certainly the importance of the functioning of the supply chain and the preservation of economic activities in the emergency state and the freedom of movement, the necessity for countries to act in a timely way. This is something that all countries, all of them adopted measures in a timely way. The crisis planning and relief with enhanced cooperation in terms of regional cooperation. Globally, this crisis, besides the health and the economic crisis, this is also a crisis of management. It's also important for planning in terms of adequate response to the second wave that is expected this autumn. The lessons learned in the first wave should be used for the second wave. There's also a need for implementing the initiative for the joint economic space, which is mini Schengen. This needs to be implemented to its finalization. And finally, the cooperation between chambers of commerce in the forum of the Balkan Six. This is very important. This is a huge value added that helped us come out of this crisis much more easily and more efficiently for our members. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you all for good and interesting interventions going in different directions, and which is very much indicative of the subject, because it can be so many different things. I will start with Goran, where you left off, and I'll point the question to you, but I will also encourage the rest of you to chip in. By what you say at the very end, Goran, it almost seemed that you said, well, there is actually so much going on when it comes to regional cooperation in the Western Balkans that we are underpresenting and maybe giving this region a worse reputation than what it deserves in this area. Did I understand you correctly then?
I dare to say that you're right, and you understood me very well. I tend to agree with this as at least a former politician. I understand the relevance and the importance of the communication. And of course, what you can hear on a daily basis is a cacophony a quarrel argumentation. Well, all I wanted to say, guys, this is a result of unresolved, outstanding issues. And I've pointed out to the dialogue, which has been restarting, and I'm very happy about this. And I've called for integrated approach coming both from Brussels and Washington. And I, of course, hope that all parties in the process will act accordingly and being supportive. But then again, I just wanted to point out to what extent there is a lot happening, which is very positive. I wanted also to focus on the security cooperation because this is rarely reported, rarely explained. And I'm sorry, perhaps this is a failure of myself as well, because perhaps we could have said more in more detail on what is happening when it comes to security cooperation in the field among all economies. This is really what was my message, and I just wanted to say, to make clear that we all understand how much has been done, and I'm grateful for the support coming not only by European Union through European Commission, because it's substantial, but also I mentioned, for instance, CIMIC, cooperation among military intelligence chiefs. It is always with an active participation of NATO EUCOM. So they are very actively participating in this format. They are also, the NATO is also actively engaged in Centar, National Security Advisor cooperation. So what I wanted to say, there is a lot happening, and this is all based on inclusive engagement of everyone in the region. And there is plenty of good news to share, and I'm happy that Alexander Radovanovic also pointed out when it comes to economic cooperation, this what was a result of Chamber Investment Forum, led in a way by Marko Čadež, a head of Serbian Chamber of Commerce. He is a spiritus movens. He was the one bringing together his Kosovo partners and then everybody else around the table, as they really cleared a lot and they voiced the business community attitude, and they shared this attitude among politicians and among the broader public. I think this is all positive, this is all good. So I just wanted in my statement to share a kind of encouragement that even a very difficult issues can be finally agreed through a compromise. And this will only open up for more of an engagement in the critical areas. Reconciliation is a critical one. Then rule of law is a critical one. So there is a lot that we can do in the coming years. I think it was Jelena in one of her interventions today who was openly saying something that I tend to agree absolutely. And this is, please understand, the reason that there is no sufficient level of the reform processes when it comes to media freedom, rule of law, not only in Serbia, but in the region as well, is to great extent a result of unresolved political issues. The huge energy is being invested both in Pristina and in Belgrade, but then others from the region around these unresolved political issues. And I think that the urgency would be my motto when it comes to engaging in solving this issue, so reaching a compromise and a dialogue. This will open up for a huge potential, and I think Serbia has a lot of potential to offer in all other areas when it comes to reform of the society, but also sharing of these positive processes with the neighbors.
Then I'd like to ask Baron, do you also see the situation similarly to Goran, that actually the existing regional cooperation is being underrepresented, one, and two, there is a great potential for a lot more to happen? What does it look like seen from the US Embassy?
I completely agree with Goran's.
Mr. Baron, if
yes.
Alexander Radovanovic wants to chip in this debate, allegedly there is an icon with the globus that you can press and then you will hear the English translation.
Ah, okay. If I can find that, I have not found it yet, but
The three
any
small
case.
dots in the upper right corner, push on that,
Yeah.
and there's a fold down menu.
Would that be the language interpretation button?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Push English.
Thank you. Thank you. Hvala svima. Okay. All right. So yes, I do agree. There is more going on than we are probably conscious of. This is a real problem for those of us who are new to the region, who have not worked here full time for decades. And I think some of this cacophony, which I think is a good word for this, is the result of not just the multiple outstanding issues, but also insufficient coordination. And I'm speaking as a member of the United States government bureaucracy, where we have dozens of agencies with dozens of working groups that work on various issues, all trying to solve and address particular problems. A lot of these have overlapping mandates, and what you need in order to resolve some of these, to prevent overlapping work and duplication of efforts, is coordination from above somehow. And I think this is, while this is understandable at this stage when we've got, several economies working in tandem and with fluctuating contacts and relationships, in the future, I think as we are hoping, the region joins the European Union, is fully integrated into the European community, they can take advantage of greater coordination that will offer, to try to resolve some of the cacophony. And you mentioned the work of Marco Chades and the PKS. I have met frequently with PKS and have the greatest respect for what they're doing to promote cooperation, business, commercial cooperation between Serbia and Kosovo, and to try to move that forward. I think a lot of the advantage that the chamber has is that it sort of is in the driver's seat in Serbia in promoting commercial cooperation, which I think would not be the case if we had multiple competing chambers with different mandates. This is not to sell short the American Chamber of Commerce, which I also am very close to, but I think it all comes down to coordination, and I'm hoping for more of that in the future. And it's a natural process that I think will play itself out as integration moves forward.
Thanks. Tim or Alexander, do you have anything to add on that topic before we move to the next? We'll then take one question before Goran has to leave, and Jelena will also say a few words before Goran leaves. And a question, we are now facing a crisis, not only in the individual countries in the region, we are facing a global crisis. How can this region use COVID-19 to take regional cooperation to a new level? Is it possible? And if so, how can it be done? Who feels like going first?
Well, I might try to offer an answer. Govorit ću na srpskom jeziku.
I will speak in Serbian. Thank you for trying to give us room to say something about this. of what we can learn from this crisis and what we can do. I mentioned and I said maybe a few sentences more than a part of the problem that we are in right now is concerns something that all of us countries in the region and in the pan-European area, all of our relationship with the health system. So the scarce investments in recovery and construction of a stable health system. This is something that we have learned, and I believe that every individual country and regionally also, there will be talks about the potentials that we have, what we need to invest in, who can rely on whom in the region when it comes to public health. That is one lesson. Another pertains to the fact that this pandemic has shown that part of the problem is in fact in the high levels of pollution, which is why I hope that one of the things that we will have learned is that we need to invest a lot into clean air, renewable resources, to change the energy mix at every national level and at the regional level. And we should use this opportunity, and I think that countries in the region have it, and I think they don't use it sufficiently, which is the fact that currently we do not have to pay for the level of pollution here. There is a grace period that all of us here have, which is why we should step up to the pan-European market and to try to market this, to cash this in, and to use these funds to renew our energy potentials nationally and regionally by investing into renewable energy. Biomass is one, water, solar energy, wind energy. We have this huge, I think, opportunity of a lifetime, exactly because we have the possibility of reaching this pan-European market. We should use these funds received by more developed countries which need to pay additional funds because of the levels of their pollution. We should use this to seriously consider review our electrical energy systems in all the countries in the region, and to, in the following 20 years or so, change this sector entirely, and in that way contribute to a healthier environment. This is something that I think would be the Western Balkans Green Deal right now as part of the larger Greater European Union project, which has been agreed these days in this process, whose part we are also. This has serious geopolitical implications because it allows you to diversify and to have a completely different energy mix. And also it allows for a new workforce, a green workforce. And I think we have this opportunity, we need to support it. I expect that the Serbian government will come with this initiative before the end of the year, and I would support it. I would like for this to happen, and I will wholeheartedly support it if we reach a serious investment cycle that will enable diversification and green energy and using of these bonds in the European market, because we have this problem with geopolitical consequences, and we need to be aware of everything and to enter this in a serious way.
Tim, you mentioned in your introduction the experience that you have gained at the ERDC in fighting COVID-19. From your perspective, what would be your advice to Serbia and to the rest of this region for lessons to be drawn for strengthening regional cooperation as a result of this crisis?
Thanks very much for the question. And as this is a global pandemic, it requires a global togetherness to pick up some global solutions. So even when it comes into regional spikes and surges, it ultimately is upon the region to come together and cooperate closely together to share perhaps best practices, sharing the information, our center itself acts as a clearinghouse. So a stricken nation can come to us and request assistance, and we publish our this request that would come to us out to 70 different nations, and it's nations, ministries other than defense. So we're not dealing with ministries of defense ourselves. We're dealing with ministries of interior, ministers of emergencies, sometimes public safety. It depends on the nation. But we do a lot of coordination on behalf of nations too. So we do a lot of third-party work. But you know, when it comes to participating on some of the exercises we do have a, you know, I echo the comments made by Goran and Baron that in response to the last question you were discussing, I think there is a lot of regional coordination that is ongoing, particularly in the area of disaster response. And all the nations in the region are stricken, you know, each year by floods or forest fires. And the region does pick up, put the tools together and work together to come to solutions. This is why the Serbia exercise in 2018 was a watershed moment for the disaster response community in this region, where everyone came together and worked on a scenario that did cross borders. And we continue to work in the Balkans area ourselves on a lot of crises, but again, we're disaster response, which doesn't always, the humanitarian community does not look at political crises or political inhibitors as much as other communities. So we do tend to work together because the importance of our work is the immediate urgency of saving lives. So in the context here, I think there is a lot of regional cooperation going on, the neighboring countries. So I don't have much more to add on that, but even through your center, you know, so perhaps some best practices and sharing of information, particularly with spikes and surges, and tracing capacity is very helpful in this situation. So I'm sorry I don't have much more to offer, but that's from our perspective in the center here. Over.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the time that Goran, you have mentioned that you have to leave, but before you will be allowed to do so, Ms. Milic has insisted that she will be allowed to address all of you, and especially you, Goran.
Hvala, Egile. Kao što znate, ovogodišnja...
As you know, this year's 8th NATO Week is entitled This Is Us. So our idea was to show many positive trends taking place in Serbia, in deepening cooperation with NATO and strengthening and improving relations with the United States that seldom discussed whenever we speak about European integrations of Serbia and regional cooperation. However, my idea was, ever since our winter's conference on mini Schengen, where the speakers were both Mr. Radovanovic and Svilanovic, and I often call him the boss because he used to be my boss, I thought about to what degree the various forms of regional cooperation that ICC contributed greatly, and with the support of NATO and United States ever since the years of conflict in the 90s, to what extent do people who are now commenting on what would happen if we overstep the standard proposals in order to seek a compromise solution? Because what they're saying is that this would spark renewed conflicts in the Balkans, that this would just add a spark to this gunpowder barrel that exists in the Balkans. However, on the other hand, I personally believe that there are so many different forms of regional cooperation. We have K4 firmly established in Kosovo. Personally, I think the situation is much, much better than it used to be. I have forwarded invitations to different think tanks across the region. Some of them are experts in emergency reactions or the responses to emergency situations. If you take a look at the results of the public opinion survey we presented yesterday, you'll see that a large percentage of our citizens actually approve of cooperation with both NATO and United States in terms of emergency responses or crisis management. I think that the level of support among the citizens is high in comparison to the previous year, among other reasons, due to the very successful multinational disaster response exercise organized here in Serbia. Serbia has received largest financial assistance both from EU and NATO during the disasters of the major floods several years ago, but also Albania after the terrible earthquake. After the conference that took place due to the earthquake in Albania, Zoran Zaev, President Rama, and President of Serbia, Vučić, announced that crisis management emergency planning system are going to be the new area of cooperation among those three countries. Serbia has not granted diplomatic status to the so-called Serbian-Russian Humanitarian Center, and the government of Serbia actually did something rather smart. They've taken the airport from the city of Niš at the point when Russian Humanitarian Center moved the premises closer to the Niš airport. I'm happy to see that there's much more space for improving cooperation between Serbia and NATO in emergency response area too. And of course, we can find additional mechanisms to establish this cooperation via Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center. Through the cooperation with the National Guard from Ohio, our cooperation has extended to emergency response as well. Now, what we have learned from COVID's lesson is that military and crisis movability really isn't all that much different. Those who promoted this concept also had a lot to learn from the responses to the COVID crisis. General Hodges, one of our regular panelists, also insisted that as military mobility, bearing in mind the hybrid threats that we are all confronting, can be used in this broader conflict, broader perspective of crisis mobility, where the troops and equipment can be depending on whether there are already established protocols for movement of goods and people in times of crisis and emergency. And these are all different aspects of regional cooperation that is something that we should look into. All different forms of regional cooperation become extremely important when we are all confronted.
Elena, and I believe Goran now has left us. I would like to direct the next question to Alexander, and I will also direct the same question to you, Baron, so you just get ready. And that is, Alexander, in your estimation, which is the area of regional cooperation that has the potential of bringing the greatest profit and profit being both in the economic sense and in the sense of bringing welfare of different types to the citizens of the region.
Svakako,
Certainly, what is key in regional cooperation is that countries in the region cooperate through chambers of commerce and that they form this joint Western Balkans chamber and that they know the priorities and objectives. Priority for us in the Western Balkans is to enable quick, fast, efficient border crossings, to enable each others that we accept the documents that accompany these goods. I'm talking about the accepting of reports by accredited laboratories and the harmonization of phyto and sanitary certificates, the integrated control of borders and establishing joint control. Everything related to the facilitation and greater efficiency of trade. Trade is the main opportunity for this region, which can be seen by the numbers, excepting this year and these 17 months prior, due to the taxes introduced in Pristina. But this growing trend of trade in the region is great and would have been greater and faster if we removed borders, that is, facilitating border crossing. We would have more significant and better destinations for investment. I'm talking primarily about EU and US investments. What the region needs to do, first of all, is to resolve the issue of relations between Belgrade and Pristina, that is, normalize relations. This is a challenge. This is something that has hindered this region. It has blocked it. Over these 17 months, we had a blocked CEFTA agreement and other agreements. We need to resolve this issue for the region to move forward. The role led by Ambassador Richard Grenell with his initiative towards the normalization of these relations is key when it comes to the economy. I'm talking about the establishment of aerial links between Belgrade and Pristina, the establishment of railway, postal transport. We don't have post between Belgrade and Pristina goes through Zurich. So we need infrastructural relations between Belgrade and Pristina, that is Serbia and Kosovo. I'm talking about a highway of peace between Pristina and Niš. This is all something that hinders and burdens the entire region, which is why the Serbian Chamber of Commerce is investing a lot of attention and energy in the resolution of these questions. We want to create a supportive environment for entrepreneurs and businessmen in Serbia and Kosovo.
Thank you, Alexander. And Baron, where do you think there is the most profit for the citizens and for the bottom lines of both governments and corporations?
Well, Egil, first I will have to thank Alexander for stealing my talking points, because that's exactly what I was going to say. And as I said in my opening remarks, I know this from personal experience, even in the few months that I've lived in Serbia, from driving through borders and seeing the miles and miles of trucks piled up to cross. So much could be accomplished by simply making border crossings more efficient and by easing trade. And that comes down to, as Alexander said, harmonizing documentation, harmonizing procedures, and establishing well-functioning border crossings. And this, it would facilitate trade. It would enable more trade, which would reduce the cost of trade and would reduce expenses of doing business around the region, which would be good for companies. It would be good for ordinary citizens. And I think it would ultimately facilitate better relations among the governments of the region. One of the things, to return to the earlier topic of what did we learn from COVID-19, and as I also said in my opening remarks, the fact that COVID-19, the pandemic, gave us the impetus, gave the region a reason to quickly resolve this issue of how do you get essential goods across borders. I think that demonstrated how important it is to facilitate cross-border movement of goods and people, because in normal times, it simply makes life easier for people. In a crisis, it can mean the difference between life and death. When that hinges on having the right goods in the right place at the right time. And resolving these things quickly, also, as Tim said in the beginning, depends on preparedness. Having the connections in place to facilitate cooperation, having exercises to practice cooperation, all of that goes to the ultimate goal of working together to solve problems. And then finally, to return to what Alexander just mentioned, the resumption of air transport links, rail transport links, and the peace highway between Belgrade and Pristina. All of that is specifically in the agenda that Ambassador Grinnell has laid out, ways that we can get Serbia and Kosovo to communicate, to cooperate, and ultimately to facilitate a reconciliation, a normalization of relations, to get the region closer to EU membership and to make life better for the people here. And that's ultimately what we all want. So that's my answer.
Thank you both. It's quite interesting to me, coming from the Nordic region, that what you both pointed at, removing obstacles for the free passage of borders of people and goods, that was the kind of defining moment of the success of the Nordic cooperation some 63 years ago, when with the introduction of travel without passport and simultaneously a system where goods could cross the borders freely because there was a common framework of regulations underpinning the whole system. And that's really how we gained the energy that is still going into our cooperation. We have about 10 minutes left, and I will each let you have a few finishing words, and I'll start with Tim, and I'll give you one hard question. That is, if the Western Balkans gets hit really hard this winter by a second wave, we are now seeing maybe the second peak of the first wave. But if we get hit in this region by a really hard second wave, how can your center assist the region? And also, if there are any finishing remarks that you have.
Okay, thanks. And that's probably a good final question, because there are some organizations and nations that are less familiar with the role of the ADRCC. And it's up to us to make sure all the partners and the allies are fully cognizant of what is available to them through the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response and Coordination Center. We are a request-driven organization, so we don't go out shopping for business or disasters, but what we do is we stand ready to assist nations, partners, and allies alike. We have we have 70 nations that can request assistance. Well, all nations can request assistance through us, but we don't have to go through any decision-making process for the 30 allies and 40 partners that we have associated with the organization. We do not need any decisions made. We can activate ourselves upon a request for assistance. So what we do, and one of the advantages of us is of our organization, is that we have an outreach to, of course, NATO allies and partners that may be able to respond to the request for assistance bilaterally. So at least the requested nation or the stricken nation has that knowledge that they have. They're reaching out to 70 nations when they submit a request through us. We're in the European Union's Emergency Response Coordination Center. They're roughly reaching out to about 40 nations. Their advantage is that they have funds that they can apply to the response, where we rely on the in-kind donations of allies and partners to respond. For a second wave, one of the things we have and we're prepared for with regards to partners, one of the initiatives is the Pandemic Response Trust Fund. And there's two initiatives. One is specifically for the establishment of a stockpile that would be available to allies and partners based upon a council decision. But the initiative B is specifically a trust fund that is established for assistance to the partners that are involved with us. So we continue to make folks aware of what is available through the ADRCC. And when we submit when we push out a request for assistance that comes through us, it reaches out to 450 email addresses across the allies and partners. So we are much better, although we rely still on donations and in-kind assistance provided by allies. We stand ready to respond, and we're in a much better position than we were in February-March timeframe for preparedness for a second wave. And thanks again very much for inviting me to this panel. Over.
Thank you for your participation and for your contribution. I think I just saw Goran on the screen. Are you still with us? Okay, now he has finally left the building. Then to Alexander and to Baron, I'll give you the same closing question, and you can give your closing remarks and give you 2 minutes each. A lot of research into human interaction has concluded that in order for business to thrive, trust both between individuals and between countries is absolutely essential. How can we strengthen trust both between individuals and between states in the region? Alexander, you can go first.
Hoću ja prvi. Ok. Pa poverenje se uspostavlja
Well, trust is established through communication between partners who respect one another. And by this I mean the communication that is grounded on business, economy. Business is beyond politics, and business opens the doors and facilitates resolution of many political issues. Of course, I ground all this on the relations between Serbia and Kosovo, and I do believe that opening business doors is the best way to enable trust. We should understand interests of one another and respect one another. This is the only way to build trust. Where there's people, there's agreement. This is one of our proverbs.
Baron, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I love that you asked this question because when I was preparing to respond to the previous question, trust was one of the words that I wrote down that is absolutely essential as an aspect of cooperation that I think would make for a great profit, both for business profits and the national welfare and public welfare of people in the region. How do you create trust? I think Alexandra again hit it on the head. Communication grounded in respect. One of the things that I think is important to remember, and this is coming from someone who grew up in the United States during the final years of the Cold War, we approached an old enemy with new proposals and an understanding that we had a common interest. In the 1980s, that common interest was survival, the survival of our children. And I think we can always look at resolving conflict through that lens. We don't always have to trust one another, but we have to be able to find a common interest. And I think Ambassador Grinnell is on the right track when he comes to Belgrade and visits Pristina and identifies the common interest as business success, the prosperity of our peoples, because regardless of the political imperative to preserve the memory of old conflicts and to keep those political interests at the fore, there is an abiding personal interest of everyone in the region to feed themselves, to feed their families, to have good jobs, and to have the personal dignity that comes from being able to support themselves and to be prosperous and to just live normal lives. And that, I think, is ultimately what we have to aim for in generating trust. It's identifying those common interests and working together even with small incremental steps to communicate on the basis of those interests and to find ways that we can work together. And thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this. This has been a wonderful discussion.
Thank you all for your contributions to the panel. Your different angles of looking at regional cooperation has really given us something. I will start with an example of trust. That can be something to aim for. As you know, Norway is a NATO member. Our two neighbors to the east, Sweden and Finland, are not. But we now have an arrangement where the Norwegian Air Force, the Swedish Air Force, and the Finnish Air Force, without any bureaucratic arrangements, can say if the 330 fighter squadron in Bodø in northern Norway decides at 10 o'clock in the morning, today we would like to conduct an air interdiction exercise over northern Finland. They take one phone call to a desk officer in the joint headquarters, and that's resolved at major lieutenant colonel level. And at 10:30, they can cross the border in their F-16s or F-35s. And that's crossing not only a state border, but it's also crossing from NATO into a non-NATO country. And depending on the route, flying over another non-NATO country, so 3 countries involved. And that's by building trust step by step between governments, you get to where these things are not only achievable, but the natural order of things. And I think that, as Goran said, a lot of the things that are being done are being underrepresented. That does not mean that there are not a lot of challenges left, but I also got a good sense from the panel that the low-hanging fruit that is out there needs to be plucked. So thank you all. We will have a 2-minute recess from here before we start with the next stage of the conference, which will also be the final. Thank you all.
Možemo da počnemo? Aha, ok.
Elena.
Hey.
Greetings. Good to see you.
Likewise.
Looking forward to this.
Dragi moji, dobrodošli na pretposlednji panel.
Welcome to the penultimate panel of the 8th Belgrade NATO Week called Imagining a Strategic Partnership Between the US and Serbia. We will have the final concluding panel, and tonight with us is a friend of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, if I may say so, Damon Wilson, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council of the United States. He participated at a spring NATO week that we organized at the Norwegian residence, which was the contact point embassy at that time. Now it is the Netherlands embassy, and as you know, they helped us so much for us to organize this NATO week. Tonight with me are John Capello from the Balkan Security Network, but John was also an envoy, air attaché at the U.S. Embassy, and Mr. Nemanja Stanovic, politicologist and historian. We are working here in inhumane conditions. We're trying to observe all the recommendations and requirements regarding the fight against the pandemic. One is not to use air conditioning, and it's really hot here. I said jokingly, now only for Damon, and if the last speaker was the Secretary General, I would have stayed this long. I will start with another joke regarding the title of our panel, Imagining the Strategic Partnership between the United States and Serbia. We have a joke with two people in the town of Visegrad talking with the bridge, with the famous bridge described by Ivo Andrić, the award-winning novelist. And one asked the other, "Did you read the book Bridge on the River?" The other one said, "Well, why read it when I cross it every day?" So we have many participants here. So Damon, thank you very much for agreeing to take part. Tell me, do you need a short wrap-up of the key conclusions and the subjects, or are you just able to pop in right now?
So Elena, is that my cue to start since my Serbian is not up to snuff?
Okay, bro, there is a globe that you can press, and then you will see get the option for Serbian translation.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
All right. You're ready for me to begin, yes?
Of course.
First of all, thank you so much, Elena. It's such a pleasure to join you. My only regret is that I am having to join you from Washington and not in person in Belgrade. So we'll make up for that. But let me just say first, hats off. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for the work of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, all your colleagues there. I'm delighted to be part of this 8th Belgrade NATO Week. And I want to thank everybody who's been participating, who's been watching, who's in the audience. I know some of these issues are controversial, and it's really important that we have open conversations, engage, and learn from each other in this. And so I wanted to take this opportunity that Elena offered to talk a little bit about what I've called imagining a US-Serbia strategic partnership. And in some respects, that means reimagining the relationship between the United States and Serbia. And so I think the reason I'm really interested in this is because one of the last major strategic questions looming across Europe is the place of the Western Balkans in Europe today. We know that Serbia, we know all of the region is part of Europe. It's part of a transatlantic community. And in some respects, I'm convinced that the Serbia-US relationship is increasingly the key to unlocking that pathway, that vision. It's a key to providing the underpinnings for stability in the region that can unlock the potential of its people. So I come to this with a little bit of humility because, as all of your viewers know, the United States is in the middle of a pandemic which has hit my country very hard, politics which are very polarized here, and a racial justice movement which is really gripping the country. But I also encourage you not to misread what's happening in the United States, not to count the United States out. In many respects, this is the power of our democracy, where people have a say over their future. We churn, we argue. It's our process of self-correction. And I would dare argue that what you may see emerge from this is a reinvention, a renewal at home in the United States, which will directly impact our capacity and desire for leadership abroad. I also come to this from the Atlantic Council, an institution with a Balkans Forward initiative that is prejudiced in that title, forward. We want to move forward with our partners in the region. And our whole work focuses on keeping the United States engaged, because we've got a lot of issues on our plate, if you can imagine. To keep the United States and the European Union working together cooperatively in the region, something we are not doing enough of right now. And to really support the process of reform and evolution and development in the region itself, because that is the key to its future. So let me lay out a couple of observations and a couple of suggestions before we get into a conversation. First observation is that, look, it's really clear to me, to many of my colleagues, the President Vučić, the Serbian government, that it's been making an effort to work with the United States and to develop that relationship. This has attracted positive attention in Washington. It's clear that President Vučić has invested in that effort. And I think there are many people in Washington who recognize that, want to respond to that. Second, I think it's important that the audience know that, and I've followed some of your opinion data, but there are friends and partners of Serbia in Washington, people that are friends and partners of the region, that understand Serbia's challenges, both domestically, regionally, economically, internationally, and that genuinely want Serbia to succeed. And I think it's really interesting, your own data that I read through before this, some of it's not surprising, but I think I took note that 65% of Serbs favor stronger ties with the United States. And frankly, only 18% were not in favor of stronger ties. We've got a lot to work with, and we need to tap that latent potential in your population to support a new approach, a new strategy. I also think there's been a growing realization that you've had an attitude from Russia about Serbia, where really there's a knowledge that they know that the Kosovo issue is a challenge to closer US-Serbia ties, US-EU ties. And I suspect that we see an effort, a strategy from Moscow of doing the maximum to maintain the status quo, because the status quo undermines the ability of Serbia to get into serious negotiations, to advance those with Pristina. We see efforts to undermine the ability of Serbia to have successful negotiations. We may even be seeing hybrid warfare, what I've read from some analysts there, against the government to discourage the likelihood of any agreement. And I think we need to understand why. It's because a potential agreement may unlock the potential of Serbia's future. So I actually think now, despite all these challenges, is a time to be bold, is a time to take some risk, and to understand that Serbia's future is blocked without an agreement, that the benefits of a US-Serbia partnership can't be fully realized. And to be honest, Kosovo's prospects are even worse without an agreement. And so we've got what I think is an opportunity as we think about how to recover coming out of a COVID pandemic, how to come out of a really difficult year. And I think we need to have a vision of what's possible. And so I'd like to lay out a view that in the context of an eventual agreement between Belgrade and Pristina, that we should have on offer a vision of a Serbia-US strategic partnership that builds on the remarkable historic foundations that underpin a very warm US-Serbia relationship historically from the beginning of the last century, that is committed to accelerating reconciliation between our countries, our people, but also in the region. And that this could take the form of a strategic partnership that's really committed to deepening the relationship between both governments and both peoples, building on this historic foundation, that advances technical cooperation on both sides to address common areas of common challenges, from regional security and stability to good governance to economic opportunity, that provides tangible benefits to both peoples, especially finding opportunities for enhanced trade and investment, and understanding that economic growth and cooperation are the surest way to greater mutual understanding and reconciliation, and that it is committed to supporting the full inclusion and integration of Serbia into Europe, into a transatlantic community as it desires. And that this could be bolstered with a commission led by leaders, perhaps the Vice President from the United States, that has these objectives, that is brought to life through real working groups focused on governance and technical assistance for economic, trade, energy, defense, security type issues, and people-to-people and cultural exchanges. And that brings in our private sector and civil society as very active components into this, and could be backed up by major commitments from the Overseas Development Finance Corporation, perhaps $1 billion fund to support private investment in the region and catalyze entrepreneurs and growth between our countries, but also among the countries in the region. But I think to get to this type of ambitious vision, I do want to offer some cautionary notes, is that I think it's important that we stop sending what I would argue, and some of my colleagues, to invite each and others, mixed signals to friends, to Serbia's friends in Washington and Brussels. People that want to be helpful in this relationship are sometimes confused by the political rhetoric, confused about the discussion of its relationship with Moscow. It's where the future of the country is going to be. And I think we all know that Russia's not Serbia's ally, and that rhetoric can be confusing. It can confuse politicians here, up on Congress, discourage supporters. And so how do we avoid the temptations of short-term politics or the inertia of past politics, understanding that the costs of that rhetoric are outweighing the benefits? Second, I think it really needs to be on the premise of a commitment to reconciliation across the Atlantic, but in the region as well. And this means really grappling with history and being really open to reconciliation as a conversation among our peoples, and a commitment to working together to bolster the institutions that are so important to ensure that all the Balkans, but Serbia in particular, can claim its rightful place in the home of European democracies in the context of a secure and stable continent. So Elena, I've gone on too long, but I wanted to just lay out there this idea of, can we look ahead to a more ambitious vision of a US-Serbia strategic partnership? And can we take some of the bold steps to begin to imagine that today to help us achieve something that could be a future that could really unlock the potential in the relationship and primarily unlock the potential for the people of Serbia?
Hvala ti, Damone, i izuzetno mi je milo što si
Thank you,
rekao.
Damon. It is especially glad to hear that you said that Serbia has a lot to lose unless we quickly establish new agreement on relations with Pristina. However, Pristina is also about to lose unless agreement is reached. This is something we rarely hear. Now, I told two jokes and unfortunately I didn't hear the translation. You know that most of our events are called after some cult movies or television series, I guess most watched. This Is Us television series on Netflix during lockdown. Another book by Joseph Keller, it's not Catch 22, but something happened. And Keller says, I always wanted to have a 26-year-old girl. However, the only one I ever had was my own wife. Now, why am I saying this? Because I always wanted to have the summer NATO week, or at least the spring NATO week, and not just in November when the weather is the worst in Serbia, when Americans don't like to come over in such lousy weather. So I was really trying to organize spring NATO week for all the Americans to see how beautiful Belgrade is in spring. However, then we were struck by pandemic. So they said, well, at least you'll get best speakers during the pandemic because everybody is willing to attend the conference if it's on online. I said, well, then try to find the same kinds of panelists that I managed to gather on this conference. I think that we are lucky that the dynamics of negotiations with Kosovo is moving forward, and it kind of discloses the actual intentions of different actors in the region and all across Europe as well. Some liberal media are actually exaggerating when they try to describe the events taking place in the United States. I had an opportunity to listen to the statements made by some pundits in the United States, and I actually was confirmed in my belief that the actual situation is better than what we keep hearing over and over again. Lately, in the last several months, we heard the statements that Pristina-Belgrade dialogue is something that belongs strictly to EU, that United States should not meddle, which I think is completely wrong. We also heard by Financial Times that they say that over this COVID crisis, EU was a bit confused, so Russians and Americans used their confusion in order to enter the scene and articulate their own interest in the region. I was really appalled by that perspective. I thought that the only constant in the Western Balkans was American presence, and that it contributed to establishing peace and the democratization process and economic restructuring, overcoming all outstanding issues. And I hope that the same trend will continue. Of course, there are different interests, those who are trying to undermine the compromise that would keep Serbia and Pristina on the path to Euro-Atlantic integrations and anchoring them in the West. Russia is not the only stakeholder here. There are also some arrogant attitudes of certain European partners and certain circles in Washington as well who are contributing to this. I would like to share another concern of mine. The closer the solution is, the bigger the stakes are. I think that the powers are actually extending their strengths due to this crisis. They're losing the focus. And there are two things that concern me. Of course, you don't have to comment them, but bear them in mind. First thing is something we discussed today. Brussels agreement has been reached due to the fact that NATO guaranteed that Kosovo security forces are not able to enter northern Kosovo without consent of KFOR and the agreement of the local communities. This has been more or less respected. However, there is a high level of concern due to this unlawful transformation of Kosovo armed forces that KFOR did not support. If the state of emergency is introduced due to the rise of the number of infected, maybe this is going to be used as justification for Kosovo forces to try to put their foot in the north of Kosovo. Now, I hope that everyone is aware of this potential danger. Another issue that really concerns me, we had elections recently in Serbia and in the south of Serbia as well. There is a potential danger that in two municipalities in the south of Serbia, there are places, there are attempts of ethnic engineering and a movie scenario with little green men. where the local governments in Buenovac and Preševo should be turned into exclusively Albanian ethnic area that are rejecting the management of Belgrade, the elements of Little Green Man, would create a new situation on the ground and demand their interest to be recognized in the political dialogue. So I do understand that the COVID crisis that international community is facing raises concern that all these scenarios are very viable. We also heard that there are many positive trends on regional cooperation taking place, and that practically this political dialogue is the last outstanding issue, and removing it from the scene would actually open up the region completely and move it forward with a huge impetus. So this is why this compromise is vitally important, and these are the concerns that I have of the potential dangers that could present major obstacles for the dialogue to come to its conclusion with a consensus that both sides would be happy with. So I'm interested to see whether the American side is considering these potential dangers, and do you have any idea of how to preempt them?
Thank you for sharing those thoughts, Yelena. Maybe just 3 quick points. The first is on what you were first commenting on about the United States and the European Union. I think we know that when the United States and the European Union work together, we can achieve a lot in the region. I think we know when we work at odds that the prospects of success go down. And right now, I would argue that in an era of great power competition, the rise of China, revanchist Russia, that there's a real priority to realign. And we're a little bit misaligned at times. And I think that doesn't help. It doesn't mean we do the exact same things. We have different roles. We can have different perspectives. That's fine. That's been a reality throughout our Balkan diplomacy and throughout all of our diplomacy. But I think I come to this with the prejudice that a more coordinated US-EU approach in support of the Balkans integrated in Europe, in support of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue is key to its success. It's also, I think the Americans do have a role to play, because I think as part of the equation of what the future of the region looks like, I think the American presence matters. I think American economic and entrepreneurship incentives can be catalytic. Even as I recognize that the EU is a significant and much more significant player on that economic front. And so it's a coordinated effort that's really required. Otherwise, it's hard for me to see how we get to yes. Sometimes healthy competition is good to keep incentivizing action. But on the other hand, to close the deal, we need to be closer aligned. Second, I hear what you say about concerns about KSF and KFOR and access in the north. But I would just say that it is dangerous to premise a policy on KFOR just being there forever. And that's just what it's going to be. I mean, we've seen in President Trump, a president who's really been uncomfortable with the sense that that's just how it is. And we're going to have American troops in places for decades. And it's not just President Trump. It's been an instinct in our country to say, we've got really long-term security commitments. Many of them I strongly support. But at the same time, I think we have to be cognizant that it's not the right kind of strategy to say this can only work if KFOR is running the whole show and that's just how things are going to be. Because we just have to understand that we have citizens and taxpayers and supporters, and even that's become a less significant commitment for the United States, our presence there is still catalytic, important. And it underscores the importance of a political agreement that could still provide, I would argue, for continued American security presence as a stabilizing force. But we shouldn't just assume the status quo. We need to actually change the game so that we can actually address the issues of your concern in terms of security in the north. And the third point on elections in Southern Serbia, Preševo Valley, I served at NATO when we had a really treacherous time in the Preševo Valley. And I think it's just important. We've got work to do in all of our democracies to improve the election process and how it participates and how we have representation of political views and minorities, across the Balkans, including in Serbia. We need to see the opposition in the political arena. We need to see them competing in elections. We need to see them represented in parliament. We need to see ethnic minorities represented, even when it's a majority minority district in the inverse kind of way, as we've had to deal in our own way in the United States. The details of this are why we have places like the Venice Commission, the Council of Europe, because together we set standards, particularly in Europe, high standards of how to get this right. We know that we can do that, and we've got some work to do to get there. Back to you, Elena.
Thank you. I would like maybe to ask John and Nemanja now if they would like to pose questions to Damon to use this great opportunity, because I think that both of you can claim a percentage of share of this success that Serbian public see the improvement in the US-Serbia relationship, and that actually the key sources for them for this improvement have been mainstream media and Serbian leading politicians and rare NGOs. And John was working, as Damon was reminding us of the great history, that we have had together. You were the one who was promoting the significance of Mission Heliard, which was almost buried in our memory in Serbia, at least. And Nemanja, you too. I don't know if there are many more political commentators so frequently appearing in media promoting the significance of the renewed Serbian-US relationship, along with the good relationship with Russia and China. So use this great opportunity, talk to Damon.
Just one short question. First of all, Damon, it's such a pleasure and honor to meet you again, at least in this manner. And I do hope that we will see you again in Belgrade sometime soon. Just one brief and very specific question I've been waiting to make for quite a while. I've seen some of your Twitter posts where you say that you envisage a very important role of Greece in bringing Serbia closer to the Western community. So can you a little bit elaborate on that? And do you envisage that very important and specific role of Greece alone, or as a part of this so-called Balkans 4 together with Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. Thank you for the work you do as well. It's very valuable. So for far too long, Greece was in a spot where Greece was seen as the problem, and it had economic disasters at home. It had political turmoil. It had populist politics, question of whether it would stay in the European Union. And the whole concept of Greece as the home of the vision of Thessaloniki, the vision of a Western Balkans that would one day be part of Europe, was really being buried. And Greece was the object of EU work and even American work. And so as you've seen over the past couple of years, the US-Greek relationship has really dramatically changed and improved for the better. It's probably at its height and apogee. It started in the run-up to create a more conducive environment to support the Prespa agreement. We were delighted and pleased to see the real political risk-taking that took and to clear some of the difficult underbrush. And it's been sustained and deepened now under Prime Minister Mitsotakis, someone who was cautious and concerned, skeptical of something like Prespa, but very much wants to see Greece back on its feet, playing its role. And so for the United States and Greece, we want Greece to be our partner in restoring the vision of Thessaloniki and helping to really get a sense of movement forward in the Balkans. And that Greece could, in particular, as it steps back up in terms of its engagement, its economic role, can it play a particular role with the United States in helping to build a deeper relationship of trust and confidence and investment with Serbia? There's a strong set of ties there, cultural, religious, historic, and I think the leaders get on. And I think someone like Prime Minister Mitsotakis, who's remarkably respected in the United States, can also help shape American policy of building a more cooperative relationship with Serbia and working with Serbia to midwife a more cooperative relationship with the United States, all in the name of advancing Serbia's European aspirations. So I see it as an opportunity for Greece, which for a long time had been the problem that we were worried about, to now assume its role of helping to be part of problem-solving solution in the region.
Damon, thanks. Thanks for your time. It's good to see you. I'm sorry I missed you last time I was back in DC. I couldn't agree more that a strategic relationship should be based, and quite frankly, is based on strong historic connections between the United States and Serbia. And these are just not empty words. These are based on strong historical connections. Whether it's, as Jelena talked about, these connections during the Second World War, or the First World War, or in between. Unfortunately, too often we look through the prism of the 1990s, which I would argue is an aberration with respect to the relations between our two countries. But I want to focus on the optimism you shared a little at the beginning. The poll numbers that you mentioned struck me as well. 65% of those polled wanting a stronger relationship with the United States. It's something that I see anecdotally often throughout my travels throughout this country. But I wonder if you could share with us your thought on how we take advantage of that opportunity, because it is an opportunity. Absolutely. From perspective in Washington, what do we do, when I say we, the West, the United States, the Atlantic Council, to help shape attitudes and perceptions, to help shift those numbers?
That's a great question. And I don't have the clean answer. I mean, to be honest, things that like we're doing today, that Jelena has been doing with this week in Belgrade, is really important to helping to inform that debate. But I think there are a couple of things. One, we've got to recognize, acknowledge that. And so we see this type of polling data, and there has to be a sense of receptivity to that's welcome, that's acknowledged, that we see that as an important opportunity. Second, I think to leverage that, and a little bit what I was trying today, if that's the case, then how can we imagine something a little bit more than what we have now? And so that's why I was trying to lay out a little bit of a vision for what could be the promise of an opportunity of a different, of a more intense Serbia-US strategic partnership as there's progress in the region, to help show people that there are benefits to be gained from acting on this. And I think it takes a little bit of helping to establish the right kind of narrative in both countries as well. That's why I was pleased with the data, as we saw in the polling data, because often that narrative has been a pretty negative narrative. And I think it's incumbent to tell the truth and tell a bigger, broader story and let people come to their conclusion. But I think the same here in the United States is also true. It's why we spend a lot of time on Capitol Hill and working with congressional staff, just to help people see a broader perspective, because most people are busy. Most people are focused on other issues. But I think one of the most meaningful things we can do is a vision helps, because if you've articulated a vision, it provides a North Star, or a sense of direction of what's possible. But what really does help then is if you can put some meat on the bones and point to some pragmatic, tangible opportunities and progress. And that's where I really think from the Development Finance Corporation, from US private investment, showing some of the benefits on trade and investment, on civil society growth, people-to-people exchanges, to be able to show the benefits of this. And frankly, that's been one of the secret successes of NATO's engagement with Serbia as well, really pragmatic, practically focused engagement that's delivered real results. We need partners in Serbia that will tell that story more consistently and accurately to their audiences. But I think we have to do the same as well. And that's a little bit of what we're trying to do and committed to do in our own small way at the Atlantic Council.
If I may be a party breaker, since I've been optimistic for 2 days and overjoyed with the results that I saw, we mentioned them, among others, that the number of citizens supporting cooperation in disaster relief and crisis management with NATO exceeds the number of those who want membership of Serbia in NATO, and this is a trend that should be used. But it appears to me that this positive trend regarding the United States if we're being honest, is partly conditioned by the rhetoric of the Serbian authorities, which is, among other things, trying to say that they've reached more understanding with the current administration for their own arguments. I would say relatively strong arguments and modest expectations in terms of compromise between Belgrade and Pristina, which do not display Belgrade as a complete loser. And I understand that if we have a silver lining in this entire COVID crisis, it is that many citizens in Serbia understood the importance of having a safe job, income, savings, how important economy and economic integration is. But I think that by itself is not enough. I think that a kind of understanding of legitimate requests of that we need also dignity. I think this is a very intense story to tell, and we need to strike this balance. I completely understand and respect what Damon is saying. This is not a message only conveyed by him, but also by General Hodges. Help us help you. We can't help you if we know that your relations with Moscow and Beijing are improving from day to day. And if we're refusing to fulfill some legitimate expectations of the representatives of the European Union regarding the reform of rule of law or the condition of the media, I think we have a consensus here. These are areas where we need to improve significantly, but I think the question is, how do we reach this? I think until we take Kosovo out of the equation, without a new status, we will have no energy for anything else, which is a part of the reason I think why people in Belgrade and civil society organizations are pointing to some problems, but they should understand and support a kind of compromise regarding Kosovo, because we have no consensus in Serbia about this. One of the interesting findings is, Damon, we conducted this research in the last week of the election campaign and in the week after the election campaign, where the international community started intensifying the need for a dialogue with Kosovo. So President Vucic, with his party, not with the coalition, this is what everyone is forgetting. He did not go to the elections with a coalition. We still have chances to have a. It's not true that we don't have an opposition. So he won the majority. So if you look at the results, when it comes to Kosovo, even what is implicitly believed in Serbia, not directly, is that a compromise that Serbia would accept is for correction of borders to be one of the elements. But this is an uncomfortable solution if we want KFOR to remain as part of Resolution 1244. So this support is at 29% right now. So I just wanted to say that it's not easy to deliver on Kosovo. I think that there may be a responsibility that the public is not being prepared all the time. But I think there are understandable arguments, and I think that with just a bit of understanding for this, no one is asking fundamental support from the United States for everything, but only a bit of understanding gives us a lot. And let me just be a party breaker again. Instead of spreading optimism, let me say that the open dialogue is a way of reestablishing strategic partnership with the United States. I'm confused by the fact that some circles in Washington and Berlin and the Balkans look at the economic advancement of Serbia as a new problem, and the strengthening of relations with the US is a zero-sum game, even in relation to the Serbian European integration or in relation to Pristina or to Sarajevo. Is it not in Kosovo's and Bosnia and Herzegovina's and the entire region's interest and the European Union's interest for Serbia to have good relations with a strategic partner of the European Union, the United States? This is a no-brainer for me, but unfortunately, the relevant public that I follow is not does not see the same thing. Did you notice these trends, Damon?
Astute observations, Yelena. First of all, I've been, I've followed Serbia, its politics, and I've seen that President Vučić seems to have the desire, the courage to act, recognizing that it's not easy. It's not easy in this there, but I think because he and perhaps others recognize that really this is the only way to tap Serbia's potential. I understand the power of dignity, the power of history. We've got to respect people, but we can also not let ourselves be trapped by that history and be smug with it. We've got to figure out how to bring people along with a sense of progress. And I think Serbian leadership has recognized both that conundrum, but also the opportunity. And I hear the same from our friends in Kosovo who say that they're concerned that there hasn't been enough done to prepare the public there either. And I think that's a serious thing. We've seen political negotiations hit the shoals when there hasn't been enough to help prepare populations for the type of reconciliation, the type of agreements that are going to be required. Last year, President Vučić gave a very impassioned and difficult speech in front of Parliament talking about it, but normalizing that kind of conversation with the Serbian audience, and the same in Kosovo, is going to be key to ensuring the underpinnings of support for any eventual agreement. And finally, it is a trap to be told that things are zero-sum games between EU and Washington. That's just not the game we can play. And I think even when we see a little bit of political friction between Brussels and Washington, which is to be expected, I think it's important for the region to stay above that, to know that you're going to be working with across political spectrum in European countries, in the Parliament, European Parliament. You're going to be working across the political spectrum in the United States. Part of our goal has been to keep American engagement and support for the region as a bipartisan thing. And thankfully, we've got bipartisan support. But we need to avoid that trap of thinking that you get too close to one, it's a problem with the other. No, the stakes are too high. I mean, everybody needs to raise their sights a little bit. We have a major struggle coming on this planet, and it's how we deal with the rise of China, how we deal with the growth of authoritarian kleptocracies, and it's going to be real pressure on the free world. And I think Serbia, Kosovo, others will want to find themselves squarely on the side of the free world. But it means that we've got to clean up some of this unfinished business in Europe and get to that. And that requires the US and EU being on the same page.
Ako mogu da postavim još jedno pitanje, ovaj put ću na srpskom jeziku. Gospodine Wilson, vi ste bili jedan od autora izveštaja Atlantskog saveta pod nazivom Balkan napred pre više od 2 godine i tada je, čini mi se, prvi put upotrebljen taj izraz o istorijskom pomirenju između Sjedinjenih Američkih Država.
There was a report written Balkans Forward when we used the historical reconciliation between Belgrade and Pristina. And we see that relations between Belgrade and Washington have improved in the last 2 to 3 years. Many of us expected far more, but what was already been achieved is not to be neglected. Now, what is your opinion whether this impetus in improvement of relations between Serbia and United States that certainly exists, can it be halted or, God forbid, turned around if the election outcome in the United States turns against us, so to speak?
Thank you for that question. I think, we've noticed the impetus of improved relations between Serbia and the United States. We want to credit outreach from President Vučić in Belgrade to that end, and a receptiveness in Washington to that. I think there certainly are differences between the administration and what we're hearing from the Biden campaign. We've had good conversations with both parties and their perspective on this. And I think there are some differences there. There are some nuances that are significant. But I think everybody understands the fundamental story of a Kosovo, a Serbia dialogue that leads to progress and outcome, a comprehensive agreement and reconciliation can really change the equation and allow for closing this chapter and moving on to a new chapter where we understand we've got to finish the work of a Europe whole and free. We've got to finish ensuring that the Western Balkans has a future inside this community because the stakes on other issues are higher. And I think you're going to see a lot of expertise and support for the dialogue, for closer relations and engagement in the region, whether it's a re-elected Trump administration or whether it's a Biden administration. There are actors on both sides of the equation that differ, that have differing politics here, but are quite committed to the region. And some have different perspectives, but I think you'll see pretty intensive engagement in either scenario, because in many respects, we see this as a historic opportunity as Americans to do something to help close one chapter and open another. And I think that's going to be an attractive option, whether it is the current administration or a Biden administration.
Koliko još tačno Damon može da bude s nama, zato bih sada predložila I dala priliku...
Know how long Damon can stay with us. This is why I would give an opportunity to Jacopello that was with us throughout this conference, and Nemanja Starović to give us briefly the conclusions on the grounds of yesterday and today's discussions. And then I'm going to ask Damon to give his final conclusions and recommendations. And you wouldn't believe, but I actually don't have much to say. Serbia should deepen the relations with NATO, which is very complementary with its strategic objective, and this is to become a member of the EU. We have to have a vision before us. We have to be ready for difficult compromises and require national consensus. And in order to build national consensus, we have to be socially accountable. And it seems to me that there are stakeholders in Serbia who do not behave along those lines. And let me add by saying that there are also actors outside EU and United States. Some of them are in this region who really do not want to see the finally binding agreement between Belgrade and Pristina that would lead both countries forward towards membership in EU and further anchoring in the political West. So this is something that is of concern to all of us. But I'm inviting you, Joan. Do you have any recommendations? No. Okay, Nemanja, you?
A long day. We covered a lot of ground. I think, Damon, your optimistic comments, I'm going to be less of a party breaker. I think that's a good optimistic way to end this. There's opportunity. We need to identify that opportunity and I think act. Things take time, but too much time has gone by. And it's time to re-energize, refocus on this important part of the world, this important part of Europe. So thanks, Damon.
Nemanja, izvolite.
Vrlo kratko, nekoliko rečenica. Veliki dio...
sentences. Majority of the discussion today was focused on the need to respond to the question as to whether Serbia should become a member of NATO and whether this is going to happen anytime soon. I don't have the response to this question. However, what I would like to say is that we actually do need quality, well-informed debate, that we do not have it, unfortunately, and the findings of our public opinion survey support this. There's a huge discrepancy in our findings where 9 or 10% of the citizens are in support of membership in NATO, yet on the other hand, 51% supports membership in EU and 69% are in support of improving relations between Serbia and United States. So these figures show that this ongoing debate is going wrong. However, preconditions for improving this debate will not exist unless we remove the elephant in the room, and this is the relations between Belgrade and Pristina. In this in mind, I have to agree with Mrs. Milic that this is sine qua non, that this is absolute precondition, absolute necessity. and everyone who is attempting to obstruct reaching compromise solution between Belgrade and Pristina, regardless coming from Belgrade or left liberal or right political orientation, and whichever country that is really causing a grave deal of problems in this region. Demon, we're giving the final conclusions, recommendations.
I think you were passing back to me there to Al for a final word. So what I would just say in closing is first of all, thank you for all the work that everyone there is doing. Because the truth is that people matter here. Things just, tectonic plates just don't move by themselves. Leadership matters, courage matters, and the actions of just a small set of individuals can really help shape and make a difference. And so I think that's what we as a community want to try to do, to imagine a different future for Serbia, a more democratic, prosperous Serbia that is anchored in Europe, that has a strategic partnership with the United States. I don't think the issue of jumping to NATO membership is even all that relevant for this kind of conversation. But I also would encourage folks, there's a tendency when I travel around the Balkans to see the world as the Balkans. And it is important that you have perspective that the danger for us in the Atlantic Council of the United States is that the world is big, complex, it's changing rapidly. And that I feel a little bit of urgency to help help wrap some of this unfinished business on the margin of Europe, if you will, because a bigger game is unfolding, bigger things are happening globally. And I fear that at some point the region could be left to itself. And as you watch its future migrate, the young, promising future of people that live in the region move to other countries, that's not great. And so I think I'll just remind that these things are not inevitable. The United States played a role in helping to shape the system, a rules-based international order, a set of norms, institutions, principles that had a huge impact. It sounds abstract. For Americans, our GDP increased 8 times. For the world, we've seen extreme poverty from 66% to under 10%. For those who lived on this planet before this era, dying in war was a common cause. 1% of the population on an annual basis, that's down to 1/100th. So things are not good. They're not great. But I also think that this is a time to remember the opportunity we have to shape a much better future. It's going to take working together to get there, thinking big, taking some risk, being brave, and ultimately remembering that this isn't just about an alignment of interests. Interests matter, but it's about alignment of interest with values. And I'm proud that's not always been a perfect match in American strategy, but it's when America's at its best of the alignment between values and its interests. And I hope that Serbia can be part of that equation with a Balkans that is fully integrated in Europe and part of our transatlantic community. So thank you for your time today. Pleasure being with you.
Nego što formalno zaključim 8.
Before concluding the 8th Belgrade NATO Week, the hybrid edition, I want to thank Ave Media. This was our first hybrid conference. For the first time, I think, realized something like this in Serbia with Zoom and YouTube and live guests in addition to the pandemic, besides all the measures that we had. Thank the interpreters and the entire Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies team, and to all participants who took place here live and through Zoom. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you very much.